Workers of all countries, unite. V.I. Lenin. Collected Works. Volume 4. 1898, April 1901. Contents. Preface. 1898. On the question of our factory statistics. Review. A. Bogdanov. A Short Course of Economic Science. Moscow. 1897. Publia Muranova's Bookshop. 290 pp. Price 2 rubles. A Note on the Question of the Market Theory. 1899. Review. Parvis. The World Market and the Agricultural Crisis. Economic Essays. Translated from the German by L.Y., St. Petersburg, 1898. Publion Popova. 142 pp. Price 40 kopecks. Review. Argvozdev. Kulak Usury, Its Social and Economic Significance. St. Petersburg, 1899. Publin Garin. Review. Commercial and Industrial Russia. Handbook for Merchants and Factory Owners. Compiled under the editorship of A. Blau, head of the Statistical Division of the Department of Commerce and Manufactures. St. Petersburg, 1899. Price 10 rubles. Once more on the theory of realization. Review. Karl Kosky. Die Agrarfrage. In Übersicht über die Tendenzen der modernen Landwirtschaft und die Agrarpolitik USW. Stuttgart, Dietz, 1899. Review. J. A. Hobson. The Evolution of Modern Capitalism. Translated from the English. St. Petersburg, 1898. Publin Popova. Price 1 rb. 50 kop. Capitalism in Agriculture. First article. Second article. Reply to Mr. P. Nezdanov. A protest by Russian Social Democrats. Review. S. N. Prokopovich. The Working Class Movement in the West. Review. Karl Kosky. Bernstein und das Sozialdemokratische Programm. In Antikritik. Articles for Rabochaya Gazeta. Letter to the editorial group. Our program. Our immediate task. An urgent question. A draft program of our party. A retrograde trend in Russian social democracy. Apropos of the profession de foi. Factory courts. On strikes. 1900. Draft of a declaration of the editorial board of Iskra and Zarya. How the spark was nearly extinguished. Draft agreement. Declaration of the editorial board of Iskra. Preface to the pamphlet May Days in Kharkov. The urgent tasks of our movement. The war in China. The SPLLT in the Union of Russian Social Democrats Abroad. Note of December 29, 1900. 1901. Casual notes. I beat but not to death. 2. Why accelerate the vicissitude of the times? 3. Objective statistics. The drafting of 183 students into the army. The Workers' Party and the Peasantry. Underscore 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 underscore. The Russian edition was printed. In accordance with the decision of the 9th Congress of the RCP. And the 2nd Congress of Soviets. Of the USSR. Preface. Volume 4 of the collected works contains Lenin's writings for the period February 1898 to February 1901. These writings are devoted to the struggle for the victory of revolutionary Marxism in the working class movement and to the exposure of the anti-revolutionary views of the Narodniks, legal Marxists, and economists. A note on the question of the market theory, once more on the theory of realization, and capitalism in agriculture were directed against the legal Marxists, who sought to subordinate and adapt the working class movement to the interests of the bourgeoisie. This volume contains Lenin's first writings against economism, a protest by Russian Social Democrats, articles for the third issue of Rabochaya Gazeta, a retrograde trend in Russian social democracy, and apropos of the profession de foi, in which he laid bare the opportunism of the economists and showed economism to be a variety of international opportunism. Against the anti-Marxist positions adopted by the economists, Lenin contract opposed the plan of the unity of socialism with the working class movement. Several of the articles in this volume are models of the journalism of social and political exposure to which Lenin attached great significance in the struggle against the lawlessness of the Tsarist officials, the struggle to awaken the consciousness of the broad masses of the people. These articles are, Beat but Not to Death, Why Accelerate the Vicissitude of the Times, and Objective Statistics, published under the general heading of Casual Notes, the drafting of 183 statutes into the army, the preface to the pamphlet on the famous Kharkov May Day celebration, 1900, May Days in Kharkov, and the article, Factory Courts, written in connection with the granting of police functions to the Factory Inspectorate. The volume also contains writings relating to the organization of the all-Russian illegal Marxist newspaper Iskra, draft of a declaration of the editorial board of Iskra and Zarya, how the spark was nearly extinguished, and declaration of the editorial board of Iskra. These documents, as well as the articles, our program, a draft program of our party, the urgent tasks of our movement, and the Workers' Party and the Peasantry, define the tasks confronting the Marxist organizations and the working class movement of Russia at the moment when Lenin set about the actual formation of a party to fight under the unitary banner of revolutionary Marxism against opportunism, amateurishness in work, ideological disunity, and vacillation. The present volume also contains the draft agreement with the Plekhanovist Emancipation of Labor Group on the publication of the newspaper Iskra and the magazine Zarya, which appears for the first time in a collected edition of Lenin's writings. Iskra was launched on the basis of the draft agreement. On the question of our factory statistics. 1. The Russian reading public displays a lively interest in the question of our factory statistics and in the chief conclusions to be drawn from them. This interest is quite understandable, for the question is connected with the more extensive one of the destiny of capitalism in Russia. Unfortunately, however, the state of our factory statistics does not correspond to the general interest in their data. This branch of economic statistics in Russia is in a truly sad state, and still sadder, perhaps, is the fact that the people who write about statistics often display an astounding lack of understanding of the nature of the figures they are analyzing, their authenticity and their suitability for drawing certain conclusions. Such precisely is the estimate that must be made of Mr. Karashev's latest work, first published in Izvestia Moskovskovo Selskohozyaistvenovo Instituta and then as a separate booklet with the high-sounding title Material on the Russian National Economy. Our Factory Industry in the Middle 90s. Mr. Karashev tries, in this essay, to draw conclusions from the latest publication of the Department of Commerce and Manufactures on our factory industry. We shall make a detailed analysis of Mr. Karashev's conclusions and, especially, of his methods. We think that an analysis of this sort will have significance, not only in determining the way in which the material is treated by Professor so-and-so, but also in determining the degree of reliability of our factory statistics, for which deductions they are suitable and for which they are unsuitable, what the most important requirements of our factory statistics are and the tasks of those who study them. As its name implies, the source used by Mr. Karashev contains a list of factories in the empire for the year 1894-95. The publication of a full list of all factories is not new to our literature. Since 1881 Messrs. Orlov and Budagov have compiled a directory of factories and works, the last edition of which was issued in 1894. Much earlier, in 1869, a list of factories was printed in the notes accompanying the statistical tables on industry in the first issue of the Ministry of Finance Yearbook. The reports which factory owners are by law obliged to submit annually to the ministry provided the material for all these publications. The new publication of the Department of Commerce and Manufactures differs from former publications of this type in its somewhat more extensive information, but at the same time it has tremendous shortcomings from which the earlier ones did not suffer and which greatly complicate its utilization as material on factory statistics. In the introduction to the list there is a reference to the unsatisfactory condition of these statistics in the past, which thereby defines the purpose of the publication to serve precisely as material for statistics and not merely as a reference book. But the list, as a statistical publication, amazes one by the complete absence of any sort of summarized totals. It is to be hoped that a publication of this sort, the first of its kind, will also be the last statistical publication without summaries. The huge mass of raw material in the form of piles of figures is useless ballast in a reference book. The introduction to the list sharply criticizes the reports previously submitted to the ministry by factory owners on the grounds that they consisted of confusing information, always one and the same, which was repeated from year to year and did not allow even the quantity of goods produced to be accurately determined, whereas production figures as complete and reliable as possible are an urgent necessity. We shall certainly not say a word in defense of the absolutely outmoded system of our former factory statistics that were purely pre-reform, both as to organization and as to quality. But, unfortunately, there is scarcely any noticeable improvement in their present condition. The gigantic list just published still does not give us the right to speak of any serious changes in the old system admitted by all to be useless. The reports did not allow even the quantity of goods produced to be accurately determined. Indeed, in the latest list there is no information whatsoever on the quantity of goods, although Mr. Erlove's directory, for example, gave this information for a very large number of factories, and in some branches of industry for almost all factories, so that in the summarized table there is information on the quantity of the product. And it was from the old reports that the directory material was compiled. The list does not give any information on machinery employed, although the directory gave this information for some branches of industry. The introduction describes the changes that have occurred in our factory statistics in this way. Formerly, factory owners supplied information through the police according to a brief and insufficiently clear program, and no one checked the information. Material was obtained from which no more or less precise conclusions could be drawn. Now a new and much more detailed program has been compiled, and the gathering and checking of factory statistical information have been entrusted to the factory inspectors. At first glance one might think that we now have the right to expect really acceptable data, since a correct program and provision for checking the data are two very important conditions for successful statistics. In actual fact, however, these two features are still in their former primitively chaotic state. The detailed program with an explanation is not published in the introduction to the list, although statistical methodology requires the publication of the program according to which the data were gathered. We shall see from the following analysis of the list material that the basic questions of program for factory statistics still remain entirely unclarified. With regard to checking the data, here is a statement by a person engaged in the practical side of this process, Mr. Mikolin, Senior Factory Inspector of Kherson Gubernia, who has published a book containing an analysis of statistical data gathered according to the new system in Kherson Gubernia. It proved impossible to make a factual check of all the figures in the reports submitted by owners of industrial establishments, and they were, therefore, returned for correction only in those cases when comparison with the data of similar establishments or with information obtained during an inspection of the establishments showed obvious inconsistencies in the answers. In any case, responsibility for the correctness of the figures for each establishment contained in the lists rests with those who submitted them. And so, responsibility for the accuracy of the figures, as before, still rests with the factory owners. Representatives of the factory inspectorate were not only unable to check all the figures, but, as we shall see below, were even unable to ensure that they were uniform and could be compared. Later, we shall give full details of the shortcomings of the list and the material it uses. Its chief shortcoming, as we have noted, is the complete absence of summaries. Mr. Karashev, availing himself of the collaboration of two other people, conceived the happy idea of filling this gap, at least in part, and of compiling summaries on our factory industry according to the list. This was a very useful undertaking, and everyone would have been grateful for its achievement, if Mr. Karashev, firstly, had published even a few of the obtained results in their entirety, and if, secondly, he had not displayed, in his treatment of the material, a lack of criticism bordering on high-handedness. Mr. Karashev was in a hurry to draw conclusions before he had studied the material attentively and before his statistical processing was anything like thorough, so that naturally he made a whole series of the most curious errors. Let us begin with the first, basic question in industrial statistics: what establishments should come under the heading of factories? Mr. Karashev does not even pose this question. He seems to assume that a factory is something quite definite. As far as the list is concerned, he asserts, with a boldness worthy of better employment, that in contrast to former publications this one registers not only large establishments but all factories. This assertion, which the author repeats twice, is altogether untrue. Actually, the reverse is the case. The list merely registers larger establishments as compared with former publications on factory statistics. We shall now explain how it is that Mr. Karashev could fail to notice such a trifle, but first let us resort to historical reference. Prior to the Middle Ages, our factory statistics did not include any definitions or rules that limited the concept of factory to the larger industrial establishments. Every type of industrial establishment found its way into factory statistics. This, it goes without saying, led to terrific chaos in the data, since the full registration of all such establishments, by the employment of existing forces and means, is absolutely out of the question. In some gubernias or in some branches of industry hundreds and thousands of the tiniest establishments were included, while in others only the larger factories were listed. It was, therefore, natural that the people who first tried to make a scientific analysis of the data contained in our factory statistics turned all their attention to this question and directed all their efforts to separating the branches for which there were more or less reliable data from those for which the data were absolutely unreliable, to separating establishments large enough to enable the obtainment of satisfactory data from those too small to yield satisfactory data. Bushin, Bach, and Timur Yazef provided such valuable criteria on all these questions that, had they been carefully observed and developed by the compilers of our factory statistics, we should now have, in all probability, some very acceptable data. But in actual fact all these criteria remained, as usual, a voice crying in the wilderness, and our factory statistics have remained in their former chaotic state. From 1889 the Department of Commerce and Manufactures began its publication of the collection of data on factory industry in Russia. A slight step forward was made in this publication. The small establishments, i.e., those with an output valued at less than 1,000 rubles, were excluded. It goes without saying that this standard was too low and too indefinite. It is ridiculous even to think of the full registration of all industrial establishments with an output valued at more than that amount as long as the information is collected by the police. As before, some gubernias and some branches of industry included a mass of small establishments with outputs ranging in value from 2,000 to 5,000 rubles, while other gubernias and other branches of industry omitted them. We shall see instances of this further on. Finally, our latest factory statistical system has introduced a completely different formula for defining the concept factory. It has been recognized that all industrial establishments are subject to registration if they employ no fewer than 15 workers, as are also those employing fewer than 15 workers, if they have a steam boiler, a steam engine, or other mechanical motive power and machines or factory installations. We must examine this definition in detail, but let us first say that this concept of factory is something quite new in our factory statistics. Until now no attempt has been made to limit the concept factory to establishments with a definite number of workers, with a steam engine, etc. In general, the strict limitation of the concept factory is undoubtedly necessary, but the definition we have cited suffers, unfortunately, from its extreme lack of precision, from its unclarity and diffusion. It provides the following definitions of establishments subject to registration as factories in the statistics. 1. The establishment must come within the jurisdiction of the factory inspectorate. This, apparently, excludes establishments belonging to the state, etc., metallurgical plants, and others. In the list, however, there are many state and government factories, and we do not know whether they were registered in all gubernias or whether the data pertaining to them were subject to checking by the factory inspectorate, etc. It must be said, in general, that as long as our factory statistics are not freed from the web of various departments to which the different industrial establishments belong, they cannot be satisfactory. The areas of departmental jurisdiction frequently overlap and are subject to changes. Even the implementation of similar programs by different departments will never be identical. The rational organization of statistics demands that complete information on all industrial establishments be concentrated in one purely statistical institution to ensure careful observation of identical methods of gathering and analyzing data. So long as this is not done, the greatest caution must be exercised in dealing with factory statistics that now include and now exclude establishments belonging to another department. Metallurgical plants, for instance, have long been excluded from our factory statistics, but Erlove, nevertheless, included in the last edition of his directory quite a number of metallurgical plants that are not included in the list, although the latter records metallurgical plants in other gubernias that were previously not included in factory statistics. In Section 8 of the introduction to the list, iron working, iron smelting, iron and copper founding and other establishments are mentioned, but no indication at all is given of the way in which metallurgical plants are separated from those subordinated to the Department of Commerce and Manufactures. 2. Only industrial establishments are subject to registration. This definition is not as clear as it seems to be at first glance. The separation of artisan and agricultural establishments requires detailed and clearly defined rules applicable to each branch of industry. Below we shall see confusion in abundance arising out of the absence of these rules. 3. The number of workers in an establishment must be no less than 15. It is not clear whether only workers actually employed in the establishment are counted or whether those working outside are included. It has not been explained how the former are to be distinguished from the latter, whether auxiliary workers should be counted, etc. In the above-mentioned book Mr. Mekolin quotes instances of the confusion arising out of this unclarity. The list enumerates many establishments that employ only outside workers. It stands to reason that an attempt to list all establishments of this type can only raise a smile under the present system of gathering information, while fragmentary data for some gubernias and some branches of industry are of no significance and merely add to the confusion. 4. All establishments possessing a steam boiler or a steam engine are called factories. This definition is the most accurate and most happily chosen, because the employment of steam is really typical for the development of large-scale machine industry. 5. Establishments possessing other mechanical motive power are regarded as factories. This definition is very inaccurate and exceedingly broad. By this definition, establishments employing water, horse, and wind power, even treadmills, may be called factories. Since the registration of all such establishments is not even feasible, there must be confusion, examples of which we shall soon see. 6. Under the heading factories are included establishments having factory installations. This most indefinite and hazy definition negates the significance of all definitions given previously and makes the data chaotic and impossible to compare. This definition will inevitably be understood differently in different gubernias, and what sort of definition is it in reality? A factory is an establishment having factory installations. Such is the last word of our newest system of factory statistics. No wonder these statistics are so unsatisfactory. We shall give examples from all sections of the list in order to show that in some gubernias and in some branches of industry the tiniest establishments are registered, which introduces confusion into factory statistics. since there can be no question of recording all such establishments. Let us take section I, cotton processing. On pages 10 to 11 we come across 5 factories in the villages of Vladimir Gubernia which, for payment, dye yarn and linen belonging to others. In place of the value of the output the sum paid for dyeing is given as from 10 rubles to 600 rubles, with the number of workers from 0 to 3. There is no mechanical motive power. These are peasant dye houses, i.e., the most primitive artisan establishments that have been registered by chance in one gubernia and, it goes without saying, omitted in others. In section 2, in the same Vladimir gubernia, we find hand factories that card wool belonging to others for the payment of 12 to 48 rubles a year and employ 0 or 1 worker. There is a hand silk factory in a village, it employs 3 workers and has an output valued at 660 rubles. Then more village dye houses in the same Vladimir gubernia, employing 0 to 3 workers for handwork and receiving 150 to 550 rubles for the treatment of linen. There is a Bastmad factory in Perm gubernia, on a handwork level, employing 6 workers, with an output valued at 921 rubles. It goes without saying that there are more than a few such establishments in other gubernias, but they were not counted as factories. There is a printing works with 1 worker and an output value of 300 rubles, in other gubernias only the big printing works were included, and in still others, none at all. There is a sawmill with 3 workers sawing barrel staves for the payment of 100 rubles, and a metal working hand establishment employing 3 workers with an output valued at 575 rubles. In section 9 there are very many of the tiniest establishments, brickworks especially, with, for example, only 1 worker and an output valued at 48 to 50 rubles, and so on. In section X there are petty candle, sheepskin processing, leather and other establishments employing hand labor, 0-1-2 workers, with an output valued at a few hundred rubles. More than anywhere else there are numerous establishments of a purely artisan type in section 11, in the oil pressing and, especially, the flour milling branches. In the latter industry the strict division of factories from petty establishments is most essential, but so far this has not been done and utter chaos reigns in all our factory statistical publications. An attempt to introduce order into the statistics on the factory-type flour milling establishments was made by the first Congress of Gubernia Statistical Committee Secretaries, but it was in vain, and up to the present day the compilers of our factory statistics do not seem to be concerned about the utter uselessness of the figures they print. The list, for example, included among the factories windmills employing 1 worker and realizing from 0 to 52 rubles, etc., watermills with 1 wheel, employing 1 worker and earning 34 to 80 rubles, etc., and so on. It goes without saying that such statistics are simply ridiculous, because another and even several other volumes could be filled with such mills without giving a complete list. Even in the section dealing with the chemical industry there are tiny establishments such as village pitch works employing from 1 to 3 workers, with an output valued at 15 to 300 rubles. Such methods can go so far as to produce statistics similar to those published in the 60s in the well-known military statistical abstract that for European Russia listed 3,086 pitch and tar factories, of which 1,450 were in Archangel gubernia. Archangel gubernia seems to have been deliberately left out of this section of the list altogether, as though the peasants there do not distill pitch and make tar. We must point out that all the instances cited concern registered establishments that do not come under the definitions given in the circular of June 7, 1895. Their registration, therefore, is purely fortuitous. They were included in some gubernias, but in the majority they were omitted. Such establishments were omitted in former statistics as having an output valued at less than 1,000 rubles. Mr. Karashev did not properly understand this basic problem of factory statistics, yet he did not hesitate to make deductions from the figures he obtained by his calculations. The first of these deductions is that the number of factories in Russia is decreasing. Mr. Karashev arrived at this conclusion in a very simple way. he took the number of factories for 1,885 from the data of the Department of Commerce and Manufactures and deducted from it the number of factories in European Russia given in the list. This gives a reduction of 14.3%. The professor even calculates the percentage and is not bothered by the fact that the 1,885 data did not include the excise-paying factories. He confines himself to the remark that the addition of excise-paying establishments would give a greater reduction in the number of factories. And the author undertakes to discover in which part of Russia this process of diminution in the number of establishments is evolving most rapidly. In actual fact, there is no process of diminution. The number of factories in Russia is increasing and not decreasing, and the figment of Mr. Karashev's imagination came from the learned professors having compared data that are not at all comparable. The incomparability is by no means due to the absence of data on excise-paying factories for 1,885. Mr. Karashev could have taken figures that included such factories, and in this way could have fixed the number of factories in European Russia at 27,986 for 1,879, 27,235 for 1,884, 21,124 for 1,890, and the reduction by 1,894 to 95 would have been incomparably greater. The only trouble is that all these figures are quite unsuitable for comparison, because, first, there is no uniform conception of factory in old and present-day factory statistical publications, and, secondly, very small establishments are included in the number of factories fortuitously and indiscriminately, and, with the means at the disposal of our statistics, it would be ridiculous even to assume that they could be registered in full. Had Mr. Karashev taken the trouble to study the definition of factory in the list, he would have seen that in order to compare the number of factories in that publication with the number of factories in others, it would be necessary to take only establishments employing 15 or more workers, because it is only this type of establishment that the list registered in toto and without any limitations for all gubernias and all branches of industry. Since such establishments are among the relatively large ones, their registration in previous publications was also more satisfactory. Having thus assured the uniformity of data to be compared, let us compute the number of factories in European Russia employing 16 or more workers, taking them from the directory for 1,879 and from the list for 1,894 to 95. We get the following instructive figures. Therefore, the comparison of those figures which alone can be considered relatively uniform, comparable, and complete shows that the number of factories in Russia is increasing, and at a fairly rapid rate. In 15 or 16 years it has increased from 4,500 to 6,400, i.e., by 40%. As far as the number of establishments employing fewer than 16 workers is concerned, it would be absurd to compare them for these years, since different definitions of factory and different methods of excluding small establishments were employed in all these publications. In 1879 no small establishments were excluded. On account of this, the very smallest establishments in branches closely connected with agriculture and peasant industries were included, but they were omitted in later publications. By 1890 some small establishments were omitted, this left fewer small factories. And lastly, in 1894 to 95, the mass of establishments employing fewer than 15 workers was omitted, which resulted in the immediate reduction in the number of small factories to about a half of the 1,890 figure. The number of factories for 1,879 and 1,890 can be made comparable in another way by selecting the establishments with an output valued at no less than 2,000 rubles. This is possible because the totals from the directory, as quoted above, refer to all registered establishments, whereas the directory entered in its name index of factories only those with an output valued at no less than 2,000 rubles. The number of establishments of this type may be considered approximately comparable, with the exception, however, of the flour milling industry. Registration in this branch is of a completely fortuitous character in different gubernias and for different years both in the directory and in the collection of the Department of Commerce and Manufactures. In some gubernias only steam mills are counted as factories, in others big water mills are added, in the third case hundreds of windmills, and in the fourth even horse mills and treadmills are included, etc. Limitation on the basis of the value of output does not clear up the chaos in statistics on factory-type mills, because, instead of that value the quantity of flour milled is taken, and this, even in very small mills, frequently amounts to more than 2,000 poods a year. The number of mills included in factory statistics, therefore, makes unbelievable leaps from year to year on account of the lack of uniformity in registration methods. The collection, for example, listed 5,073, 5,605 and 5,201 mills in European Russia for the years 1889, 1890, and 1891 respectively. In Voronezh gubernia the number of mills, 87 in 1889, suddenly increased to 285 in 1890 and 483 in 1892 as a result of the accidental inclusion of windmills. In the Don region the number of mills increased from 59 in 1887 to 545 in 1888 and 976 in 1890, then dropping to 685 in 1892, etc., etc. The employment of such data is clearly impermissible. We, therefore, take only steam mills and add to them establishments in other branches of industry with an output value of no less than 2,000 rubles, and the number of factories we get for European Russia in 1879 is about 11,500 and in 1890 about 15,500. From this, again, it follows that there is an increase in the number of factories and not the decrease invented by Mr. Karashev. Mr. Karashev's theory of the process of diminution in the number of establishments in the factory industry of Russia is a pure fable, based on a worse than insufficient acquaintance with the material he undertook to analyze. Mr. Karashev, as long ago as 1889, spoke of the number of factories in Russia, comparing absolutely unsuitable figures taken from the loyal reports of the governors and published in the returns for Russia for 1884–85 with the strange figures of the military statistical abstract, which included among the factories thousands of tiny artisan and handicraft establishments, thousands of tobacco plantations, thousands of rural flour mills and oil presses, etc., etc. Small wonder that in this way the military statistical abstract recorded over 70,000 factories in European Russia in 1866. The wonder is that a man was found who was so inattentive and uncritical with regard to every printed figure as to take it as a basis for his calculations. Here a slight diversion is necessary. From his theory of the diminution of the number of factories Mr. Karashev deduces the existence of a process of the concentration of industry. It goes without saying that, in rejecting his theory, we do not by any means reject the conclusion, since it is only Mr. Karashev's way of arriving at it that is wrong. To demonstrate this process, we must isolate the biggest establishments. Let us take, for example, establishments employing 100 or more workers. Comparing the number of such establishments, the number of workers they employ, and the total value of their output with data on all establishments, we get this table. Asterisk the same sources. Some data for 1879, as already mentioned, have been added approximately. The general data of the directory and the list are incomparable with each other, but here we compare only percentages of the total number of workers and of the total value of output, and these data in their totals are much more reliable than the data on the total number of factories. The estimate of large establishments is taken from Capitalism in Russia, which the present writer is preparing for print. 5. It can be seen from this table that the number of very large establishments is increasing, as well as the number of workers employed and the value of the output, which constitute an ever greater proportion of the total number of workers and the total value of the output of officially registered factories. The objection may be raised that if a concentration of industry is taking place, it means that big establishments are squeezing out the smaller, whose number and, consequently, the total number of establishments, is decreasing. But, firstly, this last deduction is not made in respect of factories but refers to all industrial establishments, and of these we have no right to speak because we have no statistics on industrial establishments that are in the least reliable and complete. Secondly, and from a purely theoretical standpoint, it cannot be said a priori that the number of industrial establishments in a developing capitalist society must inevitably and always diminish, since, simultaneous with the process of the concentration of industry, there is the process of the population's withdrawal from farming, the process of growth in the number of small industrial establishments in the backward parts of the country as a result of the breakup of the semi-natural peasant economy, etc. Let us return to Mr. Karashev. He pays almost the greatest attention of all to those data that are the least reliable. He divides up the gubernias into groups according to the number of factories, he designs a cartogram on which these groups are plotted, he compiles a special table of gubernias having the greatest number of factories in each branch of industry, he presents a mass of calculations in which the number of factories in each gubernia is shown as a percentage of the total. In doing this Mr. Karashev overlooked a mere bagatelle, he forgot to ask himself whether the numbers of factories in different gubernias are comparable. This is a question that must be answered in the negative and, consequently, the greater part of Mr. Karashev's calculations, comparisons, and arguments must he relegated to the sphere of innocent statistical exercises. If the professor had acquainted himself with the definition of factory given in the circular of June 7, 1895, he would easily have concluded that such a vague definition cannot be applied uniformly in different gubernias, and a more attentive study of the list itself could have led him to the same conclusion. Let us cite some examples. Mr. Karashev selects Voronezh, Vyatka, and Vladimir gubernias for the number of establishments in section 11. But the abundance of factories in these gubernias is to be explained primarily by the purely fortuitous registration, specifically in these gubernias, of small establishments such as were not included in other gubernias. In Voronezh gubernia, for instance, there are many factories simply because small flour mills were included, as well as small oil presses, which were not included in other gubernias. In Vyatka gubernia only 3 out of 116 mills are steam-driven, in Vladimir gubernia a dozen windmills and 168 oil presses were included, of which the majority were wind or horse-driven or were worked by hand. The fact that there were fewer establishments in other gubernias, does not, of course, mean that these gubernias were devoid of windmills, small water mills, etc. They were simply not included. In a large number of gubernias steam mills were included almost exclusively, and the flour milling industry accounted for 2,308 factories out of 1,233 in European Russia, according to section 11. It was absurd to speak of the distribution of factories by gubernias without investigating the dissimilarity of the data. Let us take section 9, the processing of minerals. In Vladimir gubernia, for example, there are 96 brickworks and in the Don region, 31, i.e., less than a third of the number. The directory showed the opposite, 16 in Vladimir and 61 in the Don region. It now turns out that, according to the list, out of the 96 brickworks in Vladimir gubernia only 5 employ 16 or more workers, while the analogous figures for the Don region are 26 out of 31. The obvious explanation of this is that in the Don region small brickworks were not so generously classified as factories as in Vladimir gubernia, and that is all. Mr. Karashev does not see any of this. In respect of section X, Mr. Karashev says that the number of establishments is small in almost all gubernias but that an outstanding exception is Nizhny Novgorod gubernia with its 252 factories. This is primarily due to the fact that very many small hand establishments were included in this gubernia and not in the others. Thus, for Mogilev gubernia the list includes only 2 factories in this section, each of them employs more than 15 workers. Dozens of small factories processing livestock products could have been listed in Mogilev Gubernia, in the same way as they were included in the directory for 1890, which showed 99 factories processing livestock products. The question then arises, what sense is there in Mr. Karashev's calculations of the distribution by percentages of factories so differently understood? In order to show more clearly the different conceptions of the term factory in different gubernias, we shall take two neighboring gubernias, Vladimir and Kostroma. According to the list, there are 993 factories in the former and 165 in the latter. In all branches of industry in the former there are tiny establishments that swamp the large ones by their great number. In the latter there are very few small establishments, although everybody realizes that more than a few windmills, oil presses, small starch, brick and pitch works, etc., etc., could be counted in this gubernia. Mr. Karashev's light-minded attitude towards the authenticity of the figures he uses reaches its peak when he compares the number of factories per gubernia for 1894 to 95 with that for 1885. There is a serious dissertation on the increased number of factories in Vyatka gubernia, on the considerably decreased number in Perm gubernia, and on the substantially increased number in Vladimir gubernia, and so on. In this we may see, concludes our author profoundly, that the above-mentioned process of diminution in the number of factories affects places with a more developed and older industry less than those where industry is younger. Such a deduction sounds very scientific, the greater the pity that it is merely nonsensical. The figures used by Mr. Karashev are quite fortuitous. For example, according to the collection, for 1885 to 90 the number of factories in Perm gubernia was 1001, 895, 951, 846, 917, and 1002 respectively, following which, in 1891, the figure suddenly dropped to 585. One of the reasons for these leaps was the inclusion of 469 mills as factories in 1890 and 229 in 1891. If the list gives only 362 factories for that gubernia, it must be borne in mind that it now includes only 66 mills as factories. If the number of factories has increased in Vladimir gubernia, the list's registration of small establishments in that gubernia must be remembered. In Vyatka gubernia, the collection recorded 1-2-230 28-25 mills from 1887 to 1892 and the list, 116. In short, the comparison undertaken by Mr. Karashev demonstrates over and over again that he is quite incapable of analyzing figures from different sources. In giving the numbers of factories in different sections and in computing their ratio to the total number, Mr. Karashev once again fails to notice that there is no uniformity in the number of small establishments included in the various sections. It stands to reason that in this way he is comparing non-comparable magnitudes, with the result that his percentages are devoid of all meaning. In short, on the entire question of the number of factories and their distribution Mr. Karashev has displayed a complete lack of understanding of the nature of the data he has employed and their degree of reliability. As we go over from the number of factories to the number of workers, we must say, in the first place, that the figures for the total number of workers recorded in our factory statistics are much more reliable than those given for the factories. Of course, there is no little confusion here, too, and no lack of omissions and reductions of the actual number. But in this respect we do not find such great divergence in the type of data used, and the excessive variations in the number of small establishments, which are at times included in the number of factories and at others not, have very little effect on the total number of workers, for the simple reason that even a very large percentage of the smallest establishments gives a very small percentage of the total number of workers. We have seen above that for the year 1894 to 95, 74% of the workers were concentrated in 1,468 factories. The number of small factories was 7,919 out of 14,578, i.e., more than a half, and the number of workers in them was something like 7% of the total. This gives rise to the following phenomenon: while there is a tremendous difference in the number of factories in 1890 and in 1894–95, the difference in the number of workers is insignificant. In 1890 the figure was 875,764 workers for 50 gubernias of European Russia, and in 1894–95 it was 885,555. If we deduct from the first figure the number of workers employed in the rail manufacturing and salt refining industries, not included in the list, and from the second figure the number of workers in print shops, not included in the directory, we get 847,615 workers for 1,890 and 869,034 workers for 1,894–95, i.e., 2.5% more. It goes without saying that this percentage cannot express the actual increase, since many small establishments were not included in 1894–95, but, in general, the closeness of these figures shows the relative suitability of the overall data on the total number of workers and their relative reliability. Mr. Karashev, from whom we have taken the total number of workers, does not make an accurate analysis of precisely which branches of industry were included in 1894–95 as compared with former publications, nor does he point out that the list omits many establishments that were formerly included in the number of factories. For his comparison with former statistics he takes the same absurd data of the military statistical abstract and repeats the same nonsense about the alleged reduction in the number of workers relative to the population, which has already been refuted by Mr. Tigan Baranovsky. Since the data on the number of workers are more authentic, they are deserving of a more thorough analysis than the data on the number of factories, but Mr. Karashev has done just the opposite. He does not even group factories together according to the number of workers employed, which is what he should have done in the first place, in view of the fact that the list regards the number of workers as an important distinguishing feature of the factory. It can be seen from the data cited above that the concentration of workers is very great. Instead of grouping factories according to the number of workers employed in them, Mr. Karashev undertook a much simpler calculation, aimed at determining the average number of workers per factory. Since the data on the number of factories are, as we have seen, particularly unreliable, fortuitous, and dissimilar, the calculations are full of errors. Mr. Karashev compares the average number of workers per factory in 1886 with the figure for 1894–95 and from this deduces that the average type of factory is growing larger, not realizing that in 1894–95 only the larger establishments were listed, so that the comparison is incorrect. There is a very strange comparison of the number of workers per factory in the different gubernias. Mr. Karashev obtains the result, for instance, that Kostroma gubernia turns out to have a bigger average type of industry than all other gubernias, 242 workers per factory as compared with, for example, 125 in Vladimir gubernia. It does not enter the learned professor's head that this is due merely to different methods of registration, as we have explained above. Having allowed the difference between the number of large and small establishments in different gubernias to pass unnoticed, Mr. Karashev invented a very simple way of evading the difficulties encountered in this question. Precisely put, he multiplied the average number of workers per factory for the whole of European Russia by the number of factories in each gubernia and indicated the groups he thus obtained on a special cartogram. This, indeed, is really so simple. Why group factories according to the number of workers they employ? Why examine the relative number of large and small establishments in different gubernias, when we can so easily artificially level out the average size of the factories in various gubernias according to one standard? Why try to find out whether there are many or few small and petty establishments included in the number of factories in Vladimir or Kostroma gubernia, when we can simply take the average number of workers per factory throughout European Russia and multiply it by the number of factories in each gubernia? What matters it if such a method equates hundreds of fortuitously registered windmills and oil presses with big factories? The reader, of course, will not notice it, and who knows, he may even believe the statistics invented by Professor Karashev. In addition to workers employed in the establishment, the list has a special category of workers outside the establishment. This includes not only those working at home to the orders of the factory, but also auxiliary workers, and so on. The number of these workers given in the list must not be regarded as an indication of how far advanced in Russia is the development of the so-called outside department of the factory, since there can be no question of anything like a complete registration of such workers under the present system of factory statistics. Mr. Karashev says very thoughtlessly, 66,500 for the whole of Russia with her millions of handicraftsmen and artisans is but a few. Before writing this he had to forget that, if not the greater part, at least a very large part of these millions of handicraftsmen, as is confirmed by all sources, work for jobbers, i.e., are the self-same outside workers. One has only to glance at those pages of the list devoted to districts known for their handicraft industries to be convinced of the thoroughly fortuitous and fragmentary nature of the registration of outside workers. Section 2 of the list, for example, for Nizhny Novgorod Gubernia counts only 28 outside workers in the town of Arzamas and in the suburban Vyazhnaya Sloboda, whereas we know from the transactions of the Commission of Inquiry into Handicraft Industry in Russia that many hundreds handicraftsmen work there for masters. The list does not record any outside workers at all in Semyonovo Yezd, whereas we know from the Zemstvo 6 statistics that over 3,000 handicraftsmen work there for masters in the Feldboot and Insole branches. The list records only one factory employing 17 outside workers in the accordion industry of Tula Gubernia, whereas the cited transactions of the Commission, etc., as early as 1882, listed between 2,000 and 3,000 handicraftsmen working for accordion factory owners. It is, therefore, obvious that to regard the figure of 66,500 outside workers as being in any way authentic and to discuss their distribution by gubernias and branches of industry, as Mr. Karashev does, and even to compile a cartogram, is simply ridiculous. The real significance of these figures lies not at all in the determination of the extent to which capitalist work is done in the home, but in the separation of the workers in the establishments, i.e., factory workers in the strict sense from outside workers. Hitherto these two types of workers have often been confounded. Frequent instances of such confusion are to be found even in the directory for 1890. The list is now making the first attempt to put an end to this state of affairs. The list's figures relating to the annual output of the factories have been analyzed by Mr. Karashev most satisfactorily of all, mainly because that author at last introduced the grouping of factories by the magnitude of their output and not by the usual averages. It is true that the author still cannot rid himself of these averages and even compares the averages for 1894 to 95 with those for 1885, a method that, as we have repeatedly said, is absolutely incorrect. We would note that the total figures for the annual output of factories are much more authentic than the total figures for the number of factories, for the reason, already mentioned, of the minor role of the small establishments. According to the list, there are, for example, only 245 factories in European Russia with an output valued at more than 1 million rubles, i.e., only 1.9%, but they account for 45.6% of the total annual output of all factories in European Russia, while factories with an output valued at less than 5,000 rubles constitute 30.8% of the total number, but account for only 0.6% of the total output, i.e., a most insignificant fraction. We must here note that in these calculations Mr. Karashev ignores the difference between the value of the total output and payment for the processing of raw material. This very important distinction is made for the first time in our factory statistics by the list. It goes without saying that these two magnitudes are absolutely incomparable with each other and that they should have been separated. Mr. Karashev does not do this, and it is to be supposed that the low percentage of annual output of the small establishments is partly due to the inclusion of establishments that showed only the cost of processing the product and not its value. Below we shall give an example of the error into which Mr. Karashev falls through ignoring this circumstance. The fact that the list differentiates between payment for processing and the value of the product and that it does not include the sum of the excise in the price of production makes it impossible to compare these figures with those of previous publications. According to the list, the output of all the factories of European Russia amounts to 1,345 million rubles, while according to the directory for 1,890 it amounted to 1,501 million. But if we subtract the sum of the excise from the second figure, then the first figure will be considerably greater. In the directory, factories were distributed in groups according to the amount of annual output, but this distribution cannot be compared with the data in the list because of the differences in registration methods mentioned above and in the determining of the magnitude of annual output. We have yet another fallacious argument of Mr. Karashev to examine. Here, too, in quoting data on the total annual output of factories in each gubernia, he could not refrain from making comparisons with the data for the years 1885 to 1891, i.e., with the data of the collection. Those data contain no information on production subject to excise, and for that reason Mr. Karashev looks only for gubernias in which the total output for 1894 to 95 is less than in previous years. Such gubernias are to be found to the number of 8, and apropos of this Mr. Karashev argues about the retrograde movement in industry in the less industrial gubernias and says that this may serve as an indication of the difficult position of the small establishments in their competition with big establishments, and so on. All these arguments would probably be very profound if they were not all completely fallacious. And here, too, Mr. Karashev did not notice that he was comparing absolutely non-comparable and dissimilar data. Let us demonstrate this incomparability by data on each of the gubernias indicated by Mr. Karashev. In Perm gubernia the total output in 1890 was 20.3 million rubles, while in 1894 to 95 it was 13.1 million rubles. This includes the flour milling industry, 12.7 million in 1890, and 4.9 million in 1894 to 95. The seeming reduction, therefore, is simply a matter of the fortuitous registration of different numbers of mills. The number of steam mills, for example, increased from 4 in 1890 and 1891 to 6 in 1894 to 95. The reduction of output in Simbursk gubernia is to be explained in the same way. In Vyatka gubernia the total output was 8.4 million rubles in 1890 and 6.7 million in 1894 to 95, a reduction of 1.7 million rubles. Here, in 1890, two metallurgical works, the Fotkinsk and the Ajavsk, were included, with a combined output valued at precisely 1.7 million rubles. In 1894 to 95 they were not included because they were subordinated to the Department of Mines and Metallurgy. Astrakhan gubernia, 2.5 million rubles in 1890 and 2.1 million in 1894 to 95. But in 1890 the salt refining industry was included, while in 1894 to 95 it was not, because it belongs to the mining industries. Pskov gubernia, 2.7 million rubles in 1890 and 2.3 million in 1894 to 95, but 45 flax scutching establishments with a total output of 1.2 million rubles were counted in 1890, and in 1894 to 95 only 4 flax spinning establishments with an output valued at 248,000 rubles. It stands to reason that the flax scutching establishments in Pskov gubernia have not disappeared but were simply not included in the list. In Bessarabia gubernia the output of the flour mills was registered in different ways, although a similar number of mills was recorded both in 1890 and in 1894 to 95. In 1890 the quantity of flour milled was computed 4.3 million poods valued at 4.3 million rubles, while in 1894 to 95 the majority of the mills recorded only payment for milling, so that their total output cannot be compared with the figure for 1890. The following instances will illustrate the difference. Levinson's two mills recorded an output of 335,000 rubles in 1890, and in 1894 to 95 recorded only 69,000 rubles payment for milling. Schwartzberg's mill, on the contrary, showed the value of the product in 1890 as 125,000 rubles, and in 1894 to 95 as 175,000 rubles, out of the total sum for the flour milling industry in 1894 to 95, 1,400,000 rubles are accounted for by the value of the product and 0.4 million rubles as payment for milling. The same is true of Vitebsk Gubernia. In 1892 41 mills with a total output figure of 3.6 million rubles, and in 1894-95 82 mills with a total output figure of 120,000 rubles, the majority of the mills showing only payment for milling, so that more than a half of the sum of 120,000 rubles does not represent the value of the product but payment for milling. And, finally, in the last gubernia, Archangel, the retrograde movement in industry discovered by Mr. Karashev is explained simply by a strange error in his calculations. In actual fact, the total value of the output of the Archangel factories, according to the list, is not the 1.3 million rubles twice quoted by Mr. Karashev, but 6.9 million rubles, of which 6.5 million rubles was accounted for by 18 sawmills. Summarizing what has been said above, we come to the conclusion that Mr. Karashev's approach to the material he was analyzing was astonishingly inattentive and devoid of criticism, so that he committed a whole series of the crudest errors. With regard to the calculations based on the list figures that he made together with his colleagues, it must be said that they lose much in statistical value from the fact that Mr. Karashev did not publish full totals, i.e., total numbers of factories, workers, value of output for all gubernias and all branches of industry. The purely statistical analysis of the material, therefore, proved extremely fragmentary, incomplete, and unsystematic, and Mr. Karashev's deductions, made in too great a hurry, serve, for the most part, as an example of how not to work with figures. Returning to the question raised above on the present state of our factory statistics, we must say, first of all, that if complete and reliable production figures are an urgent necessity, then, to obtain them, a correctly organized industrial census is essential, one that will register each and every industrial establishment, enterprise, and kind of work, and that will be taken regularly at definite intervals of time. If the data on occupations in the first census 7 of the population, taken on January 28, 1897, prove satisfactory, and if they are analyzed in detail, they will greatly facilitate the taking of an industrial census. As long as there are no such censuses, it can only be a question of registering some of the big industrial establishments. It must be conceded that the present system of collecting and processing statistical information on such big establishments is unsatisfactory in the highest degree. Its first shortcoming is the division of factory statistics among various departments and the absence of a special, purely statistical institution that centralizes the collecting, checking, and classifying of all information on all types of factories. When you analyze the data of our present-day factory statistics, you find yourself on territory that is intersected in all directions by the boundaries of various departments. It sometimes happens that these boundaries pass through a certain factory, so that one section of a factory comes under the Department of Mines and Metallurgy, while another section comes under the Department of Commerce and Manufactures. It can be understood how this makes the use of the data difficult and into what errors those investigators risk falling who do not pay sufficient attention to this complicated question. With regard to the checking of the information, it must be said in particular that the factory inspectorate will, naturally, never be in a position to check the extent to which all information supplied by all factory owners corresponds to reality. Under a system of the present-day type, the chief attention should be paid to ensuring that the central statistical institution have direct contact with all factory owners, systematically control the uniformity of the returns, and see to their completeness and to the dispatch of questionnaires to all industrial centers of any importance, that it thus prevent the fortuitous inclusion of dissimilar data, or different applications and interpretations of the program. The second basic shortcoming of present-day statistics lies in the fact that the program for the gathering of information has not been elaborated. If this program is prepared in offices and is not submitted to the criticism of specialists and to an all-round discussion in the press, the information never can be in any way complete and uniform. We have seen, for example, how unsatisfactorily even the basic programmatic question, "What is a factory?" is being solved. Since there is no industrial census, and the system employed is that of gathering information from the industrialists themselves, the concept factory should most certainly be defined with complete accuracy and limited to big establishments of such size as to warrant our expectation that they will be registered everywhere and in their entirety without omissions. It appears that the fundamental elements of the definition of a factory establishment as at present accepted have been quite well chosen. 1. The number of workers employed in the establishment to be no fewer than 15, and 2. The presence of a steam engine. Although extreme caution should be exercised in extending this definition, it is an unfortunate fact that to these distinguishing characteristics have been added other, quite indeterminate ones. If, for instance, the bigger establishments employing water power must not be omitted, it should be shown with absolute accuracy what establishments of this type are subject to registration. If it is considered essential to include smaller establishments in some branches, these branches must be listed very precisely, and other definite features of the concept factory establishments must be given. Those branches in which factory establishments merge with handicraft or agricultural establishments should be given special attention. We believe that the two characteristics we have given of the concept factory should in no case be extended, because even such relatively big establishments can scarcely be registered without omissions under the existing system of gathering information. A reform of the system may be expressed either in partial and insignificant changes or in the introduction of full industrial censuses. As far as the extent of the information is concerned, i.e., the number of questions asked the industrialists, here, too, a radical distinction has to be made between an industrial census and statistics of the present-day type. It is only possible and necessary to strive for complete information in the first case. In the second case great caution must be exercised. It is better to obtain relatively little reliable, complete, and uniform information than a lot of fragmentary, doubtful information that cannot be used for comparisons. The only addition undoubtedly necessary is that of questions on machinery in use and on the amount of output. In saying that our factory statistics are unsatisfactory in the highest degree, we do not by any means wish to imply that their data are not deserving of attention and analysis. Quite the contrary. We have examined in detail the shortcomings of the existing system in order to stress the necessity for a particularly thorough analysis of the data. The chief and basic purpose of this analysis should be the separation of the wheat from the chaff, the separation of the relatively useful material from the useless. As we have seen, the chief mistake made by Mr. Karashev consists precisely in the failure to make such a separation. The figures on factories are the least reliable, and under no circumstances can they be used without a thorough preliminary analysis. The number of workers and the output values are much more reliable in the grand totals. If the more detailed totals are taken, it is possible that the data will prove unsuited for comparison and their use conducive to error. The fables of the reduction of the number of factories in Russia and of the number of factory workers, fables that have been so zealously disseminated by the Narodniks 8, can only be explained as due to the ignoring of all these circumstances. As far as the analysis of the material itself is concerned, it must undoubtedly be based on information on each separate factory, i.e., card index information. The cards must, first and foremost, be grouped by territorial units. The gubernia is too big a unit. The question of the distribution of industry is so important that the classification must be for individual cities, suburbs, villages, and groups of villages that form industrial centers or districts. Further, grouping by branches of industry is essential. In this respect, our latest factory statistical system has, in our opinion, introduced an undesirable change, causing a radical rupture with the old subdivision into branches of industry that has predominated right from the 60s. The list made a new grouping of industries in 12 sections. If the data are taken by sections only, we get an excessively broad framework embracing branches of production of the most diverse character and throwing them together. If these sections are subdivided in detail into separate branches, we get groups that are far too detailed, over 300 of them. The old system that had 10 sections and about 100 branches of production seems to us to have been much happier. Furthermore, it is essential to group the factories according to the number of workers, the type of motive power, as well as according to the amount of output. Such a grouping is particularly necessary from the purely theoretical standpoint for the study of the condition and development of industry and for the separation of relatively useful from useless data in the material at hand. The absence of such a grouping is the most significant shortcoming of our present publications on factory statistics, which allow only average figures to be determined, quite often absolutely false and loading to serious errors. Lastly, grouping under all these headings should not be limited to a determination of the number of establishments in each group, but must be accompanied by a calculation of the number of workers and aggregate output in each group, in establishments employing both machine and hand labor, etc. In other words, combined tables are necessary as well as group tables. It would be a mistake to think that such an analysis involves an inordinate amount of labor. The Zemstvo statistical bureaus with their modest budgets and small staffs carry out much more complicated work for each uyezd. They analyze 20,000, 30,000, and 40,000 separate cards. Moreover, the volume of information on each card is incomparably greater. There are several hundred columns in the Zemstvo statistical abstracts, whereas in the list there are less than 20. Notwithstanding this, the best Zemstvo statistical abstracts not only provide group tables under various headings, but also combined tables, i.e., those showing a combination of various features. Such an analysis of the data would, firstly, provide the requisite material for economic science. Secondly, it would fully decide the question of separating relatively useful from useless data. Such an analysis would immediately disclose the fortuitous character of data on some branches of industry, some gubernias, some points of the program, etc. An opportunity would be provided to extract relatively full, reliable, and uniform material. Valuable indications would be obtained of the way in which these qualities can be assured in the future. Written in August 1898. Published in 1898 in the collection Economic Studies and Essays by Vladimir Ilyin. Published according to the text in the collection. Review. A. Bogdanov. A Short Course of Economic Science. Moscow, 1897. Publa Muranova's Bookshop. 290 pp. Price 2 rubles. Mr. Bogdanov's book is a remarkable manifestation in our economic literature. Not only is it no superfluous guide among a number of others, it is by far the best of them. In this note, therefore, we intend to call the reader's attention to the outstanding merits of the book and to indicate a few minor points which could, in our opinion, be improved upon in future editions, in view of the lively interest displayed by our reading public in economic questions. It is to be expected that further editions of this useful book will soon be forthcoming. The chief merit of Mr. Bogdanov's course is the strict adherence to a definite line from the first page to the last, in a book that treats of many and very extensive problems. From the outset the author gives a clear-cut and precise definition of political economy as the science that studies the social relations of production and distribution in their development, and he never deviates from this point of view, one that is often but poorly understood by learned professors of political economy who lapse from the social relations of production to production in general and fill their ponderous courses with a pile of empty banalities and examples that have nothing to do with social science. Alien to the author is the scholasticism that often impels compilers of textbooks to indulge in definitions and in an analysis of every aspect of each definition. The clarity of his exposition actually gains, rather than loses, by this, and the reader gets a clear conception, for example, of such a category as capital, both in the social and in the historical sense. In his course, Mr. Bogdanov bases the sequence of his exposition on the view that political economy is the science of the historically developing systems of social production. He begins his course with a brief exposition of general concepts of the science and ends with a brief history of economic views, outlining the subject of the science in section C, the process of economic development. He does not give his outline dogmatically, but by means of a characteristic of the periods of economic development in their proper sequence, the periods of primitive clan communism, slavery, feudalism, and guilds, and, finally, capitalism. This is precisely what an exposition of political economy should be. The objection may be raised that under these circumstances the author is inevitably compelled to break up one and the same theoretical division between different periods and thereby repeat himself. But this purely formal shortcoming is more than compensated by the fundamental merits of the historical exposition. And is it really a shortcoming? The repetitions are quite insignificant and are of benefit to the beginner because he is better able to grasp the more important postulates. The treatment of the various functions of money in the various periods of economic development, for example, shows the student clearly that the theoretical analysis of these functions is not based on abstract speculation but on a precise study of what actually happened in the course of the historical development of mankind. It provides a more complete conception of the particular, historically determined, systems of social economy. The whole task of a handbook of political economy is, of course, to give the student of that science the fundamental concepts of the different systems of social economy and of the basic features of each system. The whole task is one of placing in the hands of the student who has mastered the elementary handbook a reliable guide to the further study of the subject, so that, having understood that the most important problems of contemporary social life are intimately bound up with problems of economic science, he may acquire an interest in this study. In 99 cases out of 100 this is precisely what is lacking in handbooks of political economy. Their shortcoming is due not so much to the fact that they are usually limited to one system of social economy as to their inability to focus the reader's attention on the basic features of that system. They are unable to give a clear definition of its historical significance and to show the process of its emergence, on the one hand, and the tendencies of its further development, on the other. They are unable to represent the different aspects and different manifestations of contemporary economic life as component parts of a definite system of social economy, as manifestations of the basic features of that system. They are unable to give the reader reliable guidance, because they do not usually adhere to one particular line with complete consistency, and, lastly, they are unable to interest the student, because they have an extremely narrow and incoherent conception of the significance of economic questions and present economic, political, moral, and other factors in poetic disorder. Only the materialist conception of history can bring light into this chaos and open up the possibility for a broad, coherent, and intelligent view of a specific system of social economy as the foundation of a specific system of man's entire social life. The outstanding merit of Mr. Bogdanov's course is that the author adheres consistently to historical materialism. In outlining a definite period of economic development in his exposition he usually gives a sketch of the political institutions, the family relations, and the main currents of social thought in connection with the basic features of the economic system under discussion. The author explains how the particular economic system gave rise to a certain division of society into classes and shows how these classes manifested themselves in the political, family, and intellectual life of that historical period, and how the interests of these classes were reflected in certain schools of economic thought, for example, how the interests of developing capitalism were expressed by the school of free competition and how, at a later period, the interests of the same class were expressed by the school of vulgar economists, the apologist school. The author rightly points out the connection between the position of definite classes and the historical school, as well as the school of cathedral reformers 9, which, with its empty and false conception of the non-class origin and significance of juridico-political institutions, etc., must be characterized as the school of compromise. The author connects the theories of Sismondi and Proudhon with the development of capitalism and with good reason relegates them to the category of petty bourgeois economists. He shows the roots of their ideas in the interests of a specific class in capitalist society, the class that occupies the middle, transitional place, and recognizes without circumlocution the reactionary import of such ideas. Thanks to the consistency of his views and his ability to examine the different aspects of economic life in their relation to the fundamental features of the economic system under discussion, the author has given a correct assessment of such phenomena as the participation of the workers in the profits of an enterprise or the production associations which, being organized within capitalist relations, in reality serve only to increase the petty bourgeoisie. We know that it is precisely these features of Mr. Bogdanov's course that will give rise to more than a few reproaches. It stands to reason that representatives and supporters of the ethico-sociological school in Russia 10 will be dissatisfied. Among the dissatisfied there will also be those who assume that the question of the economic conception of history is purely academic, and many others. But apart from this, one might say partisan dissatisfaction, the objection will be raised that the posing of questions so extensively has led to the extraordinarily condensed exposition of the short course which, in the brief space of 290 pages, deals with all periods of economic development, from the clan community and savagery to capitalist cartels and trusts, as well as the political and family life of the world of antiquity and the Middle Ages, and with the history of economic views. Mr. A. Bogdanov's exposition really is condensed to the highest degree, as he himself states in his preface, wherein he says plainly that his book is a conspectus. There is no doubt that some of the author's terse notes, dealing mostly with facts of a historical character, but sometimes with more detailed problems of theoretical economics, will not be understood by the beginner who wishes to learn something of political economy. We, however, do not think that the author should be blamed for this. We would even say, without fear of being accused of paradoxes, that such notes should be regarded as a merit and not a shortcoming of the book under review. For, indeed, were the author to think of giving a detailed exposition, explanation, and basis for every such note, his book would have attained immeasurable dimensions quite out of keeping with the purposes of a short guide. And it would be impossible to outline, in any course, no matter how extensive, all the data of modern science on all periods of economic development and on the history of economic views from Aristotle to Wagner. Had he discarded all such notes, his book would positively have been worsened by the reduction of the scope and significance of political economy. In their present form these terse notes will, we think, be of great benefit both to teachers and students who use the book. Concerning the former this is more than true. The latter will see from the sum total of these notes that political economy cannot be studied carelessly, mere nix dir nix, without any previous knowledge, and without making the acquaintance of very many and very important problems in history, statistics, etc. Students will see that they cannot become acquainted with problems of social economy in its development and its influence on social life from one or even from several textbooks or courses that are often distinguished by their facility of exposition as well as by their amazing emptiness, their meaningless phrase-mongering, that the most vitally important questions of history and present-day reality are indissolubly bound up with economic questions and that the roots of the latter are to be found in the social relations of production. Such, indeed, is the chief purpose of any guidebook, to give the basic concepts of the subject under discussion and to show in what direction it is to be studied in greater detail and why such a study is important. Let us now turn to the second part of our remarks and point out those places in Mr. Bogdanov's book that, in our opinion, stand in need of correction or expansion. We hope the respected author will not demur at the trivial and even hole-picking nature of these remarks. In a conspectus, individual phrases and even individual words have incomparably greater significance than in an extensive and detailed exposition. Mr. Bogdanov, in general, uses only the terminology of the school of economics to which he adheres. But when he speaks of the form of value, he replaces that term by the expression formula of exchange. This seems to us to be an unfortunate expression. The term form of value is really inconvenient in a brief handbook, and it would probably be better to say instead, form of exchange or stage of development of exchange, since, otherwise, we get such expressions as predominance of the second formula of exchange. In speaking of capital, the author was mistaken in omitting the general formula of capital, which would have helped the student to master the fact that trading and industrial capital are of the same kind. In describing capitalism, the author omitted the question of the growth of the commercial industrial population at the expense of the agricultural population and that of the concentration of the population in the big cities. This gap is felt all the more because the author, in speaking of the Middle Ages, dealt in detail with the relations between countryside and town, while in respect of the modern town he said only a couple of words about the countryside being subordinated to it. In discussing the history of industry, the author determinately placed the domestic system of capitalist production midway between artisan production and manufacture. This simplification does not seem to us, in the present case, to be very convenient. The author of Capital described capitalist domestic industry in the section on machine industry and attributed it directly to the transforming effect which the latter exerts on old forms of labor. Actually, those forms of domestic labor that prevail, both in Europe and in Russia, in the dressmaking industry, for example, cannot by any means be placed midway between artisan production and manufacture. They come later than manufacture in the historical development of capitalism, and it would have been worthwhile, we think, to say a few words about this. In the chapter on the machine period of capitalism, a noticeable gap is the absence of a paragraph on the reserve army and capitalist overpopulation, engendered by machine industry, on its significance in the cyclical development of industry, and on its chief forms. The very scanty mention the author makes of these phenomena on pages 205 and 270 are clearly insufficient. The author's statement that during the past 50 years profit has been increasing more rapidly than rent is too bold an assertion. Not only Ricardo, but Marx as well affirms the general tendency of rent to increase with particular rapidity under all and any circumstances. That reduction in grain prices, brought about recently by the competition of the virgin fields of America, Australia, etc., became acute only in the 70s, and Engels' note to the section on rent, devoted to the present-day agrarian crisis, is formulated with much greater caution. Engels here postulates the law of the growth of rent in civilized countries, which explains the amazing vitality of the class of big landlords, and further says only that this vitality is gradually being exhausted. The paragraphs devoted to farming are also marked by excessive brevity. The paragraph on rent shows only in the barest outline that it is conditioned by capitalist farming. In order to avoid all sorts of misunderstandings, a few words, in greater detail, should have been said about the emergence of the rural bourgeoisie, the condition of the farm laborers, and the difference in their condition and that of the factory workers. It is also a pity that the author did not touch on the genesis of capitalist rent. After the mention he made of the Colony 13 and dependent peasants and, further, of the rent paid by our peasants, he should have given a brief characteristic of the course taken by the development of rent from labor rent to rent in kind, then to money rent, and finally to capitalist rent. In treating of the supplanting of subsidiary industries by capitalism and the resultant loss of stability experienced by peasant economy, the author expresses himself as follows: in general, the peasant economy becomes poorer, the sum total of values produced decreases. This is most inexact. The process of the ruination of the peasantry by capitalism consists in its dispossession by the rural bourgeoisie, which derives from that same peasantry. Mr. Bogdanov could hardly, for example, describe the decline of peasant farming in Germany without mentioning the Wallbauer in the place mentioned. The author speaks of the peasantry in general, and follows this up immediately with an example from Russian reality. Well, to speak of the Russian peasantry in general is a more than risky business. On the same page the author says, the peasant either engages in farming alone or he goes to the manufactory, that is, we add on our own part, B becomes either a rural bourgeois or a proletarian. Mention should have been made of this two-sided process. Lastly, we must mention the absence of examples from Russian life as a general drawback of the book. On very many questions such examples taken from our economic literature would have been of great importance, since the absence of examples with which he is familiar makes it much more difficult for the beginner to master the subject. It seems to us that the filling of these gaps would not greatly increase the size of the book and would not increase the difficulty of distributing it widely, which is very desirable in all respects. Written in February 1898. Published in April 1898. In the magazine Mir Bazhit, No. 4. Published according to the text in the magazine. A note on the question of the market theory. The question of markets in capitalist society, it will be remembered, occupied a highly important place in the theory of the Narodnik economists headed by Messrs. VV and N. It is, therefore, perfectly natural that economists who adopt a negative attitude towards the Narodnik theories should deem it essential to call attention to this problem and to explain, first and foremost, the basic, abstract theoretical points of the market theory. An attempt to offer such an explanation was undertaken by Mr. Tugin Baranovsky in 1894 in his book, Industrial Crises in Modern England, Chapter 1, Part 2, The Market Theory. Last year, Mr. Bulgakov devoted his book, Markets Under Capitalist Production, to the same problem. The two authors are in agreement in their basic views. The central feature of both is an exposition of the noteworthy analysis, the circulation and reproduction of the aggregate social capital, an analysis made by Marx in the third section of Volume 2 of Capital. The two authors agree that the theories propounded by Messrs. VV and N on the market in capitalist society are completely erroneous and are due either to an ignoring or a misunderstanding of Marx's analysis. Both authors recognize the fact that developing capitalist production creates its own market mainly for means of production and not for articles of consumption, that the realization of the product in general and of surplus value in particular is fully explicable without the introduction of a foreign market, that the necessity of a foreign market for a capitalist country is not due to the conditions of realization, but to historical conditions, and so on. It would seem that Messrs. Bulgakov and Tugin Baranovsky, being in such complete accord, would have nothing to argue about and that they could direct their joint efforts to a further and more detailed criticism of Narodnik economics. But in actual fact a polemic arose between these two writers. In our opinion both Mr. Bulgakov and Mr. Tugin Baranovsky have gone a bit too far in their polemic and have given their remarks too personal a character. Let us try and discover whether there is any real difference between them and, if there is, which of them has the greater right on his side. To begin with, Mr. Tugin Baranovsky charges Mr. Bulgakov with possessing little originality and with liking too much Gerari in verba magistri. The solution I set forth as regards the question of the role of the foreign market for a capitalist country, says Mr. Tugin Baranovsky, adopted in toto by Mr. Bulgakov, is not taken from Marx at all. We believe this statement to be untrue, for it was precisely from Marx that Mr. Tugin Baranovsky took his solution to the question. Mr. Bulgakov no doubt also took it from the same source, so that the argument should not be about originality but about the understanding of a certain postulate of Marx, about the need to expound Marx in one way or in another. Mr. Tugin Baranovsky says that Marx does not touch at all on the question of the foreign market in the second volume. This is not true. In that same section of the second volume, wherein he analyzes the realization of the product, Marx very definitely explains the relationship of foreign trade and, consequently, of the foreign market, to this question. He says the following: capitalist production does not exist at all without foreign commerce. but when one assumes normal annual reproduction on a given scale, one also assumes that foreign commerce only replaces home products by articles of other use or bodily form, without affecting value relations, hence without affecting either the value relations in which the two categories means of production and articles of consumption mutually exchange, or the relations between constant capital, variable capital, and surplus value, into which the value of the product of each of these categories may be divided. The involvement of foreign commerce in analyzing the annually reproduced value of products can therefore only confuse without contributing any new element of the problem, or of its solution. For this reason it must be entirely discarded. Mr. Tagan-Baranovsky's solution of the question, namely, in any country importing goods from abroad there may be a surplus of capital, a foreign market is absolutely essential to such a country, is merely a paraphrase of Marx's postulate. Marx says that in analyzing realization foreign trade must not be taken into consideration, since it only replaces one article by another. In analyzing the question of realization, Mr. Tagan-Baranovsky says, that a country importing goods must export them, that is, must have a foreign market. One may ask, can it be said after this that Mr. Tagan-Baranovsky's solution of the question is not taken from Marx at all? Mr. Tagan-Baranovsky says further that volumes 2 and 3 of Capital constitute a far from finished rough draft, and that for this reason we do not find in volume 3 conclusions drawn from the splendid analysis given in volume 2. This statement too is inaccurate. In addition to individual analyses of social reproduction 16, there is an explanation of how and to what extent the realization of constant capital is independent of individual consumption, and we find in Volume 3 a special chapter devoted to conclusions drawn from the splendid analysis given in Volume 2, a chapter in which the results of the analysis are applied to the solution of the exceedingly important question of the forms of social revenue in capitalist society. Lastly, we must point out the equal inaccuracy of Mr. Tagan-Baranovsky's assertion that Marx, in Volume 3 of Capital, speaks in a quite different manner on the given question, and that in Volume 3 we can even find statements that are decisively refuted by that analysis. On page 122 of his article, Mr. Tagan-Baranovsky quotes two such passages from Marx that allegedly contradict the basic doctrine. Let us examine them closely. In Volume 3 Marx says, the conditions of direct exploitation, and those of realizing it, are not identical. They diverge not only in place and time, but also logically. The first are only limited by the productive power of society, the latter by the proportional relation of the various branches of production and the consumer power of society. The more productiveness develops, the more it finds itself at variance with the narrow basis on which the conditions of consumption rest. Point 17. Mr. Tagan-Baranovsky interprets these words as follows: the mere proportional distribution of national production does not guarantee the possibility of marketing the products. The products may not find a market even if the distribution of production is proportional. This is apparently the meaning of the above quoted words of Marx. No, this is not the meaning of those words. There are no grounds for seeing in them some sort of a correction to the theory of realization expounded in Volume 2. Marx is here merely substantiating that contradiction of capitalism which he indicated in other places in Capital, that is, the contradiction between the tendency toward the unlimited expansion of production and the inevitability of limited consumption. Mr. Tagan-Baranovsky will, of course, not dispute the fact that this contradiction is inherent in capitalism, and since Marx points to this in the passage quoted, we have no right to look for some other meaning in his words. The consumer power of society and the proportional relation of the various branches of production, these are not conditions that are isolated, independent of, and unconnected with, each other. On the contrary, a definite condition of consumption is one of the elements of proportionality. In actual fact, the analysis of realization showed that the formation of a home market for capitalism owes less to articles of consumption than to means of production. From this it follows that Department I of social production can and must develop more rapidly than Department II. Obviously, it does not follow from this that the production of means of production can develop in complete independence of the production of articles of consumption and outside of all connection with it. In respect of this, Marx says, as we have seen, continuous circulation takes place between constant capital and constant capital. It is at first independent of individual consumption because it never enters the latter. But this consumption definitely limits it nevertheless, since constant capital is never produced for its own sake but solely because more of it is needed in spheres of production whose products go into individual consumption. Point 18 in the final analysis, therefore, productive consumption is always bound up with individual consumption and is always dependent on it. Inherent in capitalism, on the one hand, is the tendency toward the limitless expansion of productive consumption, toward the limitless expansion of accumulation and production, and, on the other, the proletarization of the masses of the people that sets quite narrow limits for the expansion of individual consumption. It is obvious that we have here a contradiction in capitalist production, and in the above quoted passage Marx simply reaffirms this contradiction. The analysis of realization in Volume 2 does not in any way refute this contradiction, it shows, on the contrary, the connection between productive and personal consumption. It stands to reason that it would be a serious error to conclude from this contradiction of capitalism that capitalism is impossible or unprogressive as compared with former economic regimes. Capitalism cannot develop except in a whole series of contradictions, and the indication of these contradictions merely explains to us the historically transitory nature of capitalism, explains the conditions and causes of its tendency to go forward to a higher form. Summarizing all that has been said above, we arrive at the following conclusion: the solution of the question of the role of the foreign market as expounded by Mr. Tugan-Baranovsky was taken precisely from Marx. There is no contradiction whatsoever on the question of realization between volumes 2 and 3 of Capital. Let us proceed. Mr. Bulgakov accuses Mr. Tugan-Baranovsky of an incorrect assessment of the market theories of pre-Marxian economists. Mr. Tugan-Baranovsky accuses Mr. Bulgakov of uprooting Marx's ideas from the scientific soil in which they grew and of picturing matters as though Marx's views had no connection with those of his predecessors. This last reproach is absolutely groundless, for Mr. Bulgakov not only did not express such an absurd opinion but, on the contrary, cited the views of representatives of various pre-Marxian schools. In our opinion, both Mr. Bulgakov and Mr. Tugan-Baranovsky, in outlining the history of the question, were wrong in paying too little attention to Adam Smith, who absolutely should have been treated in the greatest detail in a special exposition of the market theory, absolutely because it was precisely Adam Smith who was the founder of that fallacious doctrine of the division of the social product into variable capital and surplus value, which persisted until Marx and which, not only prevented the solution of the question of realization, but did not even pose it correctly. Mr. Bulgakov says in all justice that with incorrect premises and a false formulation of the problem itself, these disputes could only lead to empty, scholastic discussions. The author, incidentally, devoted only one page to Adam Smith, omitting the brilliant, detailed analysis of Adam Smith's theory given by Marx in the 19th chapter of Volume 2 of Capital 23 and instead dwelt on the theories of the secondary and unoriginal theoreticians, J. S. Mill and von Kirchmann. As far as Mr. Tugan-Baranovsky is concerned, he ignored Adam Smith altogether and, as a result, in his outline of the views of later economists omitted their fundamental error. It goes without saying that under these circumstances the exposition must be satisfactory. We shall confine ourselves to two examples. Having outlined his scheme number 1 that explains simple reproduction, Mr. Tugan-Baranovsky says, but the case of simple reproduction assumed by us does not, of course, give rise to any doubts. The capitalists, according to our assumption, consume all their profits, so it is obvious that the supply of commodities will not exceed the demand. This is wrong. It was not at all obvious to former economists, for they could not explain even the simple reproduction of social capital, and, indeed, it cannot be explained unless it is understood that the value of the social product is divided into constant capital plus variable capital plus surplus value, and in its material form into two great departments: means of production and articles of consumption. For this reason even this case gave Adam Smith cause for doubts, in which, as Marx showed, he got tangled up. If the later economists repeated Smith's error without sharing his doubts, this only shows that they had taken a step backwards in theory as far as the present question is concerned. It is likewise incorrect for Mr. Tugan-Baranovsky to state, the Say-Ricardo doctrine is correct theoretically, if its opponents had taken the trouble to make numerical computations of the way commodities are distributed in capitalist economy, they would easily have understood that their refutation of this theory contains a logical contradiction. No. The Say-Ricardo doctrine is incorrect theoretically. Ricardo repeated Smith's error, and Say put the finishing touches to it by maintaining that the difference between the gross and the net product of society is fully subjective. And however hard Say-Ricardo and their opponents had applied themselves to numerical computations, they would never have reached a solution, because this is not merely a matter of figures, as Bulgakov has rightly remarked in respect of another passage in Mr. Tugan-Baranovsky's book. We now come to another subject for dispute between Messrs. Bulgakov and Tugan-Baranovsky, the question of numerical schemes and their significance. Mr. Bulgakov maintains that Mr. Tugan-Baranovsky's schemes, owing to their departure from the model-only weapon against the agrarian crisis is, with the exception of fortuitous favorable combinations on the world market, the auctioning of all capitalist landed properties. The conclusion drawn by Parvis, therefore, coincides, by and large, with Engels' opinion. In Volume 3 of Capital, Engels pointed to the fact that the present-day agricultural crisis makes the ground rents formerly obtained by European landowners impossible. 26 We strongly recommend to all readers who are interested in the questions mentioned above to acquaint themselves with Parvis' book. It is an excellent reply to the current Narodnik arguments on the present agricultural crisis, which are constantly to be met with in the Narodnik press and which suffer from a most essential shortcoming. The fact of the crisis is examined in disconnection from the general development of world capitalism. It is examined, not from the standpoint of definite social classes, but solely for the purpose of deducing the petty bourgeois moral on the viability of small peasant farming. The translation of Parvis' book can, on the whole, be considered satisfactory, although in places awkward and heavy turns of speech are to be met with. Written in February 1899. Published in March 1899. In the magazine Nakalo 27 No. 3. Signed, V.L. Elian. Published according to the text in the magazine. Underscore. Review. R. Gvozdev. Kulak usury, its social and economic significance. St. Petersburg, 1899. Publ and Garin. Mr. Gvozdev's book sums up data gathered by our economic literature on the interesting question of kulak usurers. The author mentions a number of indications of the development of commodity circulation and production in the pre-reform period that brought about the emergence of trading and usurers' capital. He then reviews the material on usury in grain production, on kulakism, in connection with migration, handicraft industries, and peasants' auxiliary employments, as well as in connection with taxation and credit. Mr. Gvozdev rightly points out that representatives of Narodnik economics have held a wrong view of kulakism, regarding it as some sort of an excrescence on the organism of people's production and not as one of the forms of capitalism, closely and indivisibly bound up with the entire Russian social economy. The Narodniks ignored the connection between kulakism and the differentiation of the peasantry, the closeness of the village usurer bloodsuckers and others to the enterprising muzhiks, those representatives of the rural petty bourgeoisie in Russia. The survivals of medieval institutions that still weigh down on our countryside create tremendous barriers against the investment of small amounts of capital in production, against their employment in agriculture and industry. The natural result of all this is the tremendous prevalence of the lowest and worst forms of capital, viz., trading and usurers' capital. In the midst of a mass of economically weak peasants dragging out an existence of semi-starvation on their small allotments, the small group of prosperous peasants inevitably turns into exploiters of the worst type, enslaving the poor by money loans, winter hiring 31 etc., etc. Outdated institutions hindering the growth of capitalism both in agriculture and in industry thereby reduce the demand for labor power but, at the same time, do not protect the peasant from the most shameless and uncurbed exploitation or even from starving to death. A rough estimate of the sums paid by indigent peasants to the kulaks and usurers, quoted by Mr. Gvozdev in his book, shows clearly the groundlessness of the usual comparison made between the Russian allotment-holding peasantry and the West European proletariat. In actual fact the masses of that peasantry are in a far worse condition than is the rural proletariat in the West. In actual fact our indigent peasants are paupers and the years in which it is necessary to take extraordinary measures of help for millions of starving peasants occur with overgrowing frequency. If the fiscal institutions did not artificially lump together the prosperous and poor peasantry, the latter would undoubtedly have to be officially regarded as paupers, which would more accurately and more truthfully define the attitude of modern society to those strata of the population. Mr. Gvozdev's book is valuable because it gives a summary of data on the process of non-proletarian impoverishment and very justly describes this process as the lowest and worst form of the differentiation of the peasantry. Mr. Gvozdev is apparently well acquainted with Russian economic literature, but his book would have gained had he given less space to quotations from various magazines and allowed more space for an independent study of the material. The Narodnik analysis of the available material usually leaves untouched the aspects of the given question that are most important from the theoretical point of view. Furthermore, Mr. Gvozdev's own arguments are frequently too sweeping and general. This must be said, in particular, of the chapter on handicraft industries. The style of the book suffers, at times, from mannerisms and haziness. Written in February 1899. Published in March 1899. In the magazine Nakalo, No. 3. Signed, V.L. Ilian. Published according to the text in the magazine. Underscore. Review. Commercial and Industrial Russia. Handbook for Merchants and Factory Owners. Compiled under the editorship of A. Blau, head of the Statistical Division of the Department of Commerce and Manufactures. St. Petersburg, 1899. Price 10 rubles. The publishers of this gigantic tome set themselves the aim of filling a gap in our economic literature, that is, to give at one and the same time the addresses of commercial and industrial establishments throughout Russia and information on the condition of the various branches of industry. No objection could be made to such a combination of reference and scientific statistical material, were both the one and the other sufficiently complete. In the book named above, unfortunately, the directory completely overwhelms the statistical material, the latter being incomplete and insufficiently analyzed. First of all, this publication compares unfavorably with previous publications of the same nature, since it does not give statistical data for each individual establishment or enterprise included in its lists. As a result, the lists of establishments and enterprises, occupying 2,703 huge columns of small print, lose all their scientific significance. In view of the chaotic state of our commercial and industrial statistics, it is extremely important to have data precisely on each individual establishment or enterprise, since our official statistical institutions never make anything like a tolerable analysis of these data but confine themselves to announcing totals in which relatively reliable material is mixed up with absolutely unreliable material. We shall now show that this last remark applies equally to the book under review, but first let us mention the following original method employed by the compilers. Printing the addresses of establishments and enterprises in each branch of production, they gave the number of establishments and the sum of their turnover for the whole of Russia only. They calculated the average turnover for one establishment in each branch and indicated with a special symbol those having a turnover greater or less than the average. It would have been much more to the purpose to fix a number of categories of establishments and enterprises that are similar for each branch of commerce and industry and to distribute all establishments according to these categories. It would then at least have been possible to judge the completeness and comparability of the material for different gubernias and different branches of production. As far as factory statistics, for example, are concerned, it is enough to read the phenomenally vague definition of this concept on page 1 of the publication under review and then glance over the lists of factory owners in some branches to become convinced of the heterogeneity of the statistical material published in the book. It is, therefore, necessary to exercise great caution in dealing with the summarized factory statistics in Section I, Part I of Commercial and Industrial Russia. We read here that in 1896 there were, throughout the Russian Empire, 38,401 factories with an aggregate output of 2,745 million rubles, employing 1,742,181 workers. These data include excise-paying and non-excise-paying industries and mining and metallurgical enterprises. We are of the opinion that this figure cannot, without substantial verification, be compared with the figures of our factory statistics for previous years. In 1896 a number of branches of production were registered that formerly had not come under the heading of factories: bakeries, fisheries, abattoirs, print shops, lithograph shops, etc., etc. The value of the total output of all mining and metallurgical establishments in the empire was fixed at 614 million rubles by original methods, about which we are told only that the value of pig iron is, apparently, repeated in the value of iron and steel. The total number of workers in the mining and metallurgical industries is, on the contrary, apparently underestimated. The figure for 1895–96 was given as 505,000. Either this is an error or many branches have been omitted. From the figures scattered throughout the book it can be seen that for only a few branches in this department the number of workers is 474,000, not including those engaged in coal mining, salt mining, stone quarrying, and in other mining industries. There were more than 505,000 workers in all the mining and metallurgical industries of the empire in 1890, and precisely these branches of production have developed particularly since that time. For example, in 5 branches of this division for which historical statistical data are given in the text of the book there were, in 1890, 908 establishments, with a total output valued at 77 million rubles and employing 69,000 workers, while in 1896 the figures were 1,444 establishments, with a total output valued at 221.5 million rubles, employing 147,000 workers. By assembling the historical statistical data scattered throughout the book, which, unfortunately, do not cover all branches of production but only a certain number, we can obtain the following information for the empire as a whole. In 1890 there were 19,639 factories, with a total output valued at 929 million rubles, employing 721,000 workers, and in 1896 there were 19,162 factories, with a total output valued at 1,708 million rubles, employing 985,000 workers. If we add 2 branches subject to excise, beet sugar and distilling, we get the number of workers as 837,000 and 1,108,000 respectively, an increase of nearly 1/3 in a period of 6 years. Note that the decrease in the number of factories is due to the differences in the registration of flour mills. In 1890, among the factories, 7,003 mills were included, while in 1896 only 4,379 mills were included. Such are the data that can be extracted from the publication under review and which allow us to get some conception of the industrial boom in Russia in the 90s. It will be possible to deal with this question in greater detail when the full statistical data for 1896 have been published. Written in February 1899. Published in March 1899. In the magazine Nakalo, number 3. Signed, V.L. Ilion. Published according to the text in the magazine. Underscore. Once more on the theory of realization. My note on the question of the market theory was published in the number of Nochnoye Obozreniye for January of the present year and was followed by P.B. Struve's article, Markets Under Capitalist Production. Struve rejects, to a considerable extent, the theory proposed by Tikhon Baranovsky, Bulgakov, and Ilyin and expounds his own conception of Marx's theory of realization. In my opinion, Struve's polemic against the above-mentioned writers is due not so much to an essential difference of views as to his mistaken conception of the content of the theory he defends. In the first place, Struve confuses the market theory of bourgeois economists who taught that products are exchanged for products and that production, therefore, should correspond to consumption, with Marx's theory of realization, which showed by analysis how the reproduction and circulation of the aggregate social capital, i.e., the realization of the product in capitalist society, takes place. Neither Marx nor those writers who have expounded his theory and with whom Struve has entered into a polemic deduced the harmony of production and consumption from this analysis, but, on the contrary, stressed forcefully the contradictions that are inherent in capitalism and that are bound to make their appearance in the course of capitalist realization. Secondly, Struve confuses the abstract theory of realization with concrete historical conditions governing the realization of the capitalist product in some one country and some one epoch. This is just the same as confusing the abstract theory of ground rent with the concrete conditions of the development of capitalism in agriculture in some one country. These two basic delusions of Struve engendered a whole series of misunderstandings which can only be cleared up by an analysis of the individual propositions of his article. 1. Struve does not agree with me when I say that in expounding the theory of realization we must give Adam Smith special emphasis. If it is a matter of going back to Adam, he writes, then we should not stop at Smith but at the Physiocrats 32, but this is not so. It was precisely Adam Smith who did not confine himself to admitting the truth that products are exchanged for products but raised the question of how the different component parts of social capital and the product are replaced according to their value. For this reason Marx, who fully recognized that in the theory of the Physiocrats, i.e., in Quesnay's Tableau économique, some postulates were, for their time, brilliant, who recognized that in the analysis of the process of reproduction, Adam Smith had, in some respects, taken a step backwards as compared with the Physiocrats, nevertheless devoted only about a page and a half to the Physiocrats in his review of the history of the question of realization, whereas he devoted over 30 pages to Adam Smith and analyzed in detail Smith's basic error, which was inherited by the entire subsequent political economy. It is, therefore, necessary to pay greater attention to Adam Smith in order to explain the bourgeois economists' theory of realization, since they all repeated Smith's mistake. 2. Mr. Bulgakov quite correctly says in his book that bourgeois economists confuse simple commodity circulation with capitalist commodity circulation, whereas Marx established the difference between them. Struve believes that Mr. Bulgakov's assertion is based on a misunderstanding. In my opinion it is just the opposite. The misunderstanding is not Mr. Bulgakov's but Struve's. And how, indeed, has Struve refuted Mr. Bulgakov? In a manner most strange, he refutes his postulate by repeating it. Struve says, Marx cannot be regarded as a champion of that theory of realization according to which the product can be realized inside the given community, because Marx made a sharp distinction between simple commodity circulation and capitalist circulation. But that is precisely what Mr. Bulgakov said. This is precisely why Marx's theory is not confined to a repetition of the axiom that products are exchanged for products. That is why Mr. Bulgakov is correct in regarding the disputes between bourgeois and petty bourgeois economists on the possibility of overproduction to be empty and scholastic discussions. The two disputants confused commodity and capitalist circulation, both of them repeated Adam Smith's error. 3. Struve is wrong in giving the theory of realization the name of the theory of proportional distribution. It is inaccurate and must inevitably lead to misunderstandings. The theory of realization is an abstract theory that shows how the reproduction and circulation of the aggregate social capital takes place. The essential premises of this abstract theory are, firstly, the exclusion of foreign trade, of the foreign markets. But, by excluding foreign trade, the theory of realization does not, by any means, postulate that a capitalist society has ever existed or could ever exist without foreign trade. Secondly, the abstract theory of realization assumes and must assume the proportional distribution of the product between the various branches of capitalist production. But, in assuming this, the theory of realization does not, by any means, assert that in a capitalist society products are always distributed or could be distributed proportionally. Mr. Bulgakov rightly compares the theory of realization with the theory of value. The theory of value presupposes and must presuppose the equality of supply and demand, but it does not by any means assert that this equality is always observed or could be observed in capitalist society. The law of realization, like every other law of capitalism, is implemented only by not being implemented. The theory of the average and equal rate of profit assumes, in essence, the same proportional distribution of production between its various branches. But surely Struve will not call it a theory of proportional distribution on these grounds. For Struve challenges my opinion that Marx justly accused Ricardo of repeating Adam Smith's error. Marx was wrong, writes Struve. Marx, however, quotes directly a passage from Ricardo's work. 37 Struve ignores this on the next page. Marx quotes the opinion of Ramsey, who had also noted Ricardo's error. I also indicated another passage from Ricardo's work where he says forthrightly, the whole produce of the land and labor of every country is divided into 3 portions, of these, one portion is devoted to wages, another to profits, and the other to rent. Struve also passes over this passage in silence. He quotes only one of Ricardo's comments which points out the absurdity of Say's argument on the difference between gross and net revenue. In Chapter 49, Volume 3 of Capital, where deductions from the theory of realization are expounded, Marx quotes precisely this comment of Ricardo, saying the following about it: by the way, we shall see later apparently, this refers to the still unpublished Volume 4 of Capital 38, that Ricardo nowhere refuted Smith's false analysis of commodity price, its reduction to the sum of the values of the revenues. He does not bother with it, and accepts its correctness so far in his analysis that he abstracts from the constant portion of the value of commodities. He also falls back into the same way of looking at things from time to time. 39 We shall leave the reader to judge who is right, Marx, who says that Ricardo repeats Smith's error, or Struve, who says that Ricardo knew perfectly well that the whole social product is not exhausted by wages, profit, and rent, and that Ricardo unconsciously wandered away from the parts of the social product that constitute production costs. Is it possible to know perfectly well and at the same time unconsciously wander away? 5 Struve not only did not refute Marx's statement that Ricardo had adopted Smith's error, but repeated that very error in his own article. It is strange, to think, he writes, that any one division of the social product into categories could have substantial importance for the general comprehension of realization, especially since all portions of the product that is being realized actually take on the form of revenue in the process of realization, and the classics regarded them as revenues. That is precisely the point. Not all the portions of the product in realization take on the form of revenue. It was precisely this mistake of Smith that Marx explained when he showed that a part of the product being realized does not and cannot ever take on the form of revenue. That is the part of the social product which replaces the constant capital that serves for the production of means of production. Seed grain in agriculture, for instance, never takes on the form of revenue. Coal used for the extraction of more coal never takes on the form of revenue, etc., etc. The process of the reproduction and circulation of the aggregate social capital cannot be understood unless that part of the gross product which can serve only as capital, the part that can never take on the form of revenue, is separated from it. In a developing capitalist society, this part of the social product must necessarily grow more rapidly than all the other parts of the product. Only this law will explain one of the most profound contradictions of capitalism. The growth of the national wealth proceeds with tremendous rapidity, while the growth of national consumption proceeds very slowly. 6. Struve cannot at all understand why Marx's differentiation between constant and variable capital is essential to the theory of realization and why I particularly insist on it. Struve's lack of comprehension is, on the one hand, the result of a simple misunderstanding. In the first place, Struve himself admits one point of merit in this differentiation, that it includes not only revenues, but the whole product. Another point of merit is that it links up the analysis of the process of realization logically with the analysis of the process of production of an individual capital. What is the aim of the theory of realization? It is to show how the reproduction and circulation of the aggregate social capital takes place. Is it not obvious from the first glance that the role of variable capital must be radically different from that of constant capital? Products that replace variable capital must be exchanged, in the final analysis, for articles of consumption for the workers and meet their usual requirements. The products that replace constant capital must, in the final analysis, be exchanged for products, means of production, and must be employed as capital for fresh production. For this reason, the differentiation between constant and variable capital is absolutely essential for the theory of realization. Secondly, Struve's misunderstanding is due to his having, here also, arbitrarily and erroneously understood the theory of realization as showing that the products are distributed proportionally. We have said above and say again that such a conception of the content of the theory of realization is fallacious. Struve's failure to understand is, on the other hand, due to the fact that he deems it necessary to make a distinction between sociological and economic categories in Marx's theory and makes a number of general remarks against that theory. I must say, first, that none of this has anything whatsoever to do with the theory of realization, and, secondly, that I consider Struve's distinction to be vague and that I see no real use for it. Thirdly, that I consider not only debatable, but even directly incorrect, Struve's assertions that it is indisputable that the relation of the sociological principles of his theory to the analysis of market phenomena was not clear to Marx himself, that the theory of value, as expounded in volumes I and III of Capital, undoubtedly suffers from contradiction. All these statements of Struve are mere empty words. They are not arguments but decrees. They are the anticipated results of the criticism of Marx which the neo-Kantians 42 intend to undertake. If we live long enough we shall see what the criticism brings. In the meantime we assert that this criticism has provided nothing on the theory of realization. 7. On the question of the significance of Marx's schemes in the third section of Capital 2, Struve maintains that the abstract theory of realization can be well explained by the most varied methods of dividing the social product. This amazing assertion is to be fully explained by Struve's basic misunderstanding that the theory of realization is completely exhausted by the banality that products are exchanged for. Only this misunderstanding could have led Struve to write such a sentence: the role played by these masses of commodities in production, distribution, etc., whether they represent capital and what sort of capital, constant or variable, is of absolutely no significance to the essence of the theory under discussion. It is of no significance to Marx's theory of realization, a theory that consists in the analysis of the reproduction and circulation of the aggregate social capital, whether or not commodities constitute capital. This amounts to saying that as far as the essence of the theory of ground rent is concerned, there is no significance in whether or not the rural population is divided into landowners, capitalists, and laborers, since the theory is reduced, as it were, to an indication of the differing fertility of the different plots of land. Only because of the same misunderstanding could Struve have asserted that the natural relations between the elements of social consumption, social metabolism, can best be shown, not by the Marxian division of the product, but by the following division: means of production plus articles of consumption plus surplus value. What is this social metabolism? Primarily it is the exchange of means of production for articles of consumption. How can this exchange be shown if surplus value is especially separated from means of production and from articles of consumption? After all, surplus value is embodied either in means of production or in articles of consumption. Is it not obvious that such a division, which is logically groundless, obscures the process of social metabolism? 8. Struve says that I ascribed to Marx the bourgeois apologetic theory of Say Ricardo, the theory of harmony between production and consumption, a theory that is in howling contradiction to Marx's theory of the evolution and eventual disappearance of capitalism, that, therefore, my perfectly correct argument that Marx, in both the second and third volumes, stressed the contradiction, inherent in capitalism, between the unlimited expansion of production and the limited consumption on the part of the masses of the people, jettisons that theory of realization, whose defender I am in other cases. This statement of Struve is likewise untrue and derives likewise from the above-mentioned misunderstanding to which he has become subject. Whence comes Struve's assumption that I do not understand the theory of realization as an analysis of the process of reproduction and circulation of the aggregate social capital, but as a theory which says only that products are exchanged for products, a theory which preaches the harmony of production and consumption. Struve could not have shown by an analysis of my articles that I understand the theory of realization in the second way, for I have stated definitely and directly, that I understand it in the first way. In the article A Characterization of Economic Romanticism, in the section devoted to an explanation of Smith's and Sismondi's error, I say, the whole question is how realization takes place, that is, the replacement of all parts of the social product. Hence, the point of departure in discussing social capital and revenue, or, what is the same thing, the realization of the product in capitalist society, must be the distinction between means of production and articles of consumption. The problem of realization consists in analyzing the replacement of all parts of the social product in terms of value and in terms of material form. Is not Struve repeating this when he says supposedly against me that the theory which interests us shows the mechanism of realization, insofar as that realization is effected? Am I contradicting that theory of realization which I defend when I say that realization is effected in the midst of difficulties, in the midst of continuous fluctuations, which become increasingly violent as capitalism grows, in the midst of fierce competition, etc., when I say that the Narodnik theory not only reveals a failure to understand this realization, but, in addition, reveals an extremely superficial understanding of the contradictions inherent in this realization, when I say that the realization of the product, effected not so much on account of articles of consumption as on account of means of production, is, of course, a contradiction, but the sort of contradiction that exists in reality, that springs from the very nature of capitalism, a contradiction that fully corresponds to the historical mission of capitalism and to its specific social structure. The former is to develop the productive forces of society. The latter precludes their utilization by the mass of the population. 9. Apparently there are no differences of opinion between Struve and me on the question of the relations between production and consumption in capitalist society. But if Struve says that Marx's postulate bears the obvious stamp of the polemical nature of Marx's whole system in general, that it is tendentious, then I most decidedly challenge the appropriateness and justification of such expressions. It is a fact that consumption is not the aim of capitalist production. The contradiction between this fact and the fact that, in the final analysis, production is bound up with consumption, that it is also dependent on consumption in capitalist society, this contradiction does not spring from a doctrine but from reality. Marx's theory of realization has, incidentally, tremendous scientific value, precisely because it shows how this contradiction occurs, and because it puts this contradiction in the foreground. Marx's system is of a polemical nature, not because it is tendentious, but because it provides an exact picture, in theory, of all the contradictions that are present in reality. For this reason, incidentally, all attempts to master Marx's system without mastering its polemical nature are and will continue to be unsuccessful. The polemical nature of the system is nothing more than a true reflection of the polemical nature of capitalism itself. 10. What is the real significance of the theory of realization? Asks Struve and answers by quoting the opinion of Mr. Bulgakov, who says that the possible expansion of capitalist production is actually effected even if only by a series of crises. Capitalist production is increasing throughout the world, says Mr. Bulgakov. This argument, objects Struve, is quite groundless. The fact is that the real expansion of capitalist production is not by any means effected in that ideal and isolated capitalist state which Bulgakov presupposes and which, by his assumption, is sufficient unto itself, but in the arena of world economy where the most differing levels of economic development and differing forms of economic existence come into collision. Thus, Struve's objection may be summed up as follows: in actual fact realization does not take place in an isolated, self-sufficing, capitalist state, but in the arena of world economy, i.e., by the marketing of products in other countries. It is easy to see that this objection is based on an error. Does the problem of realization change to any extent if we do not confine ourselves to the home market but make reference to the foreign market, if we take several countries instead of only one? If we do not think that the capitalists throw their goods into the sea or give them away gratis to foreigners, if we do not take individual, exceptional cases or periods, it is obvious that we must accept a certain equilibrium of export and import. If a country exports certain products, realizing them in the arena of world economy, it imports other products in their place. From the standpoint of the theory of realization, it must necessarily be accepted that foreign commerce only replaces home products by articles of other use or bodily form. Whether we take one country or a group of countries, the essence of the process of realization does not change in the slightest. In his objection to Mr. Bulgakov, therefore, Struve repeats the old error of the Narodniks, who connected the problem of realization with that of the foreign market. In actual fact, these two questions have nothing in common. The problem of realization is an abstract problem that is related to the general theory of capitalism. Whether we take one country or the whole world, the basic laws of realization, revealed by Marx, remain the same. The problem of foreign trade or of the foreign market is an historical problem, a problem of the concrete conditions of the development of capitalism in some one country and in some one epoch. 11. Let us dwell for a while on the problem that has long interested Struve: what is the real scientific value of the theory of realization? It has exactly the same value as have all the other postulates of Marx's abstract theory. If Struve is bothered by the circumstance that perfect realization is the ideal of capitalist production, but by no means its reality, we must remind him that all other laws of capitalism, revealed by Marx, also depict only the ideal of capitalism and not its reality. We need present, wrote Marx, only the inner organization of the capitalist mode of production, in its ideal average, as it were. 45. The theory of capital assumes that the worker receives the full value of his labor power. This is the ideal of capitalism, but by no means its reality. The theory of rent presupposes that the entire agrarian population has been completely divided into landowners, capitalists, and hired laborers. This is the ideal of capitalism, but by no means its reality. The theory of realization presupposes the proportional distribution of production. This is the ideal of capitalism, but by no means its reality. The scientific value of Marx's theory is its explanation of the process of the reproduction and circulation of the aggregate social capital. Further, Marx's theory showed how the contradiction, inherent in capitalism, comes about, how the tremendous growth of production is definitely not accompanied by a corresponding growth in people's consumption. Marx's theory, therefore, not only does not restore the apologetic bourgeois theory, but, on the contrary, provides a most powerful weapon against apologetics. It follows from the theory that, even with an ideally smooth and proportional reproduction and circulation of the aggregate social capital, the contradiction between the growth of production and the narrow limits of consumption is inevitable. But in reality, apart from this, realization does not proceed in ideally smooth proportions, but only amidst difficulties, fluctuations, crises, etc. Further, Marx's theory of realization provides a most powerful weapon against the petty bourgeois reactionary criticism of capitalism, as well as against apologetics. It was precisely the sort of criticism against capitalism that our Narodniks tried to substantiate with their fallacious theory of realization. Marx's conception of realization inevitably leads to the recognition of the historical progressiveness of capitalism and, thereby, it not only does not obscure the historically transitory nature of capitalism, but, on the contrary, explains it. 12. In relation to an ideal or isolated, self-sufficing capitalist society, asserts Struve, extended reproduction would be impossible, since the necessary additional workers can nowhere be obtained. I certainly cannot agree with Struve's assertion. Struve has not proved, and it cannot be proved, that it is impossible to obtain additional workers from the reserve army. Against the fact that additional workers can be obtained from the natural growth of the population, Struve makes the unsubstantiated statement that extended reproduction, based on the natural increase in the population, may not be arithmetically identical with simple reproduction, but from the practical capitalist standpoint, i.e., economically, may fully coincide with it. Realizing that the impossibility of obtaining additional workers cannot be proved theoretically, Struve evades the question by references to historical and practical conditions. I do not think that Marx could solve the historical question on the basis of this absolutely abstract construction. Self-sufficing capitalism is the historically inconceivable limit. The intensification of the labor that can be forced on a worker is extremely limited, not only in actual fact, but also logically. The constant raising of labor productivity cannot but weaken the very compulsion to work. The illogicality of these statements is as clear as daylight. None of Struve's opponents has ever or anywhere given voice to the absurdity that an historical question can be solved with the aid of abstract constructions. In the present instance, Struve himself did not propound an historical question, but one that is an absolute abstraction, a purely theoretical question, in relation to an ideal capitalist society. Is it not obvious that he is simply evading the question? Of course, would not dream of denying that there exist numerous historical and practical conditions that are leading and will lead to the destruction of capitalism rather than to the conversion of present-day capitalism into an ideal capitalism. But on the purely theoretical question in relation to an ideal capitalist society, I still retain my former opinion that there are no theoretical grounds for denying the possibility of extended reproduction in such a society. 13. Messrs. VV and N. On have pointed out the contradictions and stumbling blocks in the capitalist development of Russia, but they are shown Marx's schemes and told that capital is always exchanged for capital. This is sarcasm in the highest degree. The pity is that matters are depicted in an absolutely false light. Anyone who reads Mr. VV's essays on theoretical economics and section 15 of the second part of Mr. N. on sketches will see that both these writers raised precisely the abstract theoretical question of realization, the realization of the product in capitalist society in general. This is a fact. There is another circumstance which is also a fact. Other writers, those who opposed them, deemed it essential to explain, first and foremost, the basic, abstract theoretical points of the market theory. Tugan Baranovsky wrote on the theory of realization in the chapter of his book on crises, which bears the subtitle, The Market Theory. Bulgakov gave his book the subtitle, A Theoretical Study. It is therefore a question of who confuses abstract theoretical and concrete historical questions, Struve's opponents or Struve himself. On the same page of his article, Struve quotes my statement to the effect that the necessity for a foreign market is not due to the conditions of realization but to historical conditions. But, Struve objects, Tugan Baranovsky, Bulgakov, and Ilyin have examined only the abstract conditions of realization and have not examined the historical conditions. The writers mentioned did not explain historical conditions for the precise reason that they took it upon themselves to speak of abstract theoretical and not concrete historical questions. In my book, on the question of the development of capitalism in Russia, the printing of which has now been completed, I did not raise the question of the market theory but of a home market for Russian capitalism. In this case, therefore, the abstract truths of theory play only the role of guiding principles, a means of analyzing concrete data. 14. Struve wholly supports his point of view on the theory of third persons which he postulated in his critical remarks. I, in turn, wholly support what I said in this connection at the time critical remarks appeared. Point 46. In his critical remarks Struve says that Mr. VV's argument is based on a complete theory, an original one, of markets in a developed capitalist society. This theory, says Struve, is correct insofar as it confirms the fact that surplus value cannot be realized by consumption, either by the capitalists or the workers, and presupposes consumption by third persons. By these third persons in Russia Struve presumes the Russian agricultural peasantry. And so, Mr. VV propounds a complete and original theory of markets in a developed capitalist society, and the Russian agricultural peasantry is pointed out to him. Is this not confusing the abstract theoretical question of realization with the concrete historical question of capitalism in Russia? Further, if Struve acknowledges Mr. VV's theory to be even partly correct, he must have overlooked Mr. VV's basic theoretical errors on the question of realization. He must have overlooked the incorrect view that the difficulties of capitalist realization are confined to surplus value or are specially bound up with that part of the value of the product. He must have overlooked the incorrect view that connects the question of the foreign market with the question of realization. Struve's statement that the Russian agricultural peasantry, by the differentiation within it, creates a market for our capitalism is perfectly correct. The theoretical substantiation of this thesis, however, relates in no way to the theory of the realization of the product in capitalist society, but to the theory of the formation of capitalist society. We must also note that calling the peasants third persons is not very fortunate and is likely to cause a misunderstanding. If the peasants are third persons for capitalist industry, then the industrial producers, large and small, the factory owners and workers, are third persons for capitalist farming. On the other hand, the peasant farmers create a market for capitalism only to the extent that they are differentiated into the classes of capitalist society, i.e., only insofar as they cease to be third persons and become active persons in the capitalist system. 15. Struve says, Bulgakov makes the very subtle remark that no difference in principle can be discerned between the home and the foreign market for capitalist production. I fully agree with this remark. In actual fact, a tariff or political frontier is very often quite unsuitable as a line drawn between the home and foreign markets. But for reasons just indicated, I cannot agree with Struve that the theory asserting the necessity for third persons arises out of this. One demand does arise directly out of this: do not stop at the traditional separation of the home and foreign markets when analyzing the question of capitalism. This distinction, groundless from a strictly theoretical point of view, is of particularly little use for such countries as Russia. It could be replaced by another division which distinguishes, for instance, the following aspects of capitalist development: 1. The formation and development of capitalist relations within the bounds of a certain fully populated and occupied territory. 2. The expansion of capitalism to other territories. The first side of the process might be called the development of capitalism in depth and the second its development in breadth. Such a division would include the whole process of the historical development of capitalism, on the one hand, its development in the old countries, where for centuries the forms of capitalist relations up to and including large-scale machine industry have been built up, on the other hand, the mighty drive of developed capitalism to expand to other territories, to populate and plow up new parts of the world, to set up colonies and to draw savage tribes into the whirlpool of world capitalism. In Russia this last-mentioned capitalist tendency has been and continues to be seen most clearly in our outlying districts whose colonization has been given such tremendous impetus in the post-reform, capitalist period of Russian history. The south and southeast of European Russia, the Caucasus, Central Asia, and Siberia serve as something like colonies for Russian capitalism and ensure its tremendous development, not only in depth but also in breadth. Finally, the division proposed is convenient because it clearly determines the range of questions which precisely is embraced by the theory of realization. It is clear that the theory applies only to the first side of the process, only to the development of capitalism in depth. The theory of realization must necessarily take an isolated capitalist society for its constructions, i.e., must ignore the process of capitalist expansion to other countries, the process of commodity exchange between countries, because this process does not provide anything for the solution of the question of realization and only transfers the question from one country to several countries. It is also obvious that the abstract theory of realization must take as a prerequisite an ideally developed capitalist society. In regard to the literature of Marxism, Struve makes the following general remark: the orthodox chorus still continues to dominate, but it cannot stifle the new stream of criticism because true strength in scientific questions is always on the side of criticism and not of faith. As can be seen from the foregoing exposition, we have satisfied ourselves that the new stream of criticism is not a guarantee against the repetition of old errors. No, let us better remain under the sign of orthodoxy. Let us not believe that orthodoxy means taking things on trust, that orthodoxy precludes critical application and further development, that it permits historical problems to be obscured by abstract schemes. If there are orthodox disciples who are guilty of these truly grievous sins, the blame must rest entirely with those disciples and not by any means with orthodoxy, which is distinguished by diametrically opposite qualities. Written at the end 1898. Published in January 1899. In the magazine Nochnoi. Obozreniyi, No. 8. Signed, V. Ilian. Published according to the text in the magazine. Review. Karl Koski. Die Agrarfrage. In Übersicht über die Tendenzen der modernen Landwirtschaft und die Agrarpolitik USW. Stuttgart, Dietz, 1899. Koski's book is the most important event in present-day economic literature since the third volume of Capital. Until now Marxism has lacked a systematic study of capitalism in agriculture. Koski has filled this gap with the development of agriculture in capitalist society, the first part of his voluminous book. He justly remarks in his preface that an overwhelming mass of statistical and descriptive economic material on the question of agricultural capitalism has been accumulated and that there is an urgent need to reveal the basic tendencies of economic evolution in this branch of the economy in order to demonstrate the varied phenomena of agricultural capitalism as partial manifestations of one common process. It is true that agricultural forms and the relations among the agricultural population in contemporary society are marked by such tremendous variety that there is nothing easier than to seize upon a whole mass of facts and pointers taken from any inquiry that will confirm the views of the given writer. This is precisely the method used in a large number of arguments by our Narodnik press, which tries to prove the viability of petty peasant economy or even its superiority over large-scale production. In agriculture, a distinguishing feature of all these arguments is that they isolate individual phenomena, cite individual cases, and do not even make an attempt to connect them with the general picture of the whole agrarian structure of capitalist countries in general and with the basic tendencies of the entire present-day evolution of capitalist farming. Koski does not make this usual mistake. He has been studying the problem of capitalism in agriculture for over 20 years and is in possession of very extensive material. In particular, Koski bases his inquiry on the data of the latest agricultural censuses and questionnaires in England, America, France, and Germany. He never loses his way amidst piles of facts and never loses sight of the connection between the tiniest phenomenon and the general structure of capitalist farming and the general evolution of capitalism. Koski does not confine himself to any one particular question, example the relations between large-scale and small-scale production in agriculture, but deals with the general question of whether or not capital is bringing agriculture under its domination, whether it is changing forms of production and forms of ownership in agriculture and how this process is taking place. Koski gives every recognition to the important role played by pre-capitalist and non-capitalist forms of agriculture in modern society and to the necessity of examining the relationship of these forms to the purely capitalist forms. He begins his investigation with an extremely brilliant and precise characterization of the patriarchal peasant economy and of agriculture in the feudal epoch. Having thus established the starting points for the development of capitalism in agriculture, he proceeds to characterize modern agriculture. The description is given first of all from the technical standpoint, and the reader is given a splendid picture of the great revolution capitalism has wrought in the course of a few decades by making agriculture a science instead of a routine craft. Further comes the investigation of the capitalist character of modern agriculture, a brief and popularly written, but extremely precise and talented, exposition of Marx's theory of profit and rent. Koski shows that the tenant-farmer system and the mortgage system are merely two sides of one and the same process, noted by Marx, of separating the agricultural producers from the landowners. The relations between large-scale and small-scale production are then examined, and it is shown that the technical superiority of the former over the latter is beyond doubt. Koski effectively demonstrates this thesis and explains in detail how the stability of petty production in agriculture does not depend in any way on its technical rationality but on the fact that the small peasants work far harder than hired laborers and reduce their vital necessities to a level lower than that of the latter. The supporting data which Koski cites are in the highest degree interesting and clear-cut. An analysis of the question of associations in agriculture leads Koski to the conclusion that associations are undoubtedly indicative of progress but that they are a transition to capitalism and not to communal production. Associations do not decrease but increase the superiority of large-scale over small-scale agricultural production. It is absurd to think that the peasant in modern society can go over to communal production. Reference is usually made to statistical data which do not show that the small producer is ousted by the big producer, but which merely serve to show that the development of capitalism in agriculture is much more complicated than in industry. In industry, too, such manifestations as the spread of capitalist work in the home, etc., are not infrequently interconnected with the basic tendency development. But in agriculture the ousting of the small producer is hampered, primarily, by the limited size of the land area. The buying up of small holdings to form a big holding is a very difficult matter. With intensified farming, an increase in the quantity of products obtained is sometimes compatible with a reduction in the area of the land. The concentration of production takes place through the buying up of many holdings by one proprietor. The latifundia thus formed serve as a basis for one of the higher forms of large-scale capitalist farming. Lastly, it would not even be advantageous for the big landowners to force out the small proprietors completely, the latter provide them with hand. For this reason the landowners and capitalists frequently pass laws that artificially maintain the small peasantry. Petty farming becomes stable when it ceases to compete with large-scale farming, when it is turned into a supplier of labor power for the latter. The relations between large and small landowners come still closer to those of capitalists and proletarians. Koski devotes a special chapter to the proletarization of the peasantry, one that is rich in data, especially on the question of the auxiliary employments of the peasants, i.e., the various forms of hired labor. After elucidating the basic features of the development of capitalism in agriculture, Koski proceeds to demonstrate the historically transitory character of the system of social economy. The more capitalism develops, the greater the difficulties that commercial farming encounters. The monopoly in land ownership, the right of inheritance, and entailed estates 47 hamper the rationalization of farming. The towns exploit the countryside to an ever greater extent, taking the best labor forces away from the farmers and absorbing an ever greater portion of the wealth produced by the rural population, whereby the rural population is no longer able to return to the soil that which is taken from it. Koski deals in particularly great detail with the depopulating of the countryside and acknowledges to the full that it is the middle stratum of farmers which suffers least of all from a shortage of labor power, and he adds that good citizens are mistaken in rejoicing at this fact, in thinking that they can see in it the beginnings of a rebirth of the peasantry which refutes the applicability of Marx's theory to agriculture. The peasantry may suffer less than other agricultural classes from a shortage of hired labor, but it suffers much more from usury, tax oppression, the irrationality of its economy, soil exhaustion, excessive toil, and underconsumption. The fact that not only agricultural laborers, but even the children of the peasants, flee to the towns is a clear refutation of the views of optimistically minded petty bourgeois economists. but the biggest changes in the condition of European agriculture have been brought about by the competition of cheap grain imported from America, the Argentine, India, Russia, and other countries. Koski made a detailed study of the significance of this fact that arose out of the development of industry in quest for markets. He describes the decline in European grain production under the impact of this competition, as well as the lowering of rent, and makes a particularly detailed study of the industrialization of agriculture, which is manifested, on the one hand, in the industrial wage labor of the small peasants and, on the other, in the development of agricultural technical production, and even in the elimination of some branches of agriculture by manufacturing industries. Optimistic economists, says Koski, are mistaken in believing that such changes in European agriculture can save it from crisis. The crisis is spreading and can only end in a general crisis of capitalism as a whole. This, of course, does not give one the least right to speak of the ruin of agriculture, but its conservative character is gone forever. It has entered a state of uninterrupted transformation, a state that is typical of the capitalist mode of production in general. A large area of land under large-scale agricultural production, the capitalist nature of which is becoming more and more pronounced, the growth of leasing and mortgaging, the industrialization of agriculture, these are the elements that are preparing the ground for the socialization of agricultural production. It would be absurd to think, says Koski in conclusion, that one part of society develops in one direction and another in the opposite direction. In actual fact, social development in agriculture is taking the same direction as in industry. Applying the results of his theoretical analysis to questions of agrarian policy, Koski naturally opposes all attempts to support or save peasant economy. There is no reason even to think that the village commune, says Koski, could go over to large-scale communal farming. The protection of the peasantry does not mean protection of the person of the peasant, but protection of the peasant's property. Incidentally, it is precisely the peasant's property that is the main cause of his impoverishment and his degradation. Hired agricultural laborers are now quite frequently in a better position than the small peasants. The protection of the peasantry is not protection from poverty but the protection of the fetters that chain the peasant to his poverty. The radical transformation of agriculture by capitalism is a process that is only just beginning, but it is one that is advancing rapidly, bringing about the transformation of the peasant into a hired laborer and increasing the flight of the population from the countryside. Attempts to check this process would be reactionary and harmful, no matter how burdensome the consequences of this process may be in present-day society. The consequences of checking the process would be still worse and would place the working population in a still more helpless and hopeless position. Progressive action in present-day society can only strive to lessen the harmful effects which capitalist advance exerts on the population, to increase the consciousness of the people and their capacity for collective self-defense. Koski, therefore, insists on the guarantee of freedom of movement, etc., on the abolition of all the remnants of feudalism in agriculture, on the prohibition of child labor under the age of 14, the establishment of an 8-hour working day, strict sanitary police to exercise supervision over workers' dwellings, etc., etc. It is to be hoped that Koski's book will appear in a Russian translation. 48. Written in March 1899. Published in April 1899. In the magazine Nakalo, No. 4. Signed, V.L. Ilion. Published according to the text in the magazine. Review. J. A. Hobson. The Evolution of Modern Capitalism. Translated from the English. St. Petersburg, 1898. Publion Popova. Price 1 Rb. 50 Kop. Hobson's book is, strictly speaking, not a study of the evolution of modern capitalism, but a series of sketches, based mainly on English data, dealing with the most recent industrial development. Hence, the title of the book is somewhat broad. The author does not touch upon agriculture at all and his examination of industrial economics is far from complete. Like the well-known writers Sidney and Beatrice Webb, Hobson is a representative of one of the advanced trends of English social thought. His attitude towards modern capitalism is critical. He fully admits the necessity of replacing it by a higher form of social economy and treats the problem of its replacement with typically English reformist practicality. His conviction of the need for reform is, in the main, arrived at empirically, under the influence of the recent history of English factory legislation, of the English labour movement, of the activities of the English municipalities, etc. Hobson lacks well-knit and integral theoretical views that could serve as a basis for his reformist program and elucidate specific problems of reform. He is, therefore, at his best when he deals with the grouping and description of the latest statistical and economic data. When, on the other hand, he deals with the general theoretical problems of political economy, he proves to be very weak. The Russian reader will even find it strange to see a writer with such extensive knowledge and practical aspirations deserving of full sympathy helplessly laboring over questions like, what is capital, what is the role of savings, etc. This weak side of Hobson is fully explained by the fact that he regards John Stuart Mill as a greater authority on political economy than Marx, whom he quotes once or twice but whom he evidently does not understand at all or does not know. One cannot but regret the vast amount of unproductive labor wasted by Hobson in an attempt to get clear on the contradictions of bourgeois and professorial political economy. At best he comes close to the solutions given by Marx long ago, at worst he borrows erroneous views that are in sharp contradiction to his attitude towards modern capitalism. The most unfortunate chapter in his book is the 7th, Machinery and Industrial Depression. In this chapter Hobson tried to analyze the theoretical problems of crises, of social capital and revenue in capitalist society, and of capitalist accumulation. Correct ideas on the disproportionateness of production and consumption in capitalist society and on the anarchic character of capitalist economy are submerged in a heap of scholastic arguments about saving, amidst all sorts of Crusoeisms, and the like. Hobson is very fond of diagrams, and in most cases he uses them very ably for graphic illustration of his exposition. But the idea of the mechanism of production given in his diagram on page 207 can only elicit a smile from the reader who is at all acquainted with the real mechanism of capitalist production. Hobson here confuses production with the social system of production and evinces an extremely vague understanding of what capital is, what its component parts are, and into what classes capitalist society is necessarily divided. In Chapter 8 he cites interesting data on the composition of the population according to occupation, and on the changes in this composition in the course of time, but the great flaw in his theoretical arguments on machinery and the demand for labor is that he ignores the theory of capitalist overpopulation or the reserve army. Among the more happily written chapters of Hobson's book are those in which he examines modern towns and the position of women in modern industry. Citing statistics on the growth of female labor and describing the extremely bad conditions under which this labor is performed, Hobson justly points out that the only hope of improving these conditions lies in the supplanting of domestic labor by factory labor, which leads to closer social intercourse and to organization. Similarly, on the question of the significance of towns, Hobson comes close to Marx's general views when he admits that the antithesis between town and country contradicts the system of collectivist society. Hobson's conclusions would have been much more convincing had he not ignored Marx's teaching on this question too. Hobson would then, probably, have emphasized more clearly the historically progressive role of the cities and the necessity of combining agriculture with industry under the collectivist organization of economy. The last chapter of Hobson's book, Civilization and Industrial Development, is perhaps the best. In this chapter the author proves by a number of very apt arguments the need to reform the modern industrial system along the line of expanding public control and the socialization of industry. In evaluating Hobson's somewhat optimistic views regarding the methods by which these reforms can be brought about, the special features of English history and of English life must be borne in mind: the high development of democracy, the absence of militarism, the enormous strength of the organized trade unions, the growing investment of English capital outside of England, which weakens the antagonism between the English employers and workers, etc. In his well-known book on the social movement in the 19th century, Professor W. Sombart notes among other things a tendency towards unity, i.e., a tendency of the social movement of the various countries, in its various forms and shades, towards uniformity, and along with it a tendency towards the spread of the ideas of Marxism. In regard to England, Sombart sees this tendency in the fact that the English trade unions are increasingly abandoning the purely Manchester standpoint. In regard to Hobson's book, we can say that under pressure of the demands of life, which is increasingly corroborating Marx's prognosis, progressive English writers are beginning to realize the unsoundness of traditional bourgeois political economy and, freeing themselves from its prejudices, are involuntarily approaching Marxism. The translation of Hobson's book has substantial shortcomings. Written in April 1899. Published in May 1899. In the magazine Nakalo, No. 5. Signed, V.L. Elian. Published according to the text in the magazine. ________________________ Capitalism in Agriculture. Written in April-May 1899. Published in January-February 1900. In the magazine's Hisn 49. Signed, V.L. Elian. Published according to the text in the magazine. First article. Nakalo, No. 1-2, contains an article by Mr. S. Bulgakov entitled, A Contribution to the Question of the Capitalist Evolution of Agriculture, which is a criticism of Koskai's work on the agrarian question. Mr. Bulgakov rightly says that Koskai's book represents a whole world outlook, that it is of great theoretical and practical importance. It is, perhaps, the first systematic and scientific investigation of a question that has stimulated a heated controversy in all countries, and still continues to do so, even among writers who are agreed on general views and who regard themselves as Marxists. Mr. Bulgakov confines himself to negative criticism, to criticism of individual postulates in Koskai's book. Later on, Mr. Bulgakov hopes to give a systematic exposition of the question of the capitalist evolution of agriculture and thus also present a whole world outlook in opposition to Koskai's. We have no doubt that Koskai's book will give rise to no little controversy among Marxists in Russia, and that in Russia, too, some will oppose Koskai, while others will support him. At all events, the writer of these lines disagrees most emphatically with Mr. Bulgakov's opinion, with his appraisal of Koskai's book. Notwithstanding Mr. Bulgakov's admission that Die Agrarfrage is a remarkable work, his appraisal is astonishingly sharp, and is written in a tone unusual in a controversy between authors of related tendencies. Here are samples of the expressions Mr. Bulgakov uses, extremely superficial. Equally little of both real agronomics and real economics. Koskai employs empty phrases to evade serious scientific problems, etc., etc. We shall therefore carefully examine the expressions used by the stern critic and at the same time introduce the reader to Koskai's book. Even before Mr. Bulgakov gets to Koskai, he, in passing, takes a shot at Marx. It goes without saying that Mr. Bulgakov emphasizes the enormous services rendered by the great economist, but observes that in Marx's works one sometimes comes across even erroneous views, which have been sufficiently refuted by history. Among such views is, for example, the one that in agriculture variable capital diminishes in relation to constant capital just as it does in manufacturing industry, so that the organic composition of agricultural capital continuously rises. Who is mistaken here, Marx or Mr. Bulgakov? Mr. Bulgakov has in mind the fact that in agriculture the progress of technique and the growing intensity of farming often lead to an increase in the amount of labor necessary to cultivate a given plot of land. This is indisputable, but it is very far from being a refutation of the theory of the diminution of variable capital relatively to constant capital, in proportion to constant capital. Marx's theory merely asserts that the ratio in general has a tendency to diminish, even when V increases per unit of area. Is Marx's theory refuted if, simultaneously, C increases still more rapidly? Agriculture in capitalist countries, taken by and large, shows a diminution of V and an increase of C. The rural population and the number of workers employed in agriculture are diminishing in Germany, in France, and in England, whereas the number of machines employed in agriculture is increasing. In Germany, for example, from 1882 to 1895, the rural population diminished from 19,200,000 to 18,500,000, whereas the number of machines employed in agriculture increased from 458,369 to 913,391. The number of steam-driven machines employed in agriculture increased from 2,731 to 12,856, while the total horsepower of the steam-driven machinery employed increased still more. The number of cattle increased from 15,800,000 to 17,500,000 and the number of pigs from 9,200,000 to 12,200,000. In France, the rural population diminished from 6,900,000 in 1882 to 6,600,000 in 1892, and the number of agricultural machines increased as follows: 1862 132,784, 1882 278,896, 1892 355,795. The number of cattle was as follows: 12 million, 13 million, 13,700,000 respectively. The number of horses, 2,910,000, 2,840,000, 2,790,000 respectively. Thus, by and large, the history of modern capitalist countries has certainly not refuted, but has confirmed the applicability of Marx's law to agriculture. The mistake Mr. Bulgakov made was that he too hastily raised certain facts in agronomics, without examining their significance, to the level of general economic laws. We emphasize general, because neither Marx nor his disciples ever regarded this law otherwise than as the law of the general tendencies of capitalism, and not as a law for all individual cases. Even in regard to industry, Marx himself pointed out that periods of technical change are followed by periods of progress on the given technical basis. We know of cases in the industrial history of capitalist countries in which this law is contravened by entire branches of industry, as when large capitalist workshops are broken up and supplanted by capitalist domestic industry. There cannot be any doubt that in agriculture the process of development of capitalism is immeasurably more complex and assumes incomparably more diverse forms. Let us now pass to Koski. The outline of agriculture in the feudal epoch with which Koski begins is said to be very superficially compiled and superfluous. It is difficult to understand the motive for such a verdict. We are sure that if Mr. Bulgakov succeeds in realizing his plan to give a systematic exposition of the capitalist evolution of agriculture, he will have to outline the main features of the pre-capitalist economics of agriculture. Without this, the character of capitalist economics and the transitional forms which connect it with feudal economics cannot be understood. Mr. Bulgakov himself admits the enormous importance of the form which agriculture assumed at the beginning of its capitalist course. It is precisely with the beginning of the capitalist course of European agriculture that Koski begins. In our opinion, Koski's outline of feudal agriculture is excellent. It reveals that remarkable distinctness and ability to select what is most important and essential without becoming submerged in details of secondary importance which, in general, are characteristic of this author. In his introduction, Koski first of all gives an extremely precise and correct presentation of the question. In most emphatic terms he declares, "There is not the slightest doubt, we are prepared to accept this a priori, that agriculture does not develop according to the same pattern as industry, it is subject to special laws. The task is to investigate whether capital is bringing agriculture under its domination and how it is dominating it, how it transforms it, how it invalidates old forms of production and forms of property and creates the need for new forms." Such, and only such, a presentation of the question can result in a satisfactory explanation of the development of agriculture in capitalist society. At the beginning of the capitalist course, agriculture was in the hands of the peasantry, which, as a general rule, was subordinated to the feudal regime of social economy. Koski first of all characterizes the system of peasant farming, the combining of agriculture with domestic industry, and further the elements of decay in this paradise of petty bourgeois and conservative writers, the significance of usury and the gradual penetration into the countryside, deep into the peasant household itself, of the class antagonism which destroys the ancient harmony and community of interests. This process, which began as far back as the Middle Ages, has not completely come to an end to this day. We emphasize this statement because it shows immediately the utter incorrectness of Mr. Bulgakov's assertion that Koski did not even raise the question of who was the carrier of technical progress in agriculture. Koski raised and answered that question quite definitely. Anyone who reads his book carefully will grasp the truth that the carrier of technical progress in modern agriculture is the rural bourgeoisie, both petty and big, and the big bourgeoisie plays a more important role in this respect than the petty bourgeoisie. 2. After describing the main features of feudal agriculture, the predominance of the three-field system, the most conservative system in agriculture, the oppression and expropriation of the peasantry by the big landed aristocracy, the organization of feudal capitalist farming by the latter, the transformation of the peasantry into starving paupers in the 17th and 18th centuries, the development of bourgeois peasants, for whom the old forms of rural relations and land tenure were unsuitable, the abolition of these forms and the paving of the way for capitalist, intensive farming by the forces of the bourgeois class which had developed in the womb of industry and the towns. After describing all this, Koski goes on to characterize modern agriculture. This chapter contains a remarkably exact, concise, and lucid outline of the gigantic revolution which capitalism brought about in agriculture by transforming the routine craft of peasants crushed by poverty and ignorance into the scientific application of agronomics, by disturbing the age-long stagnation of agriculture, and by giving an impetus to the rapid development of the productive forces of social labor. The three-field system gave way to the crop rotation system. The maintenance of cattle and the cultivation of the soil were improved, the yield increased and specialization in agriculture and the division of labor among individual farms greatly developed. Pre-capitalist uniformity was replaced by increasing diversity, accompanied by technical progress in all branches of agriculture. Both the use of machinery in agriculture and the application of steam power were introduced and underwent rapid development. The employment of electric power, which, as specialists point out, is destined to play an even greater role in this branch of production than steam power, has begun. The use of access roads, land improvement schemes, and the application of artificial fertilizers adapted to the physiology of plants have been developed. The application of bacteriology to agriculture has begun. Mr. Bulgakov's assertion that Koski's data are not accompanied by an economic analysis is completely groundless. Koski shows precisely the connection between this revolution and the growth of the market, and the subordination of agriculture to competition which forced the changes and specialization. This revolution, which has its origin in urban capital, increases the dependence of the farmer on the market and, moreover, constantly changes market conditions of importance to him. A branch of production that was profitable while the local market's only connection with the world market was a high road becomes unprofitable and must necessarily be superseded by another branch of production when a railway is run through the locality. If, for example, the railway brings cheaper grain production becomes unprofitable, but at the same time a market for milk is created. The growth of commodity circulation makes it possible to introduce new, improved varieties of crops into the country, etc. In the feudal epoch, says Koski, the only agriculture was small-scale agriculture, for the landlord cultivated his fields with the peasant's implements. Capitalism first created the possibility for large-scale production in agriculture, which is technically more rational than small-scale production. In discussing agricultural machinery, Koski explains the capitalist nature of its employment. He explains the influence of agricultural machinery upon the workers, the significance of machinery as a factor of progress, and the reactionary utopianism of schemes for restricting the employment of agricultural machinery. Agricultural machines will continue their transformative activity, they will drive the rural workers into the towns and in this way serve as a powerful instrument for raising wages in the rural districts, on the one hand, and for the further development of the employment of machinery in agriculture, on the other. Let it be added that in special chapters Koski explains in detail the capitalist character of modern agriculture, the relation between large and small-scale production, and the proletarization of the peasantry. As we see, Mr. Bulgakov's assertion that Koski does not raise the question of knowing why all these wonder-working changes were necessary is entirely untrue. In Chapter V, Koski expounds Marx's theory of value, profit, and rent. Without money, modern agricultural production is impossible, says Koski, or, what is the same thing, it is impossible without capital. Indeed, under the present mode of production any sum of money which does not serve the purpose of individual consumption can be transformed into capital, i.e., into a value begetting surplus value and, as a general rule, actually is transformed into capital. Hence, modern agricultural production is capitalist production. This passage, incidentally, enables us to appraise the following statement made by Mr. Bulgakov: I employ this term in the ordinary sense, i.e., in the sense of large-scale production in agriculture. Actually, however, when the whole of the national economy is organized on capitalist lines, there is no non-capitalist agriculture, the whole of it being determined by the general conditions of the organization of production, and only within these limits should the distinction be made between large-scale, entrepreneur farming, and small-scale farming. For the sake of clarity a new term is required here also. And so it seems, Mr. Bulgakov is correcting Koski. Actually, however, as the reader sees, Koski does not employ the term capitalist agriculture in the ordinary, inexact sense in which Mr. Bulgakov employs it. Koski understands perfectly well, and says so very precisely and clearly, that under the capitalist mode of production all agricultural production is as a general rule capitalist production. In support of this opinion he adduces the simple fact that in order to carry on modern agriculture money is needed, and that in modern society money which does not serve the purpose of individual consumption becomes capital. It seems to us that this is somewhat clearer than Mr. Bulgakov's correction, and that Koski has fully proved that it is possible to dispense with a new term. In Chapter V of his book Koski asserts, inter alia, that both the tenant-farmer system, which has developed so fully in England, and the mortgage system, which is developing with astonishing rapidity in continental Europe, express, in essence, one and the same process, viz., the separation of the land from the farmer. Under the capitalist tenant-farmer system this separation is as clear as daylight. Under the mortgage system it is less clear, and things are not so simple, but in essence it amounts to the same thing. Indeed, it is obvious that the mortgaging of land is the mortgage, or sale, of ground rent. Consequently, under the mortgage system, as well as under the tenant-farmer system, the recipients of rent are separated from the recipients of the profit of enterprise. In general, the significance of this assertion of Koski is unclear to Mr. Bulgakov. It can hardly be considered as proved that the mortgage system expresses the separation of the land from the farmer. Firstly, it cannot be proved that debt absorbs the whole rent, this is possible only by way of exception. To this we reply, there is no need to prove that interest on mortgage debts absorbs the whole rent, just as there is no need to prove that the actual amount paid for land leased coincides with rent. It is sufficient to prove that mortgage debts are growing with enormous rapidity, that the landowners strive to mortgage all their land, to sell the whole of the rent. The existence of this tendency a theoretical economic analysis can, in general, deal only with tendencies cannot be doubted. Consequently, there can be no doubt about the process of separation of the land from the farmer. The combination of the recipient of rent and the recipient of the profit of enterprise in one person is, from the historical point of view, an exception. Secondly, the causes and sources of the debt must be analyzed in each separate case for its significance to be understood. Probably this is either a misprint or a slip. Mr. Bulgakov cannot demand that an economist should investigate the causes of the debt in each separate case or even expect that he would be able to do so. If Mr. Bulgakov wanted to say that it is necessary to analyze the causes of debt in different countries at different periods, we cannot agree with him. Koski is perfectly right in saying that too many monographs on the agrarian question have accumulated, and that the urgent task of modern theory is not to add new monographs but to investigate the main trends of the capitalist evolution of agriculture as a whole. Among these main trends is undoubtedly the separation of the land from the farmer in the form of an increase in mortgage debts. Koski precisely and clearly defined the real significance of mortgages, their progressive historical character, and the essential role they play in the capitalist evolution of agriculture. All Koski's arguments on this question are extremely valuable theoretically and provide a powerful weapon against the widespread bourgeois talk about the misfortune of debts and about measures of assistance. Thirdly, concludes Mr. Bulgakov, land leased out may, in its turn, be mortgaged, and in this sense it may assume the same position as land not leased out. A strange argument. Let Mr. Bulgakov point to at least one economic phenomenon, to at least one economic category, that is not interwoven with others. The fact that there are cases of combined leasing and mortgaging does not refute, does not even weaken, the theoretical proposition that the separation of the land from the farmer is expressed in two forms, in the tenant-farmer system and in mortgage debts. Mr. Bulgakov also declares that Koski's statement that countries in which the tenant-farmer system is developed are also countries in which large land ownership predominates is still more unexpected and altogether untrue. Koski speaks here of the concentration of land ownership and the concentration of mortgages as conditions that facilitate the abolition of the private ownership of land. On the question of concentration of land ownership, continues Koski, there are no statistics which would enable one to trace the amalgamation of several properties in single hands, but in general it may be taken that the increase in the number of leases and in the area of the leased land proceeds side by side with concentration of land ownership. Countries in which the tenant-farmer system is developed are also countries in which large land ownership predominates. It is clear that Koski's entire argument applies only to countries in which the tenant-farmer system is developed, but Mr. Bulgakov refers to East Prussia, where he hopes to show an increase in the number of leases side by side with the breakup of large landed properties, and he thinks that by means of this single example he is refuting Koski. It is a pity, however, that Mr. Bulgakov forgets to inform his readers that Koski himself points to the breakup of large estates and the growth of peasant tenant farming in the East Elba province and, in doing so, explains, as we shall see later, the real significance of these processes. Koski points to the concentration of mortgage institutions as proof that the concentration of land ownership is taking place in countries in which mortgage debts exist. Mr. Bulgakov thinks that this is no proof. In his opinion, it might easily be the case that the deconcentration of capital is proceeding side by side with the concentration of credit institutions. Well, we shall not argue with Mr. Bulgakov on this point. 3. After examining the main features of feudal and capitalist agriculture, Koski passes on to the question of large and small-scale production in agriculture. This chapter is one of the best in Koski's book. In it he first examines the technical superiority of large-scale production. In deciding the question in favor of large-scale production, Koski does not give an abstract formula that ignores the enormous variety of agricultural relations. On the contrary, he clearly and precisely points to the necessity of taking this variety into account in the practical applications of the theoretical law. In the first place, it goes without saying that the superiority of large-scale over small-scale production in agriculture is inevitable only when all other conditions are equal. In industry, also, the law of the superiority of large-scale production is not as absolute and as simple as is sometimes thought. There, too, it is the equality of other conditions that ensures the full applicability of the law. In agriculture, however, which is distinguished for the incomparably greater complexity and variety of its relations, the full applicability of the law of the superiority of large-scale production is hampered by considerably stricter conditions. For instance, Koski very aptly observes that on the borderline between the peasant and the small landlord estates, quantity is transformed into quality. The big peasant farm may be economically, if not technically, superior to the small landlord farm. The employment of a scientifically educated manager is too costly for a small estate, and the management by the owner himself is very often merely junker, and by no means scientific management. Secondly, large-scale production in agriculture is superior to small production only up to a certain limit. Koski closely investigates this limit further on. It also goes without saying that this limit differs in different branches of agriculture and under different social-economic conditions. Thirdly, Koski does not in the least ignore the fact that so far, there are branches of agriculture in which, as experts admit, small-scale production can compete with large-scale production, for example, vegetable gardening, grape growing, industrial crops, etc. But these branches occupy a position quite subordinate to the decisive branches of agriculture, viz., the production of grain and animal husbandry. Moreover, even in vegetable gardening and grape growing there are already fairly successful large-scale enterprises. Hence, taking agriculture as a whole, those branches in which small-scale production is superior to large-scale production need not be taken into account, and it is quite permissible to say that large-scale production is decidedly superior to small-scale production. After demonstrating the technical superiority of large-scale production in agriculture, Koski asks, what can small production offer against the advantages of large-scale production? And he replies, the greater diligence and greater care of the worker, who, unlike the hired laborer, works for himself, and the low level of requirements of the small independent farmer, which is even lower than that of the agricultural laborer, and, by adducing a number of striking facts concerning the position of the peasants in France, England, and Germany, Koski leaves no doubt whatever about overwork and underconsumption in small-scale production. Finally, he points out that the superiority of large-scale production also finds expression in the striving of farmers to form associations. Associated production is large-scale production. The fuss made by the ideologists of the petty bourgeoisie in general, and the Russian narodniks in particular, over the small farmers' associations is well known. The more significant, therefore, is Koski's excellent analysis of the role of these associations. Of course, the small farmers' associations are a link in economic progress, but they express a transition to capitalism and not toward collectivism, as is often thought and asserted. Associations do not diminish but enhance the superiority of large-scale over small-scale production in agriculture, because the big farmers enjoy greater opportunities of forming associations and take greater advantage of these opportunities. It goes without saying that Koski very emphatically maintains that communal, collective large-scale production is superior to capitalist large-scale production. He deals with the experiments in collective farming made in England by the followers of Robert Owen and with analogous communes in the United States of North America. All these experiments, says Koski, irrefutably prove that it is quite possible for workers to carry on large-scale modern farming collectively, but that for this possibility to become a reality a number of definite economic, political, and intellectual conditions are necessary. The transition of the small producer to collective production is hindered by the extremely low development of solidarity and discipline, the isolation and the property owner fanaticism, noted not only among West European peasants, but, let us add, also among the Russian commune peasants. Koski categorically declares that it is absurd to expect that the peasant in modern society will go over to communal production. Such is the extremely rich content of Chapter 6 of Koski's book. Mr. Bulgakov is particularly displeased with this chapter. Koski, we are told, is guilty of the fundamental sin of confusing various concepts. Technical advantages are confused with economic advantages. Koski proceeds from the false assumption that the technically more perfect mode of production is also economically more perfect, i.e., more viable. Mr. Bulgakov's emphatic statement is altogether groundless, of which, we hope, the reader has been convinced by our exposition of Koski's line of argument. Without in the least confusing technique with economics, Koski rightly investigates the question of the relation of large-scale to small-scale production in agriculture, other conditions being equal, under the capitalist system of production. In the opening sentence of the first section of Chapter 6, Koski points precisely to this connection between the level of development of capitalism and the degree of the general applicability of the law of the superiority of large-scale agriculture. The more capitalist agriculture becomes, the more it develops the qualitative difference between the techniques of small and large-scale production. This qualitative difference did not exist in pre-capitalist agriculture. What then can be said of this stern admonition to which Mr. Bulgakov treats Koski? In point of fact, the question should have been put as follows: what significance in the competition between large and small-scale production can any of the specific features of either of these forms of production have under the present social economic conditions? This correction bears the same character as the one we examined above. Let us see now how Mr. Bulgakov refutes Koski's arguments in favor of the technical superiority of large-scale production in agriculture. Koski says, one of the most important features distinguishing agriculture from industry is that in agriculture production in the proper sense of the word is usually connected with the household, which is not the case in industry. That the larger household has the advantage over the small household in the saving of labor and materials hardly needs proof. The former purchases kerosene, chicory, and margarine wholesale, the latter purchases these articles retail, etc. Mr. Bulgakov corrects, Koski did not mean to say that this was technically more advantageous, but that it cost less. Is it not clear that in this case Mr. Bulgakov's attempt to correct Koski was more than unfortunate? This argument, continues the stern critic, is also very questionable in itself, because under certain conditions the value of the product may not include the value of the scattered huts, whereas the value of a common house is included, even with the interest added. This, too, depends upon social economic conditions, which and not the alleged technical advantages of large-scale over small-scale production should have been investigated. In the first place, Mr. Bulgakov forgets the trifle that Koski, after comparing the significance of large-scale production with that of small-scale production, all other conditions being equal, proceeds to examine these conditions in detail. Consequently, Mr. Bulgakov wants to throw different questions together. Secondly, how is it that the value of the peasant's huts does not enter into the value of the product? Only because the peasant does not count the value of the timber he uses or the labor he expends in building and repairing his hut. Insofar as the peasant still conducts a natural economy, he, of course, may not count his labor. There is no justification for Mr. Bulgakov's not telling his readers that Koski very clearly and precisely points this out on pages 165 to 67 of his book. But we are now discussing the social economic condition of capitalism and not of natural economy or of simple commodity production. Under capitalist social conditions, not to count one's labor means to work for nothing, it means to work for incomplete remuneration for the labor power expended, it means to lower the level of consumption below the standard. As we have seen, Koski fully recognized and correctly appraised this distinguishing feature of small production. In his objection to Koski, Mr. Bulgakov repeats the usual trick and the usual mistake of the bourgeois and petty bourgeois economists. These economists have deafened us with their praises of the viability of the small peasant, who, they say, need not count his own labor, or chase after profit and rent, etc. These good people merely forget that such arguments confuse the social economic conditions of natural economy, simple commodity production, and capitalism. Koski excellently explains all these mistakes and draws a strict distinction between the various systems of social economic relations. He says, if the agricultural production of the small peasant is not drawn into the sphere of commodity production, if it is merely a part of household economy, it also remains outside the sphere of the centralising tendencies of the modern mode of production. However irrational his parcellist economy may be, no matter what waste of effort it may lead to, he clings to it tightly, just as his wife clings to her wretched household economy, which likewise produces infinitely miserable results with an enormous expenditure of labor power, but which represents the only sphere in which she is not subject to another's rule and is free from exploitation. The situation changes when natural economy is supplanted by commodity economy. The peasant then has to sell his produce, purchase implements, and purchase land. As long as the peasant remains a simple commodity producer, he can be satisfied with the standard of living of the wage worker, he needs neither profit nor rent, he can pay a higher price for land than the capitalist entrepreneur. But simple commodity production is supplanted by capitalist production. If, for instance, the peasant has mortgaged his land, he must also obtain the rent which he has sold to the creditor. At this stage of development the peasant can only formally be regarded as a simple commodity producer. De facto, he usually has to deal with the capitalist, the creditor, the merchant, the industrial entrepreneur from whom he must seek auxiliary employment, i.e., to whom he must sell his labor power. At this stage Nkoskai, we repeat, compares large-scale with small-scale farming in capitalist society. The possibility for the peasant not to count his labor means only one thing to him, namely, to work himself to death and continually to cut down his consumption. Equally unsound are the other objections raised by Mr. Bulgakov. Small-scale production permits of the employment of machinery within narrower limits. The small proprietor finds credit more difficult to obtain and more expensive, says Koskai. Mr. Bulgakov considers these arguments false and refers to peasant associations. He completely ignores the evidence brought forward by Koskai, whose appraisal of these associations and their significance we quoted above. On the question of machinery, Mr. Bulgakov again reproaches Koskai for not raising the more general economic question: what, upon the whole, is the economic role of machinery in agriculture, and is it as inevitable an instrument in agriculture as in manufacturing industry? Koskai clearly pointed to the capitalist nature of the use of machinery in modern agriculture, noted the specific features of agriculture which create technical and economic difficulties for the employment of machinery in agriculture, and adduced data on the growing employment of machinery, on its technical significance, and on the role of steam and electricity. Koskai indicated the size of farm necessary, according to agronomic data, for making the fullest use of various machines, and pointed out that according to the German census of 1895 the employment of machinery steadily and rapidly increases from the small farms to the big ones. Instead of these figures, Mr. Bulgakov would have preferred general arguments about the invincibility or non-invincibility of machines. The argument that a larger number of draft animals per hectare is employed in small-scale production is unconvincing, because the relative intensity of animal maintenance per farm is not investigated, says Mr. Bulgakov. We open Koskai's book at the page that contains this argument and read the following: the large number of cows in small-scale farming is to no small extent are determined by the fact that the peasant engages more in animal husbandry and less in the production of grain than the big farmer, but this does not explain the difference in the number of horses maintained. We remind the reader of the fact that in Russia the Zemstvo statistics reveal the same law expressing the superiority of large-scale over small-scale farming. The big peasant farms manage with a smaller number of cattle and implements per unit of land. Mr. Bulgakov gives a far from complete exposition of Koskai's arguments on the superiority of large-scale over small-scale production in capitalist agriculture. The superiority of large-scale farming does not only lie in the fact that there is less waste of cultivated area, a saving in livestock and implements, fuller utilization of implements, wider possibilities of employing machinery, and more opportunities for obtaining credit. It also lies in the commercial superiority of large-scale production, the employment in the latter of scientifically trained managers. Large-scale farming utilizes the cooperation of workers and division of labor to a larger extent. Koskai attaches particular importance to the scientific, agronomic education of the farmer. A scientifically well-educated farmer can be employed only by a farm sufficiently large for the work of management and supervision to engage fully the person's labor power. In this connection, Koski mentions the interesting and extremely characteristic fact that the establishment of primary and secondary agricultural school benefits the big farmer and not the peasant by providing the former with employees. The higher education that is required for fully rationalized production is hardly compatible with the peasant's present conditions of existence. This, of course, is a condemnation, not of higher education, but of the peasant's conditions of life. It merely means that peasant production is able to exist side by side with large-scale production, not because of its higher productivity, but because of its lower requirements. Large-scale production must employ, not only peasant laborers, but also urban workers, whose requirements are on an incomparably higher level. Mr. Bulgakov calls the highly interesting and important data which Koski adduces to prove overwork and underconsumption in small-scale production a few casual quotations. Mr. Bulgakov undertakes to cite as many quotations of an opposite character. He merely forgets to say whether he also undertakes to make an opposite assertion which he would prove by quotations of an opposite character. This is the whole point. Does Mr. Bulgakov undertake to assert that large-scale production in capitalist society differs from peasant production in the prevalence of overwork and the lower consumption of its workers? Mr. Bulgakov is too cautious to make such a ludicrous assertion. He considers it possible to avoid the fact of the peasants' overwork and lower consumption by remarking that in some places peasants are prosperous and in other places they are poor. What would be said of an economist who, instead of generalizing the data on the position of small and large-scale production, began to investigate the difference in the prosperity of the population of various places? What would be said of an economist who evaded the overwork and lower consumption of handicraftsmen, as compared with factory workers, with the remark that in some places handicraftsmen are prosperous and in other places they are poor? Incidentally, a word about handicraftsmen. Mr. Bulgakov writes, apparently Koski was mentally drawing a parallel with house industry, where there are no technical limits to overwork, but this parallel is unsuitable here. Apparently, we say in reply, Mr. Bulgakov was astonishingly inattentive to the book he was criticizing, for Koski did not mentally draw a parallel with house industry, but pointed to it directly and precisely on the very first page of that part of the chapter which deals with the question of overwork, as in domestic industry. The work of the children of the family in small peasant farming is even more harmful than wage labor for others. However emphatically Mr. Bulgakov decrees that this parallel is unsuitable here, his opinion is nevertheless entirely erroneous. In industry, overwork has no technical limits, but for the peasantry it is limited by the technical conditions of agriculture, argues Mr. Bulgakov. The question arises, who, indeed, confuses technique with economics, Koski or Mr. Bulgakov? What has the technique of agriculture, or of domestic industry, to do with the case when facts prove that the small producer in agriculture and in industry drives his children to work at an earlier age, works more hours per day, lives more frugally, and cuts down his requirements to such a level that he stands out in a civilized country as a real barbarian? Can the economic similarity of such phenomena in agriculture and in industry be denied on the grounds that agriculture has a large number of specific features? The small peasant could not put in more work than his field requires even if he wanted to, says Mr. Bulgakov. But the small peasant can and does work 14, and not 12, hours a day. He can and does work with that supernormal intensity which wears out his nerves and muscles much more quickly than the normal intensity. Moreover, what an incorrect and extreme abstraction it is to reduce all the peasant's work to field work. You will find nothing of the kind in Koski's book. Koski knows perfectly well that the peasant also works in the household, works on building and repairing his hut, his cowshed, his implements, etc., not counting all this additional work, for which a wage worker on a big farm would demand payment at the usual rate. Is it not clear to every unprejudiced person that overwork has incomparably wider limits for the peasant, for the small farmer, than for the small industrial producer if he is only such? The overwork of the small farmer is strikingly demonstrated as a universal phenomenon by the fact that all bourgeois writers unanimously testify to the diligence and frugality of the peasant and accuse the workers of indolence and extravagance. The small peasants, says an investigator of the life of the rural population in Westphalia quoted by Koskai, overwork their children to such an extent that their physical development is retarded. Working for wages has not such bad sides. A small Lincolnshire farmer stated the following to the Parliamentary Commission which investigated agrarian conditions in England: "I have brought up a family and nearly worked them to death." Another said, "I and my children have been working 18 hours a day for several days and average 10 to 12 during the year." A third, "We work much harder than laborers, in fact, like slaves." Mr. Reed described to the same commission the conditions of the small farmer, in the districts where agriculture in the strict sense of the word predominates, in the following manner: "The only way in which he can possibly succeed is this: in doing the work of 2 agricultural laborers and living at the expense of 1, as regards his family, they are worse educated and harder worked than the children of the agricultural laborers." Will Mr. Bulgakov assert that not less frequently a day laborer does the work of 2 peasants? Particularly characteristic is the following fact cited by Koskai showing that the peasant art of starvation may lead to the economic superiority of small production. A comparison of the profitableness of 2 peasant farms in Baden shows a deficit of 933 marks in one, the large one, and a surplus of 191 marks in the other, which was only half the size of the first. But the first farm, which was conducted exclusively with the aid of hired laborers, had to feed the latter properly, at a cost of nearly 1 mark per person per day, whereas the smaller farm was conducted exclusively with the aid of the members of the family, whose maintenance cost only half the amount spent on the day laborers, 48 pfennigs per person per day. If the family of the small peasant had been fed as well as the laborers hired by the big farmer, the small farmer would have suffered a deficit of 1,250 marks. His surplus came, not from his full corn bins, but from his empty stomach. What a huge number of similar examples would be discovered, were the comparison of the profitableness of large and small farms accompanied by calculation of the consumption and work of peasants and of wage workers. Here is another calculation of the higher profit of a small farm as compared with a big farm, a calculation made in one of the special magazines. But how is this higher profit obtained, asks Koskai. It turns out that the small farmer is assisted by his children, assisted from the time they begin to walk, whereas the big farmer has to spend money on his children. In the small farm even the old people, over 70 years of age, take the place of a full worker. An ordinary day laborer, particularly on a big farm, goes about his work and thinks to himself, "I wish it was knocking off time." The small peasant, however, at all events in all the busy seasons, thinks to himself, "Oh, if only the day were an hour or 2 longer." The small producers, the author of this article in the Agricultural Magazine says didactically, make better use of their time in the busy seasons. They rise earlier, retire later, and work more quickly, whereas the laborers employed by the big farmer do not want to get up earlier, go to bed later or work harder than at other times. The peasant is able to obtain a net income thanks to the simple life he leads. He lives in a mud hut built mainly by the labor of his family. His wife has been married for 17 years and has worn out only 1 pair of shoes. Usually she goes barefoot, or in wooden sabots, and she makes all the clothes for her family. Their food consists of potatoes, milk, and on rare occasions, herring. Only on Sundays does the husband smoke a pipe of tobacco. These people did not realize that they were leading a particularly simple life and did not express dissatisfaction with their position. Following this simple way of life, they obtained nearly every year a small surplus from their farm. 4. After completing his analysis of the interrelations between large and small-scale production in capitalist agriculture, Koskai proceeds to make a special investigation of the limits of capitalist agriculture. Koskai says that objection to the theory that large-scale farming is superior to small-scale is raised mainly by the friends of humanity among the bourgeoisie, the pure free traders, and the agrarians. Many economists have recently been advocating small-scale farming. The statistics usually cited are those showing that big farms are not eliminating small farms. And Koski quotes these statistics. In Germany, from 1882 to 1895, it was the area of the medium-sized farms that increased most. In France, from 1882 to 1892, it was the area of the smallest and biggest farms that increased most, the area of the medium-sized farms diminished. In England, from 1885 to 1895, the area of the smallest and the biggest farms diminished, it was the area of the farms ranging from 40 to 120 hectares, i.e., farms that cannot be put in the category of small farms, which increased most. In America, the average area of farms is diminishing. In 1850 it was 203 acres, in 1861 99 acres, in 1871 53 acres, in 1880 134 acres, and in 1890 137 acres. Koski makes a closer examination of the American statistics and, Mr. Bulgakov's opinion notwithstanding, his analysis is extremely important from the standpoint of principle. The main reason for the diminution in the average farm area is the breakup of the large plantations in the South after the emancipation of the Negroes. In the southern states the average farm area diminished by more than one-half. Not a single person who understands the subject will regard these figures as evidence of the victory of small-scale over modern large-scale production. In general, an analysis of American statistics by regions shows a large variety of relations. In the principal wheat states, in the northern part of the Middle West, the average farm area increased from 122 to 133 acres. Small-scale production becomes predominant only in those places where agriculture is in a state of decline, or where pre-capitalist, large-scale production enters into competition with peasant production. This conclusion of Koski is very important, for it shows that if certain conditions are not adhered to, the handling of statistics may become merely mishandling. A distinction must be drawn between capitalist and pre-capitalist large-scale production. A detailed analysis must be made for separate districts that differ materially from one another in the forms of farming and in the historical conditions of its development. It is said, figures prove. But one must analyze the figures to see what they prove. They only prove what they directly say. The figures do not speak directly of the scale on which production is carried on, but of the area of the farms. It is possible, and in fact it so happens, that with intensive farming, production can be carried on upon a larger scale on a small estate than on a large estate extensively farmed. Statistics that tell us only about the area of farms tell us nothing as to whether the diminution of their area is due to the actual diminution of the scale of farming, or to its intensification. Forestry and pastoral farming, these first forms of capitalist large-scale farming, permit of the largest area of estates. Field cultivation requires a smaller area. But the various systems of field cultivation differ from one another in this respect. The exhaustive, extensive system of farming permits of huge farms. The introduction of fertilizers, etc., necessarily leads to a diminution in the area of farms, which in Europe, for instance, are smaller than in America. The transition from field farming to animal husbandry again causes a diminution in the area of farms. In England, in 1880, the average size of livestock farms was 52.3 acres, whereas that of field farms was 74.2 acres. That is why the transition from field farming to animal husbandry which is taking place in England must give rise to a tendency for the area of farms to diminish. But it would be judging very superficially if the conclusion were drawn from this that there has been a decline in production. In East Elba, it is precisely the introduction of intensive farming that is taking place. The big farmers, says Sering, whom Koski quotes, are increasing the productivity of their soil and are selling or leasing to peasants the remote parts of their estates, since with intensive farming it is difficult to utilize these remote parts. Thus, large estates in East Elba are being reduced in size and in their vicinity small peasant farms are being established. This, however, is not because small-scale production is superior to large-scale, but because the former dimensions of the estates were adapted to the needs of extensive farming. The diminution in farm area in all these cases usually leads to an increase in the quantity of products and frequently to an increase in the number of workers employed, i.e., to an actual increase in the scale of production. From this it is clear how little is proved by general agricultural statistics on the area of farms, and how cautiously one must handle them. In industrial statistics we have direct indices of the scale of production, and, besides, it is easy to distinguish the different branches. Agricultural statistics hardly ever satisfy these necessary conditions of evidence. Furthermore, the monopoly in landed property limits agricultural capitalism. In industry, capital grows as a result of accumulation, as a result of the conversion of surplus value into capital. Centralization, i.e., the amalgamation of several small units of capital into a large unit, plays a lesser role. In agriculture, the situation is different. The whole of the land is occupied, and it is possible to enlarge the area of a farm only by centralizing several lots. This must be done in such a way as to form one continuous area. Clearly, enlarging an estate by purchasing the surrounding lots is a very difficult matter, particularly in view of the fact that the small lots are partly occupied by agricultural laborers, and partly by small peasants who are masters of the art of maintaining their hold by reducing consumption to an unbelievable minimum. For some reason or other the statement of this simple and very clear fact, which indicates the limits of agricultural capitalism, seemed to Mr. Bulgakov to be a mere phrase and provided a pretext for the most groundless rejoicing, and so, the superiority of large-scale production comes to grief at the very first obstacle. First, Mr. Bulgakov misunderstands the law of the superiority of large-scale production, ascribing to it excessive abstractness, from which Koski is very remote, and then turns his misunderstanding into an argument against Koski. Truly strange is Mr. Bulgakov's belief that he can refute Koski by referring to Ireland. The fact that large landed property is one of the conditions of large-scale production does not in the least signify that it is a sufficient condition. Of course, Koski could not examine the historical and other causes of the specific features of Ireland, or of any other country, in a general work on capitalism in agriculture. It would not occur to anyone to demand that Marx, in analyzing the general laws of capitalism in industry, should have explained why small industry continued longer in France, why industry was developing slowly in Italy, etc. Equally groundless is Mr. Bulgakov's assertion that concentration could proceed gradually. It is not as easy to enlarge estates by purchasing neighboring lots as it is to add new premises to a factory for an additional number of machines, etc. In referring to this purely fictitious possibility of the gradual concentration, or renting, of land for the purpose of forming large farms, Mr. Bulgakov paid little attention to the really specific feature of agriculture in the process of concentration, a feature which Koski indicated. This is the latifundia, the concentration of several estates in the hands of a single owner. Statistics usually register the number of individual estates and tell us nothing about the process of concentration of various estates in the hands of big landowners. Koski cites very striking instances, in Germany and Austria, of such concentration which leads to a special and higher form of large-scale capitalist farming in which several large estates are combined to form a single economic unit managed by a single central body. Such gigantic agricultural enterprises make possible the combination of the most varied branches of agriculture and the most extensive use of the advantages of large-scale production. The reader will see how remote Koski is from abstractness and from a stereotyped understanding of Marx's theory, to which he remains true. Koski warned against this stereotyped understanding, even inserting a special section on the doom of small-scale production in industry in the chapter under discussion. He rightly points out that even in industry the victory of large-scale production is not so easy of achievement, and is not so uniform, as those who talk about Marx's theory being inapplicable to agriculture are in the habit of thinking. It is sufficient to point to capitalist domestic industry. It is sufficient to recall the remark Marx made about the extreme variety of transitional and mixed forms which obscure the victory of the factory system. How much more complicated this is in agriculture. The increase in wealth and luxury leads, for example, to millionaires purchasing huge estates which they turn into forests for their pleasures. In Salzburg, in Austria, the number of cattle has been declining since 1869. The reason is the sale of the Alps to rich lovers of the hunt. Koski says very aptly that if agricultural statistics are taken in general, and uncritically, it is quite easy to discover in the capitalist mode of production a tendency to transform modern nations into hunting tribes. Finally, among the conditions setting the limits to capitalist agriculture, Koski also points to the fact that the shortage of workers due to the migration of the rural population compels the big landowners to allot land to laborers, to create a small peasantry to provide labor power for the landlord. An absolutely propertyless agricultural laborer is a rarity, because in agriculture rural economy, in the strict sense, is connected with household economy. Whole categories of agricultural wage workers own or have the use of land. When small production is eliminated too greatly, the big landowners try to strengthen or revive it by the sale or lease of land. Sering, whom Koski quotes, says, in all European countries, a movement has recently been observed towards settling rural laborers by allotting plots of land to them. Thus, within the limits of the capitalist mode of production, it is impossible to count on small-scale production being entirely eliminated from agriculture, for the capitalists and agrarians themselves strive to revive it when the ruination of the peasantry has gone too far. Marx pointed to this rotation of concentration and parcelization of the land in capitalist society as far back as 1850, in the Neue Rheinische 52. Mr. Bulgakov is of the opinion that these arguments of Koski contain an element of truth, but still more of error. Like all Mr. Bulgakov's other verdicts, this one has also extremely weak and nebulous grounds. Mr. Bulgakov thinks that Koski has constructed a theory of proletarian small-scale production, and that this theory is true for a very limited region. We hold a different opinion. The agricultural wage labor of small cultivators is a phenomenon characteristic, more or less, of all capitalist countries. No writer who desires to describe capitalism in agriculture can, without violating the truth, leave this phenomenon in the background. Koski, in Chapter 8 of his book, viz., The Proletarization of the Peasant, adduces extensive evidence to prove that in Germany, in particular, proletarian small-scale production is general. Mr. Bulgakov's statement that other writers, including Mr. Kablukov, have pointed to the shortage of workers leaves the most important thing in the background: the enormous difference in principle between Mr. Kablukov's theory and Koski's theory. Because of his characteristically Kleinberger point of view, Mr. Kablukov constructs out of the shortage of workers the theory that large-scale production is unsound and that small-scale production is sound. Koski gives an accurate description of the facts and indicates their true significance in modern class society. The class interests of the landowners compel them to strive to allot land to the workers. As far as class position is concerned, the agricultural wage workers with allotments are situated between the petty bourgeoisie and the proletariat, but closer to the latter. In other words, Mr. Kablukov develops one side of a complicated process into a theory of the unsoundness of large-scale production, whereas Koski analyses the special forms of social economic relations created by the interests of large-scale production at a certain stage of its development and under certain historical conditions. V. We shall now pass to the next chapter of Koski's book, the title of which we have just quoted. In this chapter Koski investigates, firstly, the tendency toward the parcelization of land holdings, and, secondly, the forms of peasant auxiliary employments. Thus, here are depicted those extremely important trends of capitalism in agriculture that are typical of the overwhelming majority of capitalist countries. Koski says that the breakup of land holdings leads to an increased demand for small plots on the part of small peasants, who pay a higher price for the land than the big farmers. Several writers have adduced this fact to prove that small-scale farming is superior to large-scale farming. Koski very appropriately replies to this by comparing the price of land with the price of houses, it is well known that small and cheap houses are dearer per unit of capacity than large and costly houses. The higher price of small plots of land is not due to the superiority of small-scale farming, but to the particularly oppressed condition of the peasant. The enormous number of dwarf farms that capitalism has called into being is seen from the following figures. In Germany, out of 5,500,000 farms, 4,250,000, i.e., more than 3/4, are of an area of less than 5 hectares. In Belgium, 78% are less than 2 hectares. In England, 118,000 out of 520,000 are less than 2 hectares. In France, 2,200,000 are less than 1 hectare, 4 million are less than 5 hectares. Mr. Bulgakov thinks that he can refute Koskai's argument that these dwarf farms are very irrational by arguing that very often the land is spade-tilled with an incredible degree of intensity, although, with an extremely irrational expenditure of labor power. It goes without saying that this objection is totally groundless, that individual examples of excellent cultivation of the soil by small peasants are as little able to refute Koskai's general characterization of this type of farming as the above-quoted example of the greater profitableness of a small farm is able to refute the thesis of the superiority of large-scale production. That Koskai is quite right in placing these farms, taken as a whole, in the proletarian category is seen from the fact, revealed by the German census of 1895, that very many of the small farmers cannot dispense with subsidiary earnings. Of a total of 4,700,000 persons obtaining an independent livelihood in agriculture, 2,700,000, or 57%, have subsidiary earnings. Of 3,200,000 farms of less than 2 hectares each, only 400,000, or 13%, have no subsidiary incomes. In the whole of Germany, out of 5,500,000 farms, 1,500,000 belong to agricultural and industrial wage workers. And after this Mr. Bulgakov presumes to assert that the theory of proletarian small land holdings was constructed by Koskai. Koskai thoroughly investigated the forms assumed by the proletarization of the peasantry. Unfortunately, space does not permit us to deal in detail with his description of these forms. Our only observation is that Koskai makes the same appraisal of auxiliary employment as that made by Russian economists. Migratory workers are less developed and have a lower level of requirements than urban workers. Not infrequently, they have a harmful effect on the living conditions of the urban workers. But for those places from which they come and to which they return, they are pioneers of progress. They acquire new wants and new ideas, they awaken among the backwoods peasants' consciousness, a sense of human dignity, and confidence in their own strength. In conclusion, we shall deal with the last and particularly sharp attack Mr. Bulgakov makes upon Koskai. Koskai says that in Germany, from 1882 to 1895 it was the smallest and the largest farms that grew most in number. Indeed, the number of farms under 1 hectare increased by 8.8%, those of 5 to 20 hectares increased by 7.8%, while those of over 1,000 hectares increased by 11%. Mr. Bulgakov is extremely indignant because the percentage is taken of the biggest farms, the number of which is insignificant. Mr. Bulgakov's indignation is quite groundless. He forgets that these farms, insignificant in number, are the largest in size and that they occupy nearly as much land as 2,300,000 to 2,500,000 dwarf farms. If I were to say that the number of very big factories in a country, those employing 1,000 and more workers, increased, say, from 51 to 57, by 11%, while the total number of factories increased 5.3%, would not that show an increase in large-scale production, notwithstanding the fact that the number of very large factories may be insignificant as compared with the total number of factories? Koskai is fully aware of the fact that it was the peasant farms of from 5 to 20 hectares which grew most in total area, and he deals with it in the ensuing chapter. Koskai then takes the changes in area in the various categories in 1882 and 1895. It appears that the largest increase occurred among the peasant farms of from 5 to 20 hectares, and the next largest among the biggest farms, those of more than 1,000 hectares, whereas the area of farms of from 20 to 1,000 hectares diminished by 86,809 hectares. Farms up to 1 hectare increased their area by 32,683 hectares, and those from 1 to 5 hectares, by 45,604 hectares. And Koski draws the following conclusion: the diminution in the area of farms of from 20 to 1,000 hectares is due, not to the decline of large-scale production, but to its intensification. We have already seen that intensive farming is making progress in Germany and that it frequently requires a diminution in the area of farms. That there is intensification of large-scale production can be seen from the growing utilization of steam-driven machinery, as well as from the enormous increase in the number of agricultural non-manual employees, who in Germany are employed only on large farms. The number of estate managers, overseers, bookkeepers, etc., increased from 47,465 in 1882 to 76,978 in 1895, i.e., by 62%. The percentage of women among these employees increased from 12 to 23.4. All this shows clearly how much more intensive and more capitalist large-scale farming has become since the beginning of the 80s. The next chapter will explain why simultaneously there has been such a big increase in the area of middle peasant farms. Mr. Bulgakov regards this description as being in crying contradiction to reality, but the arguments he falls back on again fail to justify such an emphatic and bold verdict, and not by one iota do they shake Koski's conclusion. In the first place, the intensification of farming, if it took place, would not in itself explain the relative and absolute diminution of the cultivated area, the diminution of the total proportion of farms in the 20 to 1,000 hectare group. The cultivated area could have increased simultaneously with the increase in the number of farms. The latter need merely have increased somewhat faster, so that the area of each farm would have diminished. We have deliberately quoted in full this argument, from which Mr. Bulgakov draws the conclusion that the diminution in the size of farms owing to the growth of intensive farming is pure fantasy, because it strikingly reveals the very mistake of mishandling statistics against which Koski seriously warned. Mr. Bulgakov puts ridiculously strict demands upon the statistics of the area of farms and ascribes to these statistics a significance which they never can have. Why, indeed, should the cultivated area have increased somewhat? Why should not the intensification of farming have shifted a certain number of farms from a higher category to a lower? Why should it not have diminished the cultivated area of farms of from 20 to 1,000 hectares? In industrial statistics, a reduction in the output of the very big factories would have indicated a decline in large-scale production. But the diminution in area of large estates by 1.2% does not and cannot indicate the volume of production, which very often increases with a decrease in the area of the farm. We know that the process of livestock breeding replacing grain farming, particularly marked in England, is going on in Europe as a whole. We know that sometimes this change causes a decrease in the farm area, but would it not be strange to draw from this the conclusion that the smaller farm area implied a decline in large-scale production? That is why, incidentally, the eloquent table given by Mr. Bulgakov on page 20, showing the reduction in the number of large and small farms and the increase in the number of medium farms possessing animals for field work, proves nothing at all. This may have been due to a change in the system of farming. That large-scale agricultural production in Germany has become more intensive and more capitalist is evident, firstly, from the increase in the number of steam-driven machines employed. From 1879 to 1897 their number increased fivefold. It is quite useless for Mr. Bulgakov to argue in his objection that the number of all machines in general owned by small farms is much larger than that owned by the large farms, and also that in America machines are employed in extensive farming. We are not discussing America now, but Germany, where there are no bonanza farms. The following table gives the percentage of farms in Germany employing steam plows and steam threshing machines. Percent of farms employing farms, steam plows, steam threshing machines, under 2 hectares. 0.00, 1.08, 2 to 5, 0.00, 5.20, 5 to 20, 0.01, 10.95, 20 to 100, 0.10, 16.60, 100 hectares and over, 5.29, 61.22. And now, if the total number of steam-driven machines employed in agriculture in Germany has increased fivefold, does it not prove that large-scale farming has become more intensive? Only it must not be forgotten, as Mr. Bulgakov forgets on page 21, that an increase in the size of enterprises in agriculture is not always identical with an increase in the area of farms. Secondly, the fact that large-scale production has become more capitalist is evident from the increase in the number of agricultural non-manual employees. It is useless for Bulgakov to call this argument of Koskaya curiosity, an increase in the number of officers, side by side with a reduction of the army with a reduction in the number of agricultural wage workers. Again we say, Rira bienki rira le dernier, Koskaya not only does not forget the reduction in the number of agricultural laborers, but shows it in detail in regard to a number of countries. Only this fact has absolutely nothing to do with the matter in hand, because the rural population as a whole is diminishing, while the number of proletarian small farmers is increasing. Let us assume that the big farmer abandons the production of grain and takes up the production of sugar beet and the manufacture of sugar. He might even sell, or rent, the remote parts of his estate to small peasants, particularly if he needs the wives and children of the peasants as day laborers on the beet plantations. Let us assume that he introduces a steam plow which eliminates the former ploughmen. The number of wage workers diminishes. The number of higher-grade employees necessarily increases. Will Mr. Bulgakov deny that we see here an increase in intensive farming and capitalism in large-scale production? Will he assert that nothing of the kind is taking place in Germany? To conclude the exposition of Chapter 8 of Koskaya's book, viz., on the proletarization of the peasants, we need to quote the following passage. What interests us here, says Koskaya, after the passage we have cited above, quoted also by Mr. Bulgakov, is the fact that the proletarization of the rural population is proceeding in Germany, as in other places, notwithstanding the fact that the tendency to parcel lease medium estates has ceased to operate there. From 1882 to 1895 the total number of farms increased by 281,000. By far the greater part of this increase was due to the greater number of proletarian farms up to 1 hectare in area. The number of these farms increased by 206,000. As we see, the development of agriculture is quite a special one, quite different from the development of industrial and trading capital. In the preceding chapter we pointed out that in agriculture the tendency to centralize farms does not lead to the complete elimination of small-scale production. When this tendency goes too far it gives rise to an opposite tendency, so that the tendency to centralize and the tendency to parcelize alternate with each other. Now we see that both tendencies can operate side by side. There is an increase in the number of farms whose owners come into the commodity market as proletarians, as sellers of labor power. All the material interests of these small farmers as sellers of the commodity labor power are identical with the interests of the industrial proletariat, and their land ownership does not give rise to antagonism between them and the proletariat. His land more or less emancipates the peasant smallholder from the dealer in food products, but it does not emancipate him from the exploitation of the capitalist entrepreneur, whether industrial or agricultural. Underscore 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 underscore. In the following article we shall deal with the remaining part of Koskaya's book and give the work a general appraisal. In passing, we shall examine the objections Mr. Bulgakov raises in a later article. Underscore 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 underscore. Second article. In Chapter 9 of his book Koskaya proceeds to analyze the contradictions inherent in capitalist agriculture. From the objections which Mr. Bulgakov raises against this chapter, which we shall examine later, It is evident that the critic has not quite properly understood the general significance of these difficulties. There are difficulties which, while being an obstacle to the full development of rational agriculture, at the same time stimulate the development of capitalist agriculture. Among the difficulties Koski points, for example, to the depopulation of the countryside. Undoubtedly, the migration from the countryside of the best and most intelligent workers is an obstacle to the full development of rational agriculture, but it is equally indubitable that the farmers combat this obstacle by developing technique, example by introducing machinery. Koski investigates the following difficulties: a. Ground rent, b. Right of inheritance, c. Limitation of right of inheritance, entailment 55, d. The exploitation of the countryside by the town, e. Depopulation of the countryside. Ground rent is that part of surplus value which remains after the average profit on invested capital is deducted. The monopoly of landed property enables the landowner to appropriate this surplus, and the price of land keeps rent at the level it has once reached. Clearly, rent hinders the complete rationalization of agriculture. Under the tenant-farmer system the incentive to improvements, etc., becomes weaker, and under the mortgage system the major part of the capital has to be invested, not in production, but in the purchase of land. In his objection Mr. Bulgakov points out, first, that there is nothing terrible in the growth of mortgage debts. He forgets, however, that Koski, not in another sense, but precisely in this sense, has pointed to the necessary increase in mortgages even when agriculture is prospering. Here, Koski does not raise the question as to whether an increase in mortgages is terrible or not, but asks what difficulties prevent capitalism from accomplishing its mission. Secondly, in Mr. Bulgakov's opinion, it is hardly correct to regard increased rent only as an obstacle. The rise in rent, the possibility of raising it, serves as an independent incentive to agriculture, stimulating progress of technique and every other form of progress. Stimuli to progress in capitalist agriculture are population growth, growth of competition, and growth of industry. Rent, however, is a tribute exacted by the landowner from social development, from the growth of technique. It is, therefore, incorrect to state that the rise in rent is an independent incentive to progress. Theoretically, it is possible for capitalist production to exist in the absence of private property in land, i.e., with the land nationalist, when absolute rent would not exist at all, and differential rent would be appropriated by the state. This would not weaken the incentive to agronomic progress, on the contrary, it would greatly increase it. There can be nothing more erroneous than to think that it is in the interest of agriculture to force up the prices of estates or artificially to keep them at a high level, says Koski. This is in the interest of the present landowners, of the mortgage banks and the real estate speculators, but not in the interest of agriculture, and least of all in the interest of its future, of the future generation of farmers. As to the price of land, it is capitalized rent. The second difficulty confronting commercial agriculture is that it necessarily requires private property in land. This leads to the situation in which the land is either split up on passing to heirs or is burdened by mortgages. Mr. Bulgakov reproaches Koski for overlooking, in his exposition, the positive side of the mobilization of the land. This reproach is absolutely groundless, for in the historical part of his book, as well as in the practical part, Koski clearly pointed out to his readers the positive side and the historical necessity of private property in land, of the subjection of agriculture to competition, and, consequently, of the mobilization of the land. The other reproach that Mr. Bulgakov directs at Koski, namely, that he does not investigate the problem of the different degrees of growth of the population in different places, is one that we simply cannot understand. Did Mr. Bulgakov really expect to find studies in demography in Koski's book? Without dwelling on the question of entailment, which, after what has been said above, represents nothing new, we shall proceed to examine the question of the exploitation of the countryside by the town. Mr. Bulgakov's assertion that Koski does not contrapose the positive to the negative sides and, primarily, the importance of the town as a market for agricultural produce, is in direct contradiction to the facts. Koski deals very definitely with the importance of the town as a market for agriculture on the very first page of the chapter which investigates modern agriculture. It is precisely to urban industry that Koski ascribes the principal role in the transformation of agriculture, in its rationalization, etc. That is why we cannot possibly understand how Mr. Bulgakov could repeat in his article these very ideas as if in opposition to Koski. This is a particularly striking example of the stern critic's false exposition of the book he is subjecting to criticism. It must not be forgotten, Mr. Bulgakov says to Koski admonishingly, that part of the values returns to the countryside. Anyone would think that Koski forgets this elementary truth. As a matter of fact, Koski distinguishes between the flow of values with or without an equivalent return much more clearly than Mr. Bulgakov attempts to do. In the first place, Koski examines the flow of commodity values from the country to the town without equivalent return and justly regards this as the economic exploitation of the countryside by the town. Koski further discusses the question of the efflux of values with an equivalent return, i.e., the exchange of agricultural produce for manufactured goods. He says, from the point of view of the law of value, this efflux does not signify the exploitation of agriculture. Actually, however, in the same way as the above-mentioned factors, it leads to its agronomic exploitation, to the impoverishment of the land in nutritive substances. As for the agronomic exploitation of the countryside by the town, here too Koski adheres to one of the fundamental propositions of the theory of Marx and Engels, i.e., that the antithesis between town and country destroys the necessary correspondence and interdependence between agriculture and industry, and that with the transition of capitalism to a higher form this antithesis must disappear. Mr. Bulgakov thinks that Koski's opinion on the agronomic exploitation of the country by the town is a strange one, that, at all events, Koski has here stepped on the soil of absolute fantasy. What surprises us is that Mr. Bulgakov ignores the fact that Koski's opinion, which he criticizes, is identical with one of the fundamental ideas of Marx and Engels. The reader would be right in concluding that Mr. Bulgakov considers the idea of the abolition of the antithesis between town and country to be absolute fantasy. If such indeed is the critic's opinion, then we emphatically disagree with him and go over to the side of fantasy. The view that the idea of abolishing the antithesis between town and country is a fantasy is not new by any means. It is the ordinary view of the bourgeois economists. It has even been borrowed by several writers with a more profound outlook. For example, Düring was of the opinion that antagonism between town and country is inevitable by the very nature of things. Further, Mr. Bulgakov is astonished at the fact that Koski refers to the growing incidence of epidemics among plants and animals as one of the difficulties confronting commercial agriculture and capitalism. What has this to do with capitalism, asks Mr. Bulgakov. Could any higher social organization abolish the necessity of improving the breeds of cattle? We in our turn are astonished at Mr. Bulgakov's failure to understand Koski's perfectly clear idea. The old breeds of plants and animals created by natural selection are being superseded by improved breeds created by artificial selection. Plants and animals are becoming more susceptible and more demanding, with the present means of communication epidemics spread with astonishing rapidity. Meanwhile, farming remains individual, scattered, frequently small farming, lacking knowledge and resources. Urban capitalism strives to provide all the resources of modern science for the development of the technique of agriculture, but it leaves the social position of the producers at the old miserable level. It does not systematically and methodically transplant urban culture to the rural districts. No higher social organization will abolish the necessity of improving the breeds of cattle, but the more technique develops, the more susceptible the breeds of cattle and plants become, the more the present capitalist social organization suffers from lack of social control and from the degraded state of the peasants and workers. The last difficulty confronting commercial agriculture that Koski mentions is the depopulation of the countryside, the absorption by the towns of the best, the most energetic and most intelligent labor forces. Mr. Bulgakov is of the opinion that in its general form this proposition is at all events incorrect, that the present development of the urban at the expense of the rural population in no sense expresses a law of development of capitalist agriculture, but the migration of the agricultural population of industrial, exporting countries overseas, to the colonies. I think that Mr. Bulgakov is mistaken. The growth of the urban population at the expense of the rural population is not only a present-day phenomenon but a general phenomenon which expresses precisely the law of capitalism. The theoretical grounds of this law are, as I have pointed out elsewhere, first, that the growth of social division of labor rests from primitive agriculture and increasing number of branches of industry, and, secondly, that the variable capital required to work a given plot of land, on the whole, diminishes. We have indicated above that in certain cases and certain periods we observed an increase in the variable capital required for the cultivation of a given plot of land, but this does not affect the correctness of the general law. Koski, of course, would not think of denying that not in every case does the relative diminution of the agricultural population become absolute diminution, that the degree of this absolute diminution is also determined by the growth of capitalist colonies. In relevant places in his book Koski very clearly points to this growth of capitalist colonies which flood Europe with cheap grain, which leads to the depopulation of the European countryside, constantly brings, not only to the towns, but also to the colonies, fresh crowds of robust country dwellers, S242. The phenomenon of industry depriving agriculture of its strongest, most energetic, and most intelligent workers is general, not only in industrial, but also in agricultural, countries, not only in Western Europe, but also in America and in Russia. The contradiction between the culture of the towns and the barbarism of the countryside which capitalism creates inevitably leads to this. The argument that a decrease in the agricultural population side by side with a general increase in the population is inconceivable without the importation of large quantities of grain is, in Mr. Bulgakov's opinion, obvious. But in my opinion this argument is not only not obvious, but wrong. A decrease in the agricultural population side by side with a general increase in the population is quite conceivable without grain imports. A general increase in the population parallel with a decrease in the agricultural population and a decrease in the quantity of agricultural products is also conceivable because the nourishment of the people has deteriorated under capitalism. Mr. Bulgakov asserts that the increase of the medium-sized peasant farms in Germany in the period 1882 to 95, a fact established by Koski, which he connected with the other fact that these farms suffer least from a shortage of labor, is capable of shaking the whole structure of Koski's argument. Let us examine Koski's statements more closely. According to agricultural statistics, the largest increase in area in the period 1882 to 95 occurred in the farms of from 5 to 20 hectares. In 1882 these farms occupied 28.8% of the total area of all farms and in 1895, 29.9%. This increase in the total area of medium-sized peasant farms was accompanied by a decrease in the area of big peasant farms. These figures, says Koski, gladden the hearts of all good citizens who regard the peasantry as the strongest bulwark of the present system. And so, it does not move, this agriculture, they exclaim in triumph, Marx's dogma does not apply to it. This increase in the medium-sized peasant farms is interpreted as the beginning of a new era of prosperity for peasant farming. But this prosperity is rooted in a bog, Koski replies to these good citizens. It arises, not out of the well-being of the peasantry, but out of the depression of agriculture as a whole. Shortly before this Koski said that, notwithstanding all the technical progress which has been made, in some places there is a decline in agriculture, there can be no doubt of that. This decline is leading, for example, to the revival of feudalism, to attempts to tie the workers to the land and impose certain duties upon them. Is it surprising that backward forms of agriculture should revive on the soil of this depression? That the peasantry, which in general is distinguished from workers employed in large-scale production by its lower level of requirements, greater ability to starve, and greater exertion while at work, can hold out longer during a crisis? The agrarian crisis affects all agricultural classes that produce commodities, it does not stop at the middle peasant. One would think that all these propositions of Koski are so clear that it is impossible not to understand them. Nevertheless, the critic has evidently failed to understand them. Mr. Bulgakov does not come forward with an opinion, he does not tell us how he explains this increase in the medium-sized peasant farms, but he ascribes to Koski the opinion that the development of the capitalist mode of production is ruining agriculture. And Mr. Bulgakov exclaims angrily, Koski's assertion that agriculture is being destroyed is wrong, arbitrary, unproved, and contradicts all the main facts of reality, etc., etc. To this we can only say that Mr. Bulgakov conveys Koski's ideas altogether incorrectly. Koski does not state that the development of capitalism is ruining agriculture, he says the opposite. Only by being very inattentive in reading Koski's book can one deduce from his words on the depression in agriculture and on the technical retrogression to be observed in some places that he speaks of the destruction, the doom of agriculture. In Chapter X, which deals especially with the question of overseas competition, Koski says, the impending crisis, of course, need not necessarily ruin the industry which it affects. It does so only in very rare cases. As a general rule, a crisis merely causes a change in the existing property relations in the capitalist sense. This observation made in connection with the crisis in the agricultural industries clearly reveals Koski's general view of the significance of a crisis. In the same chapter Koski again expresses the view in relation to the whole of agriculture. What has been said above does not give one the least right to speak about the doom of agriculture, but where the modern mode of production has taken a firm hold, its conservative character has disappeared forever. The continuation of the old routine means certain ruin for the farmer. He must constantly watch the development of technique and continuously adapt his methods of production to the new conditions. Even in the rural districts, economic life, which hitherto has with strict uniformity moved in an eternal rut, has dropped into a state of constant revolutionization, a state that is characteristic of the capitalist mode of production. Mr. Bulgakov does not understand how trends toward the development of productive forces in agriculture can be combined with trends that increase the difficulties of commercial agriculture. What is there unintelligible in this? Capitalism in both agriculture and industry gives an enormous impetus to the development of productive forces, but it is precisely this development which, the more it proceeds, causes the contradictions of capitalism to become more acute and creates new difficulties for the system. Koski develops one of the fundamental ideas of Marx, who categorically emphasized the progressive historical role of agricultural capitalism, at the same time no less categorically pointing to the impoverishment and oppression of the direct producers and to the fact that capitalism is incompatible with the requirements of rational agriculture. It is very strange indeed that Mr. Bulgakov, who admits that his general social philosophic world outlook is the same as Koski's, should fail to note that Koski here develops a fundamental idea of Marx. The readers of Nakalo must inevitably remain in perplexity over Mr. Bulgakov's attitude towards these fundamental ideas and wonder how, in view of the identity of their general world outlook, he can say, de principiis non est disputandum. We permit ourselves not to believe Mr. Bulgakov's statement. We consider that an argument between him and other Marxists is possible precisely because of the community of these principia. In saying that capitalism rationalizes agriculture and that industry provides machinery for agriculture, etc., Mr. Bulgakov merely repeats one of these principia. Only he should not have said quite the opposite in this connection. Readers might think that Koski holds a different opinion, whereas he very emphatically and definitely develops these fundamental ideas of Marx in his book. He says, it is precisely industry which has created the technical and scientific conditions for new, rational agriculture. It is precisely industry which has revolutionized agriculture by means of machines and artificial fertilizers, by means of the microscope and the chemical laboratory, giving rise in this way to the technical superiority of large-scale capitalist production over small-scale, peasant production. Thus, Koski does not fall into the contradiction in which we find Mr. Bulgakov bogged. On the one hand, Mr. Bulgakov admits that capitalism rationalizes agriculture, while on the other, he argues that it is not large-scale production which is the vehicle of this technical progress. 2. Chapter X of Koski's book deals with the question of overseas competition and the industrialization of agriculture. Mr. Bulgakov treats this chapter in a very offhand manner, nothing particularly new or original, more or less well-known main facts, etc., he says, leaving in the background the fundamental question of the conception of the agrarian crisis, its essence and significance. And yet this question is of enormous theoretical importance. The conception of the agrarian crisis inevitably follows from the general conception of agrarian evolution which Marx presented and on which Koski enlarges in detail. Koski sees the essence of the agrarian crisis in the fact that, owing to the competition of countries which produce very cheap grain, agriculture in Europe has lost the opportunity of shifting to the masses of consumers the burdens imposed on it by the private ownership of land and capitalist commodity production. From now on agriculture in Europe must itself bear them, and this is what the present agrarian crisis amounts to. Ground rent is the main burden. In Europe, ground rent has been raised by preceding historical development to an extremely high level and is fixed in the price of land. On the other hand, in the colonies, insofar as they remain colonies, we see free land occupied by new settlers, either entirely gratis or for an insignificant price. Moreover, the virginal fertility of this land reduces production costs to a minimum. Up to now, capitalist agriculture in Europe has quite naturally transferred the burden of excessively high rents to the consumer. Now, however, the burden of these rents falls upon the farmers and the landowners themselves and ruins them. Thus, the agrarian crisis has upset, and continues to upset, the prosperity which capitalist landed property and capitalist agriculture formerly enjoyed. Hitherto capitalist landed property has exacted an ever-increasing tribute from social development, and it fixed the level of this tribute in the price of land. Now it has to forego this tribute. Capitalist agriculture has now been reduced to the state of instability that is characteristic of capitalist industry and is compelled to adapt itself to new market conditions. Like every crisis, the agrarian crisis is ruining a large number of farmers, is bringing about important changes in the established property relations, and in some places is leading to technical retrogression, to the revival of medieval relations and forms of economy. Taken as a whole, however, it is accelerating social evolution, ejecting patriarchal stagnation from its last refuge, and making necessary the further specialization of agriculture, the further application of machinery, etc. On the whole, as Koski shows by data for several countries, in Chapter 4 of his book, even in Western Europe, instead of the stagnation in agriculture in the period 1880 to 90, we see technical progress. We say even in Western Europe, because in America, for example, this progress is still more marked. In short, there are no grounds for regarding the agrarian crisis as an obstacle to capitalism and capitalist development. Reply to Mr. P. Nezdanov. In issue number 4 of ZHIZN, Mr. P. Nezdanov examined articles by me and other authors on the market theory. I intend to reply to only one of Mr. Nezdanov's assertions that in my article in Nochnoye Obozrenie, issue number 1 for this year, I distorted my struggle against the theory of third persons. As far as the other questions are concerned, those raised by Mr. P. Nezdanov in respect of the market theory and, in particular, of P. B. Struve's views, I shall confine myself to a reference to my article in reply to Struve. Mr. P. Nezdanov maintains that capitalist production does not suffer from any contradiction between production and consumption. From this he concludes that Marx, in recognizing this contradiction, suffered from a serious internal contradiction and that I am repeating Marx's error. I believe Mr. Nezdanov's opinion to be a mistaken one and cannot see any contradiction in Marx's views. Mr. P. Nezdanov's assertion that there is no contradiction between production and consumption in capitalism is so strange that it is only to be explained by the very special meaning that he attaches to the concept contradiction. Mr. P. Nezdanov is of the opinion that if there really were a contradiction between production and consumption, that contradiction would provide a regular surplus product. This is an utterly arbitrary and, in my opinion, utterly incorrect interpretation. In criticizing my assertions on the contradiction between production and consumption in capitalist society, Mr. P. Nezdanov should have told the reader how I understand that contradiction and should not have limited himself to an exposition of his own views on the essence and significance of that contradiction. The whole essence of the question is that I understand the contradiction under discussion quite differently from the way in which Mr. P. Nezdanov wishes to understand it. I did not say anywhere that this contradiction should regularly produce a surplus product. I do not think so, and such a view cannot be deduced from Marx's words. The contradiction between production and consumption that is inherent in capitalism is due to the tremendous rate at which production is growing, to the tendency to unlimited expansion which competition gives it, while consumption, if it grows at all, grows very slightly. The proletarian condition of the masses of the people makes a rapid growth of individual consumption impossible. It seems to me that anyone reading carefully pages 20 and 30 of my studies and page 40 of Nochnoye Obozrenie can convince himself that, from the outset, I gave only this meaning to the contradiction between production and consumption in capitalism. Indeed, no other meaning can be ascribed to this contradiction by one who adheres strictly to Marx's theory. The contradiction between production and consumption that is inherent in capitalism consists only in this, that the growth of the national wealth proceeds side by side with the growth of the people's poverty, that the productive forces of society increase without a corresponding increase in consumption by the people, without the employment of these productive forces for the benefit of the working masses. The contradiction under discussion, understood in this sense, is a fact that does not admit of any doubt and that is confirmed by the daily experience of millions of people, and it is the observation of this fact that leads the working men to the views that have found a full scientific expression in Marx's theory. This contradiction does not, by any means, lead inevitably to the regular production of a surplus product. We can quite well imagine the realization of the entire product in a capitalist society without any surplus product, but we cannot imagine capitalism without a disparity between production and consumption. This disparity is expressed by the fact that the production of the means of production can and must outstrip the production of articles of consumption. Mr. Nezdanov, therefore, was completely mistaken in his deduction that the contradiction between production and consumption must regularly provide a surplus product, and this mistake led to his unjustly accusing Marx of inconsistency. Marx, on the contrary, remains consistent when he shows 1. That the product can be realized in a capitalist society, that it would be incorrect to introduce foreign trade or third persons to explain this realization. 2. That the theories of the petty bourgeois economists on the impossibility of realizing surplus value are based on a complete misunderstanding of the very process of realization in general. 3. That even with fully proportional, ideally smooth realization we cannot imagine capitalism without a contradiction between production and consumption, without the tremendous growth of production being accompanied by an extremely slow growth of consumption by the people. Realization is due more to means of production than to articles of consumption. This is obvious from Marx's schemes, and from this, in turn, it follows inevitably that the more productiveness develops, the more it finds itself at variance with the narrow basis on which the conditions of consumption rest. 57 It is obvious from all the passages in Capital devoted to the contradiction between production and consumption that it is only in the sense that Marx understood the contradiction between production and consumption. Incidentally, Mr. P. Nezdanov is of the opinion that Mr. Tagan-Baranovsky also denies the contradiction between production and consumption in a capitalist society. I do not know whether this is true. Mr. Tagan-Baranovsky himself introduced into his book a scheme showing the possibility of the growth of production accompanied by a contraction of consumption. How can one deny that we see here a contradiction between production and consumption, although there is no surplus product? In charging Marx with inconsistency, Mr. P. Nezdanov also lost sight of the fact that he should have explained, as a basis for his viewpoint, how one should understand the independence of the production of means of production from the production of articles of consumption. According to Marx, this independence is limited to the following: a certain part of the product which consists of means of production is realized by exchanges within the given department, i.e., exchanges of means of production for means of production, but in the final analysis the manufacture of means of production is necessarily bound up with that of articles of consumption, since the former are not manufactured for their own sake, but only because more and more means of production are demanded by the branches of industry manufacturing articles of consumption. The views of the petty bourgeois economists, therefore, do not differ from those of Marx because the former recognized in general the connection between production and consumption in a capitalist society while the latter denied in general that connection. The difference is that the petty bourgeois economists considered this connection between production and consumption to be a direct one, that they thought production follows consumption. Marx showed that this connection is an indirect one, that it only makes itself felt in the final analysis, because in capitalist society consumption follows production. But the connection nevertheless exists, even if it is indirect. Consumption must, in the final analysis, follow production, and, if the productive forces are driving towards an unlimited growth of production, while consumption is restricted by the proletarian condition of the masses of the people, there is undoubtedly a contradiction present. This contradiction does not signify the impossibility of capitalism, but it does signify that its transformation to a higher form is a necessity. The stronger this contradiction becomes, the more developed become the objective conditions for this transformation, as well as the subjective conditions, i.e., the worker's consciousness of this contradiction. The question now arises: what position could Mr. Nezdanov adopt on the question of the independence of the means of production as regards articles of consumption? One of two: either he will completely deny any dependence between them, will assert the possibility of realizing means of production that are in no way connected with articles of consumption, that are not connected even in the final analysis, in which case he will inevitably descend to the absurd, or he will admit, following Marx, that in the final analysis means of production are connected with articles of consumption, in which case he must admit the correctness of my understanding of Marx's theory. In conclusion, let me take an example to illustrate these abstract arguments with concrete data. It is known that in any capitalist society exceptionally low wages often hinder the employment of machinery. What is more, it even happens that machines acquired by entrepreneurs are in disuse because the price of labor drops so low that manual labor becomes more profitable to the owner. The existence of a contradiction between consumption and production, between the drive of capitalism to develop the productive forces to an unlimited extent and the limitation of this drive by the proletarian condition, the poverty and unemployment of the people, is, in this case, as clear as daylight. But it is no less clear that it is correct to draw one single conclusion from this contradiction: that the development of the productive forces themselves must, with irresistible force, lead to the replacement of capitalism by an economy of associated producers. It would, on the other hand, be utterly incorrect to draw from this contradiction the conclusion that capitalism must regularly provide a surplus product, i.e., that capitalism cannot, in general, realize the product, and can, therefore, play no progressive historical role, and so on. Written in May 1899. Published in December 1899. In the magazine Citizen. Signed, Vladimir Ilyin. Published according to the text in the magazine. _________________. A protest by Russian Social Democrats 59. Written at the end of August. Beginning of September 1899. First published abroad in December 1899 as the separate reprints from No. 4 to 5 of the magazine Rabochaya Dialo 60. Published according to the text in the magazine. A meeting of Social Democrats, 17 in number, held at a certain place, adopted unanimously the following resolution and resolved to publish it and to submit it to all comrades for their consideration. A tendency has been observed among Russian Social Democrats recently to depart from the fundamental principles of Russian social democracy that were proclaimed by its founders and foremost fighters, members of the Emancipation of Labor Group 61, as well as by the social democratic publications of the Russian workers' organizations of the 90s. The credo reproduced below, which is presumed to express the fundamental views of certain Russian Social Democrats, represents an attempt at a systematic and definite exposition of the new views. The following is its full text. The guild and manufacture period in the West laid a sharp impress on all subsequent history and particularly on the history of social democracy. The fact that the bourgeoisie had to fight for free forms, that it strove to release itself from the guild regulations fettering production, made the bourgeoisie a revolutionary element. Everywhere in the West it began with liberté, fraternité, égalité, with the achievement of free political forms. By these gains, however, as Bismarck expressed it, it drew a bill on the future payable to its antipode the working class. Hardly anywhere in the West did the working class, as a class, win the democratic institutions it made use of them. Against this it may be argued that the working class took part in revolutions. A reference to history will refute this opinion, for, precisely in 1848, when the consolidation of constitutions took place in the West, the working class represented the urban artisan element, the petty bourgeois democracy. A factory proletariat hardly existed, while the proletariat employed in large-scale industry represented a wild mass capable only of rioting, but not of advancing any political demands. It can be definitely stated that the constitutions of 1848 were won by the bourgeoisie and the small urban artisans. On the other hand, the working class have been accustomed since the Middle Ages to membership in organizations, mutual benefit societies, religious societies, etc. This spirit of organization is still alive among the skilled workers in the West, sharply distinguishing them from the factory proletariat, which submits to organization badly and slowly and is capable only of loose organization and not of permanent organizations with rules and regulations. It was these manufactory skilled workers that comprised the core of the social democratic parties. Thus, we get the picture: on the one hand, the relative ease of political struggle and every possibility for it; on the other hand, the possibility for the systematic organization of this struggle with the aid of the workers trained in the manufacturing period. It was on this basis that theoretical and practical Marxism grew up in the West. The starting point was the parliamentary political struggle with the prospect only superficially resembling Blanquism, but of totally different origin, of capturing power, on the one hand, and of a Zusammenbruch, on the other. Marxism was the theoretical expression of the prevailing practice, of the political struggle predominating over the economic. In Belgium, in France, and particularly in Germany, the workers organized the political struggle with incredible ease, but it was with enormous difficulty and tremendous friction that they organized the economic struggle. Even to this day the economic organizations as compared with the political organizations are extraordinarily weak and unstable, and everywhere les sent à désirer quelque chose. So long as the energy in the political struggle had not been completely exhausted, Zusammenbruch was an essential organizational Schlagwort destined to play an extremely important historical role. The fundamental law that can be discerned by studying the working class movement is that of the line of least resistance. In the West, this line was political activity, and Marxism, as formulated in the Communist Manifesto, was the best possible form the movement could assume. But when all energy in political activity had been exhausted, when the political movement had reached a point of intensity difficult and almost impossible to surpass, this, in conjunction with the ineffectiveness of parliamentary action and the entry into the arena of the ignorant masses, of the unorganized and almost unorganizable factory proletariat, gave rise in the West to what is now called Bernsteinism 62, the crisis of Marxism. It is difficult to imagine a more logical course than the period of development of the labor movement from the Communist Manifesto to Bernsteinism, and a careful study of this whole process can determine with astronomical exactitude the outcome of this crisis. Here, of course, the issue is not the defeat or victory of Bernsteinism, that is of little interest, it is the radical change in practical activity that has been gradually taking place for a long time within the party. The change will not only be towards a more energetic prosecution of the economic struggle and consolidation of the economic organizations, but also, and most importantly, towards a change in the party's attitude to other opposition parties. Intolerant Marxism, negative Marxism, primitive Marxism will give way to democratic Marxism, and the social position of the party within modern society must undergo a sharp change. The party will recognize society, its narrow corporative and, in the majority of cases, sectarian tasks will be widened to social tasks, and its striving to seize power will be transformed into a striving for change, a striving to reform present-day society on democratic lines adapted to the present state of affairs, with the object of protecting the rights of the laboring classes in the most effective and fullest way. The concept politics will be enlarged and will acquire a truly social meaning, and the practical demands of the moment will acquire greater weight and will be able to count on receiving greater attention than they have been getting up to now. It is not difficult to draw conclusions for Russia from this brief description of the course of development taken by the working class movement in the West. In Russia, the line of least resistance will never tend towards political activity. The incredible political oppression will prompt much talk about it and cause attention to be concentrated precisely on this question, but it will never prompt practical action. While in the West the fact that the workers were drawn into political activity served to strengthen and crystallize their weak forces, in Russia, on the contrary, these weak forces are confronted with a wall of political oppression. Not only do they lack practical ways of struggle against this oppression, and hence, also for their own development, but they are systematically stifled and cannot give forth even weak shoots. If to this we add that the working class in our country has not inherited the spirit of organization which distinguished the fighters in the West, we get a gloomy picture, one that is likely to drive into despondency the most optimistic Marxist who believes that an extra factory chimney stack will by the very fact of its existence bring great welfare. The economic struggle too is hard, infinitely hard, but it is possible to wage it, and it is in fact being waged by the masses themselves. By learning in this struggle to organize, and coming into constant conflict with the political regime in the course of it, the Russian worker will at last create what may be called a form of the labor movement, the organization or organizations best conforming to Russian conditions. At the present, it can be said with certainty that the Russian working class movement is still in the amoeba state and has not yet acquired any form. The strike movement, which goes on with any form of organization, cannot yet be described as the crystallized form of the Russian movement, while the illegal organizations are not worth consideration even from the mere quantitative point of view. Such is the situation. If to this we add the famine and the process of ruination of the countryside, which facilitate strike-brecherism, and, consequently, the even greater difficulty of raising the masses of the workers to a more tolerable cultural level, then, well, what is there for the Russian Marxist to do? The talk about an independent workers' political party merely results from the transplantation of alien aims and alien achievements to our soil. The Russian Marxist, so far, is a sad spectacle. His practical tasks at the present time are paltry, his theoretical knowledge, insofar as he utilizes it not as an instrument for research but as a schema for activity, is worthless for the purpose of fulfilling even these paltry practical tasks. Moreover, these borrowed patterns are harmful from the practical point of view. Our Marxists, forgetting that the working class in the West entered political activity after that field had already been cleared, are much too contemptuous of the radical or liberal opposition activity of all other non-worker strata of society. The slightest attempt to concentrate attention on public manifestations of a liberal political character rouses the protest of the orthodox Marxists, who forget that a number of historical conditions prevent us from being Western Marxists and demand of us a different Marxism, suited to, and necessary in, Russian conditions. Obviously, the lack in every Russian citizen of political feeling and sense cannot be compensated by talk about politics or by appeals to a non-existent force. This political sense can only be acquired through education, i.e., through participation in that life which is offered by Russian conditions. Negation is as harmful in Russia as it was appropriate in the West, because negation proceeding from something organized and possessing real power is one thing, while negation proceeding from an amorphous mass of scattered individuals is another. For the Russian Marxist there is only one course: participation in, i.e., assistance to, the economic struggle of the proletariat, and participation in liberal opposition activity. As a negator, the Russian Marxist came on the scene very early, and this negation has weakened the share of his energy that should be turned in the direction of political radicalism. For the time being, this is not terrible, but if the class schema prevents the Russian intellectual from taking an active part in life and keeps him too far removed from opposition circles, it will be a serious loss to all who are compelled to fight for legal forms separately from the working class, which has not yet put forward political aims. The political innocence concealed behind the cerebrations of the Russian Marxist intellectual on political topics may play mischief with him. We do not know whether there are many Russian Social Democrats who share these views. But there is no doubt that ideas of this kind have their adherents, and we therefore feel obliged to protest categorically against such views and to warn all comrades against the menacing deflection of Russian social democracy from the path it has already marked out: the formation of an independent political working class party which is inseparable from the class struggle of the proletariat and which has for its immediate aim the winning of political freedom. The above quoted credo represents, first, a brief description of the course of development taken by the working class movement in the West, and, secondly, conclusions for Russia. First of all, the authors of the credo have an entirely false conception of the history of the West European working class movement. It is not true to say that the working class in the West did not take part in the struggle for political liberty and in political revolutions. The history of the Chartist movement and the revolutions of 1848 in France, and the Communist Manifesto took up the cudgels at once against non-political socialism. Even when Marxism came out fully armed with theory and organized the celebrated International Working Men's Association 63, the political struggle was by no means the prevailing practice. In Germany, the great historic service performed by La Salle was the transformation of the working class from an appendage of the liberal bourgeoisie into an independent political party. Marxism linked up the economic and the political struggle of the working class into a single inseparable whole, and the effort of the authors of the Credo to separate these forms of struggle is one of their most clumsy and deplorable departures from Marxism. Further, the authors of the Credo also have an entirely wrong conception of the present state of the West European working class movement and of the theory of Marxism, under the banner of which that movement is marching. To talk about a crisis of Marxism is merely to repeat the nonsense of the bourgeois hacks who are doing all they can to exacerbate every disagreement among the socialists and turn it into a split in the socialist parties. The notorious Bernsteinism, in the sense in which it is commonly understood by the general public, and by the authors of the Credo in particular, is an attempt to narrow the theory of Marxism, to convert the Revolutionary Workers' Party into a reformist party. As was to be expected, this attempt has been strongly condemned by the majority of the German Social Democrats. Opportunist trends have repeatedly manifested themselves in the ranks of German social democracy, and on every occasion they have been repudiated by the party, which loyally guards the principles of revolutionary international social democracy. We are convinced that every attempt to transplant opportunist views to Russia will encounter equally determined resistance on the part of the overwhelming majority of Russian Social Democrats. Similarly, there can be no suggestion of a radical change in the practical activity of the West European workers' parties, in spite of what the authors of the Credo say. The tremendous importance of the economic struggle of the proletariat, and the necessity for such a struggle, were recognized by Marxism from the very outset. As early as the 40s, Marx and Engels conducted a polemic against the utopian socialists who denied the importance of this struggle. 64. When the International Working Men's Association was formed about 20 years later, the question of the importance of trade unions and of the economic struggle was raised at its very first Congress, in Geneva, in 1866. The resolution adopted at that Congress spoke explicitly of the importance of the economic struggle and warned the socialists and the workers, on the one hand, against exaggerating its importance and, on the other, against underestimating its importance. The resolution recognized that the trade unions were not only a natural, but also an essential phenomenon under capitalism, and considered them an extremely important means for organizing the working class in its daily struggle against capital and for the abolition of wage labor. The resolution declared that the trade unions must not devote attention exclusively to the immediate struggle against capital, must not remain aloof from the general political and social movement of the working class, they must not pursue narrow aims, but must strive for the general emancipation of the millions of oppressed workers. Since then the workers' parties in the various countries have discussed the question many times and, of course, will discuss it again and again whether to devote more or less attention at any given moment to the economic or to the political struggle of the proletariat, but the general question, or the question in principle, today remains as it was presented by Marxism. The conviction that the class struggle must necessarily combine the political and the economic struggle into one integral whole has entered into the flesh and blood of international social democracy. The experience of history has, furthermore, incontrovertibly proved that absence of freedom, or restriction of the political rights of the proletariat, always make it necessary to put the political struggle in the forefront. Still less can there be any suggestion of a serious change in the attitude of the Workers' Party towards the other opposition parties. In this respect, too, Marxism has mapped out the correct line, which is equally remote from exaggerating the importance of politics, from conspiracy, and from decrying politics or reducing it to opportunist, reformist social tinkering. The proletariat must strive to form independent political workers' parties, the main aim of which must be the capture of political power by the proletariat for the purpose of organizing socialist society. The proletariat must not regard the other classes and parties as one reactionary mass 65, on the contrary, it must take part in all political and social life, support the progressive classes and parties against the reactionary classes and parties, support every revolutionary movement against the existing system, champion the interests of every oppressed nationality or race, of every persecuted religion, of the disfranchised sex, etc. The arguments the Credo authors advance on this subject merely reveal a desire to obscure the class character of the struggle of the proletariat, weaken this struggle by a meaningless recognition of society, and reduce revolutionary Marxism to a trivial reformist trend. We are convinced that the overwhelming majority of Russian Social Democrats will resolutely reject this distortion of the fundamental principles of social democracy. Their erroneous premises regarding the West European working class movement led the authors of the Credo to draw still more erroneous conclusions for Russia. The assertion that the Russian working class has not yet put forward political aims simply reveals ignorance of the Russian revolutionary movement. The North Russian Workers' Union 66 formed in 1878 and the South Russian Workers' Union 67 formed in 1875 put forward even then the demand for political liberty in their programs. After the reaction of the 80s, the working class repeatedly put forward the same demand in the 90s. The assertion that the talk about an independent workers' political party merely results from the transplantation of alien aims and alien achievements to our soil reveals a complete failure to understand the historical role of the Russian working class and the most vital tasks of Russian social democracy. Apparently, the program of the authors of the Credo inclines to the idea that the working class, following the line of least resistance, should confine itself to the economic struggle, while the liberal opposition elements fight, with the participation of the Marxists, for legal forms. The application of such a program would be tantamount to the political suicide of Russian social democracy. It would greatly retard and debase the Russian working class movement and the Russian revolutionary movement. The mere fact that it was possible for a program like this to appear shows how well grounded were the fears expressed by one of the foremost champions of Russian social democracy, P.B. Axelrod, when, at the end of 1897, he wrote of the possibility of the following prospect. The working class movement keeps to the narrow rut of purely economic conflicts between the workers and employers and, in itself taken as a whole, is not of a political character, while in the struggle for political freedom the advanced strata of the proletariat follow the revolutionary circles and groups of the so-called intelligentsia. Russian Social Democrats must declare determined war upon the whole body of ideas expressed in the Credo, for these ideas lead straight to the realization of this prospect. Russian Social Democrats must bend every effort to translate into reality another prospect, outlined by P.B. Axelrod in the following words. The other prospect, social democracy, organizes the Russian proletariat into an independent political party which fights for liberty, partly side by side and in alliance with the bourgeois revolutionary groups, and partly by recruiting directly into its ranks or securing the following of the most democratic-minded and revolutionary elements from among the intelligentsia. At the time P.B. Axelrod wrote the above lines, the declarations made by Social Democrats in Russia showed clearly that the overwhelming majority of them adhered to the same point of view. It is true that one St. Petersburg workers' paper, Rabochaya MYSL 68, seemed to incline toward the ideas of the authors of the Credo. In a leading article setting forth its program it expressed, regrettably, the utterly erroneous idea, an idea running counter to social democracy, that the economic basis of the movement may be obscured by the effort to keep the political ideal constantly in mind. At the same time, however, another St. Petersburg workers' newspaper, S. Peterburgsky Raboki Listok 69, emphatically expressed the opinion that the overthrow of the autocracy can be achieved only by a well-organized and numerically strong working class party, and that organized in a strong party the workers will emancipate themselves, and the whole of Russia, from all political and economic oppression. A third newspaper, Rabochaya Gazeta 70, in its leading article in issue number 2, wrote, "The fight against the autocratic government for political liberty is the immediate task of the Russian working class movement. The Russian working class movement will increase its forces tenfold if it comes out as a single harmonious whole. With a common name and a well-knit organization, the separate workers' circles should combine into one common party. The Russian Workers' Party will be a social democratic party." That precisely these views of Rabochaya Gazeta were fully shared by the vast majority of Russian Social Democrats is seen, furthermore, from the fact that the Congress of Russian Social Democrats 71 in the spring of 1898 formed the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, published its manifesto and recognized Rabochaya Gazeta as the official party organ. Thus, the Credo authors are taking an enormous step backward from the stage of development which Russian social democracy has already achieved and which it has recorded in the manifesto of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. Since the frenzied persecution by the Russian government has led to the present situation in which the party's activity has temporarily subsided and its official organ has ceased publication, it is the task of all Russian Social Democrats to exert every effort for the utmost consolidation of the party, to draw up a party program and revive its official organ. In view of the ideological vacillations evidenced by the fact that programs like the above examined Credo can appear, we think it particularly necessary to emphasize the following fundamental principles that were expounded in the manifesto and that are of enormous importance to Russian social democracy. First, Russian social democracy desires to be and to remain the class movement of the organized working masses. Hence it follows that the motto of social democracy must be, aid to the workers, not only in their economic, but also in their political struggle, agitation, not only in connection with immediate economic needs, but also in connection with all manifestations of political oppression, propaganda, not only of the ideas of scientific socialism, but also of democratic ideas. Only the theory of revolutionary Marxism can be the banner of the class movement of the workers, and Russian social democracy must concern itself with the further development and implementation of this theory and must safeguard it against the distortions and vulgarizations to which fashionable theories are so often subjected. While concentrating all their present efforts on activity among factory and mine workers, Social Democrats must not forget that with the expansion of the movement, home workers, handicraftsmen, agricultural laborers, and the millions of ruined and starving peasants must be drawn into the ranks of the laboring masses they organize. Secondly, on his strong shoulders the Russian worker must and will carry to a finish the cause of winning political liberty. Since its immediate task is the overthrow of the autocracy, social democracy must act as the vanguard in the fight for democracy, and consequently, if for no other reason, must give every support to all democratic elements of the population of Russia and win them as allies. Only an independent working-class party can serve as a strong bulwark in the fight against the autocracy, and only in alliance with such a party, only by supporting it, can all the other fighters for political liberty play an effective part. Thirdly and finally, as a socialist movement and trend, the Russian Social Democratic Party carries on the cause and the traditions of the whole preceding revolutionary movement in Russia, considering the winning of political liberty to be the most important of the immediate tasks of the party as a whole. Social democracy marches towards the goal that was already clearly indicated by the glorious representatives of the old Narodnaya Volya. 72 The traditions of the whole preceding revolutionary movement demand that the Social Democrats shall at the present time concentrate all their efforts on organizing the party, on strengthening its internal discipline, and on developing the technique for illegal work. If the members of the old Narodnaya Volya managed to play an enormous role in the history of Russia, despite the fact that only narrow social strata supported the few heroes, and despite the fact that it was by no means a revolutionary theory which served as the banner of the movement, then social democracy, relying on the class struggle of the proletariat, will be able to render itself invincible. The Russian proletariat will throw off the yoke of autocracy in order to continue the struggle against capital and the bourgeoisie for the complete victory of socialism with still greater energy. We invite all groups of social democrats and all workers' circles in Russia to discuss the above-quoted credo and our resolution, and to express a definite opinion on the question raised, in order that all differences may be removed and the work of organizing and strengthening the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party may be accelerated. Groups and circles may send their resolutions to the Union of Russian Social Democrats Abroad, which, by point 10 of the decision of the 1898 Congress of Russian Social Democrats, is a part of the Russian Social Democratic Party and its representative abroad. Review. S.N. Prokopovich. The Working Class Movement in the West. 73. To turn to social science and to its alleged conclusion that the capitalist system of society is hastening inexorably to its doom by virtue of the contradictions developing within it. We find the relevant explanations in Koskai's Erfurt program. Before dealing with the content of the passage quoted by Mr. Prokopovich, we must take note of a peculiarity highly typical of him and similar reformers of theory. Why is it that our critical investigator, in turning to social science, looks for explanations in Koskai's popular booklet and nowhere else? Does he really believe that the whole of social science is contained in that little booklet? He knows perfectly well that Koskai is a faithful custodian of the traditions of Marx and that an exposition and a substantiation of the conclusions of a certain school of social science are to be found precisely in Marx's treatises on political economy, yet he acts as though such a thing were altogether unknown to him. What are we to think of an investigator who confines himself to attacks on custodians of a theory but who does not once, throughout his book, risk crossing swords openly and directly with the theory itself? In the passage quoted by Mr. Prokopovich, Koskai says that the technological revolution and the accumulation of capital are progressing with increasing rapidity, that the expansion of production is made necessary by the fundamental properties of capitalism and must be uninterrupted, while the expansion of the market has for some time been proceeding too slowly, and that the time is apparently at hand when the market for European industry will not only cease its further expansion but will even begin to shrink. This event can only mean the bankruptcy of the entire capitalist society. Mr. Prokopovich criticizes the conclusions drawn by social science, The basis thus given for the inevitability of the collapse of capitalist society allots the chief role to the contradiction between the constant drive to expand production and the ever slower expansion of the market and, finally, its shrinkage. It is this contradiction, according to Koski, that must bring about the collapse of the capitalist system of society. But the expansion of production presumes the productive consumption of part of the surplus value, i.e., first its realization and then its expenditure on machinery, buildings, etc., for new production. In other words, the expansion of production is most closely connected with the existence of a market for the commodities already produced. The constant expansion of production with a market that is relatively shrinking is, therefore, an impossibility. And Mr. Prokopovich is so well satisfied with his excursion into the sphere of social science that in the very next line he speaks with condescending disdain of a scientific substantiation of faith, etc. Such jockeying with criticism would be outrageous, were it not for the fact that it is, more than anything else, amusing. Our good Mr. Prokopovich has heard a knell, but knows not from what bell. Mr. Prokopovich has heard of the abstract theory of realization that has recently been heatedly discussed in Russian literature, in the course of which the role of productive consumption has been particularly stressed on account of errors in Narodnik economics. Mr. Prokopovich has not properly understood this theory and imagines that it denies the existence in capitalism of those basic and elementary contradictions Koski speaks of. To listen to Mr. Prokopovich, we would have to believe that productive consumption could develop quite independently of individual consumption, i.e., that capitalism does not contain within itself any contradiction between production and consumption. This is simply absurd, and Marx and his Russian supporters have clearly opposed such misconstructions. Not only does the bourgeois apologetic theory into which our critical investigator has wandered not follow from the fact that the expansion of production presumes productive consumption, but, on the contrary, from it follows the contradiction between the tendency towards the unlimited growth of production and limited consumption that is inherent precisely in capitalism and that must bring about its collapse. Apropos of what has been said, it is worthwhile mentioning the following interesting point. Mr. Prokopovich is a fervent follower of Bernstein, whose magazine articles he quotes and translates for several pages. In his well-known book, Die Voraussetzungen, etc., Bernstein even recommends Mr. Prokopovich to the German public as his Russian supporter, but he makes a reservation, the substance of which is that Mr. Prokopovich is more Bernsteinian than Bernstein. And, a remarkable thing, Bernstein and his Russian yes-man both distort the theory of realization, but in diametrically opposite directions, so that they cancel each other out. Firstly, Bernstein regarded as a contradiction the fact that Marx turned against Rodberto's theory of crises and at the same time declared that the ultimate cause of all real crises is the poverty and limited consumption of the masses. Actually, there is no contradiction here at all, as I have had occasion to point out in other places. Secondly, Bernstein argues in precisely the same manner as does Mr. VV here in Russia, that the tremendous growth of the surplus product must inevitably mean an increase in the number of well-to-do, since the capitalists themselves and their servants cannot consume the entire surplus product. This naive argument completely ignores the role of productive consumption, as Koski pointed out in his book Against Bernstein. And now there appears a Russian Bernsteinian, recommended by Bernstein, who says exactly the opposite, who lectures Koski on the role of productive consumption and then reduces Marx's discovery to the absurdity that productive consumption can develop quite independently of individual consumption, that the realization of surplus value by its use for the production of means of production does away with the dependence, in the final analysis, of production on consumption and, consequently, with the contradiction between them. By this example the reader may judge whether Mr. Prokopovich's loss of a good half of the theoretical premises is due to the investigations or whether our critical investigator is at a loss due to some other cause. A second example. Taking up 3 pages, our author investigated the question of peasant associations in Germany. He gave a list of the various kinds of associations and statistical data on their rapid growth and argued, The artisan has been almost deprived of his roots in the modern economic system, whereas the peasant continues to stand firm in it. How very simple, isn't it really? The undernourishment of the German peasants, their exhaustion from excessive labor, the mass flight of people from the countryside to the towns, all that must be mere invention. It suffices to point to the rapid growth of associations in order to prove the stability of the peasantry. The development of capitalist relations in the manufacturing industry ruins the artisan but improves the condition of the peasant. It hinders the penetration of capitalism into agriculture. This is new. Until now it has been believed that it is the development of capitalism in the manufacturing industry that is the main force which gives rise to, and develops, capitalism in agriculture. But Mr. Prokopovich, like his German prototypes, could truly say of himself, "Nous avons changed tout ça, we have changed all that." But would that be true, gentlemen? Have you really changed anything at all? Have you shown the error in even one of the basic postulates of the theory you have torn to pieces and replaced it by a truer postulate? Have you not, on the contrary, returned to the old prejudices? On the other hand, the development of the manufacturing industry ensures subsidiary earnings for the peasant. A return to the doctrine of Messrs. V.V. and Co. on the subsidiary earnings of the peasantry. Mr. Prokopovich does not deem it worth mentioning the fact that in a large number of cases these earnings express the conversion of the peasant into a wage laborer. He prefers to conclude his investigation with the high-sounding sentence, "The sap of life has not yet left the peasant class." It is true that Koskai has shown, precisely in respect of Germany, that agricultural associations are a transition stage on the way to capitalism, but, you see, we already know how the terrible Mr. Prokopovich has crushed Koskai. We see this resurrection of Narodnik views not only in the above passage but in many other places in Mr. Prokopovich's critical investigation. The reader probably knows the fame that Mr. V.V. earned for himself by his excessive narrowing and debasing of the theory known as economic materialism. This theory, as adapted by Mr. V.V., did not postulate that in the final analysis all factors are reduced to the development of the productive forces, but postulated that many extremely important factors could be neglected. Mr. Prokopovich offers us a very similar distortion when he attempts to expose Koskai as one who does not understand the significance of material forces, in the course of which Mr. Prokopovich himself light-mindedly confuses economic organization with economic force. Unfortunately, we cannot dwell to the needed extent on an analysis of this error of Mr. Prokopovich, but must refer the reader to the above-mentioned book by Koskai against Bernstein, where the original versions of Mr. Prokopovich's rehashings are discussed at length. We also hope that the reader who peruses Mr. Prokopovich's book attentively will see quite easily that the theory torn to pieces by our critical investigator, that the theory is in no way to blame for this disgraceful narrowing of economic materialism. As far as the extracts quoted by Mr. Prokopovich are concerned, it should be said that he often seizes on individual passages and gives the reader a distorted impression of views and arguments that have not been expounded in Russian literature. On account of this, Mr. Prokopovich's jockeying with criticism creates a most repulsive impression. In some cases it would be worth the while of those who read Mr. Prokopovich's book to refer even to a book by Professor Herner that has recently been translated into Russian, Wage Labor in Western Europe. For instance, in a note to page 24, Mr. Prokopovich writes that the Congress of 1892 adopted a resolution sympathizing with the organization of producers' associations, and follows this up with a quotation which, first, does not fully support the words of the author and, secondly, breaks off precisely at the point where it speaks of the necessity to conduct a particular struggle against the belief that associations are in a position to bring any influence to bear on capitalist production, relations, etc. Mr. Prokopovich is just as successful in his crushing of Koskai on pages 56, 150, 156, 198, and in many other places as he is in the case we have examined. Mr. Prokopovich's assertions that Liebknecht, in the 60s, for a time renounced his ideals, betrayed them, etc., are in no sense to be taken seriously. We have had occasion to see how well-founded his judgments are, and the following sentence will, for example, show us to what pillars of Hercules the insolence and self-assurance of our investigator will take him. We should be acting superficially, if we undertook to criticize this whole conception of the working class movement from the standpoint of its conformity to the true course taken by the development of this movement from the standpoint of its scientific basis. There is not and cannot be a grain of science in it. This is what you call categorical criticism. All this Marxism, it isn't even worth criticizing, and that's that. Obviously we have before us either a man who is destined to make a great revolution in the science of which there cannot be even a grain in the theory that is dominant in Germany, or how can it be put delicately, or a man who, when at a loss, repeats the phrases of others. Mr. Prokopovich prostrates himself with such fervour before this very latest of gods who has pronounced those words for the 1000th time that he has no pity on his own forehead. Bernstein, if you please, has some shortcomings in his theoretical views that consist, can you imagine it, in his belief in the necessity of a scientific theory that defines the aims of the men of action concerned. Critical investigators are not subject to this strange belief. Science will become free, utters Mr. Prokopovich, only when it is admitted that it must serve the aims of a party and not define them. It must be recognized that science cannot define the aims of a practical party. Be it noted that Bernstein renounced precisely these views of his follower. A principled program inevitably leads to dogmatism and is only a hindrance in the way of the party's sound development. Theoretical principles are all very well in propaganda but not in a program. Programs are unnecessary, they are harmful. The individual himself may be a program if he is sensitive to, and has a fine feeling for, the needs of the times. The reader probably thinks that I am continuing to quote Mr. Prokopovich. But no, I am now quoting the newspaper Novoye Vremya 74, which recently published articles on a program that attracted a great deal of attention, not the program of a party, of course, but of the new Minister for Internal Affairs. The relationship of the freedom of unprincipledness, freedom of science preached by Mr. Prokopovich to the views of the majority of the West European personalities of whom our valiant critic so valiantly writes, may be seen from the following quotations drawn from that same book by Mr. Prokopovich, of course, without a betrayal of principles. Not in any way violating one's independence, loyalty to principle. I renounce compromise only in the case, in which it leads to a renunciation of principles or even to the ignoring of principles. Introducing no unprincipledness, not, of course, selling one's soul, in the present case, one's principles. The principles are now firmly established. A compass that would rid us of the need to grope our way, against short-sighted empiricism, against a thoughtless attitude to principles. Primary importance attaches to principles, to the theoretical part, etc. In conclusion, two more quotations. If German social democracy were the expression of socialism and not of the proletariat that is acting in defense of its own interests in present-day society, for the first time recognizing its significance, then since not all Germans are idealists side by side with this party that pursues idealist aims, we should see another, stronger party, a working-class party that represents the practical interests of that part of the German proletariat that is not idealist. If socialism were not to play the role of a mere symbol in that movement, a symbol distinguishing one definite organization, if it were the motive idea, the principle that demands of party members a certain specific service in that ease, the Socialist Party would separate from the General Labor Party, and the mass of the proletariat, which strives for better living conditions under the existing system and cares little for the ideal future, would form an independent Labor Party. The reader will again probably think. Written at the end 1899. First published in 1928. In Lenin Miscellany 7. Published according to the manuscript. Review. Karl Koski. Bernstein und das Sozialdemokratische Programm. Ein Antikritik. In the introduction, Koski gives voice to some extremely valuable and apt ideas on the conditions that must be satisfied by serious and conscientious criticism if those undertaking it do not wish to confine themselves within the narrow bounds of soulless pedantry and scholasticism, if they do not wish to lose sight of the close and indestructible bonds that exist between the theoretical reason and the practical reason, not the practical reason of individuals, but of the masses of the population placed in specific conditions. Truth, of course, comes first, says Koski, and if Bernstein has become sincerely convinced of the error of his former views, it is his plain duty to give definite expression to his convictions. But the trouble with Bernstein is his lack of precisely this directness and definiteness. His pamphlet is amazingly encyclopedic, it touches on a mass of problems, an agglomeration of questions, but not on any one of them does it provide an integral and precise exposition of the critic's new views. The critic merely expresses his doubts and abandons difficult and complicated questions without any independent analysis after having scarcely touched upon them. This brings about, Koski notes sarcastically, a strange phenomenon. Bernstein's followers understand his book in the most diverse ways, whereas his opponents all understand it in the same way. Bernstein's chief objection to his opponents is that they do not understand him, that they do not want to understand him. The whole series of newspaper and magazine articles that Bernstein has written in answer to his opponents has failed to explain his positive views. Koski begins his counter-criticism with the question of method. He examines Bernstein's objections to the materialist conception of history and shows that Bernstein confuses the concept of determinism with that of mechanism, that he confuses freedom of will with freedom of action, and without any grounds identifies historical necessity with the hopeless position of people under compulsion. The outworn accusation of fatalism, which Bernstein also repeats, is refuted by the very premises of Marx's theory of history. Not everything can be reduced to the development of the productive forces, says Bernstein. Other factors must be taken into consideration. Very well, answers Koski, that is something every investigator must do, irrespective of what conception of history guides him. Anyone who wants to make us reject Marx's method, the method that has so brilliantly justified itself and continues to justify itself in practice, must take one of two paths. Either he must reject altogether the idea of objective laws, of the necessity of the historical process, and in so doing abandon all attempts at providing a scientific basis for sociology, or he must show how he can evolve the necessity of the historical process from other factors. He must show this by an analysis that will stand up to at least a remote comparison with Marx's analysis in Capital. Not only has Bernstein not made the slightest attempt to do this, but, confining himself to empty platitudes about taking into consideration other factors, he has continued to use the old materialist method in his book as though he did not declare it to be wanting. As Koski points out, Bernstein, at times, even applies this method with the most impermissible crudity and one-sidedness. Further on, Bernstein's accusations are leveled against dialectics which, he alleges, lead to arbitrary constructions, etc., etc. Bernstein repeats these phrases without making the slightest attempt to show what is incorrect in dialectics, whether Hegel or Marx and Engels are guilty of methodological errors. The only means by which Bernstein tries to motivate and fortify his opinion is a reference to the tendentiousness of one of the concluding sections of Capital. This charge has been worn threadbare. It was made by Eugen Düring and Julius Wolff and many others in Germany, and it was made by Mr. Y. Zukowski in the 70s and by Mr. N. Mikhailovsky in the 90s by the very same Mr. Mikhailovsky who had once accused Mr. Y. Zukowski of acrobatics for making the self-same charge. And what proof does Bernstein offer in confirmation of this worn-out nonsense? Only the following: Marx began his investigation with ready-made conclusions, since in 1867 Capital drew the same conclusion that Marx had drawn as early as the 40s. Such proof is tantamount to fraud, answers Koski, because Marx based his conclusions on two investigations and not on one, as he points out very definitely in the introduction to Zur Kritik. Marx made his first investigation in the 40s, After leaving the editorial board of the Rheinischen 76, Marx left the newspaper because he had to treat of material interests, and he realized that he was not sufficiently prepared for this. From the arena of public life, wrote Marx about himself, I withdrew into the study. And so, Marx had doubts regarding the correctness of his judgment of material interests, regarding the correctness of the dominant views on this subject at that time, but he did not think his doubts to be important enough to write a whole book and inform the world about them. On the contrary, Marx set out to study in order to advance from doubtings of the old views to positive new ideas. He began to study French social theories and English political economy. He came into close contact with Engels, who was at that time making a detailed study of the actual state of the economy in England. The result of this joint work, this first inquiry, was the well-known conclusions which the two writers expounded very definitely towards the end of the 40s. 77 Marx moved to London in 1850, and the favourable conditions there for research determined him to begin afresh from the very beginning and to work through the new material critically. The fruit of this second inquiry, lasting many long years, were the works, Zur Kritik and Das Kapital. The conclusion drawn in Capital coincides with the former conclusion drawn in the 40s because the second inquiry confirmed the results of the first. My views, however they may be judged, are the result of conscientious investigation lasting many years, wrote Marx in 1859.79. Does this, asks Koskai, resemble conclusions found ready-made long before the investigation? From the question of dialectics, Koskai goes over to the question of value. Bernstein says that Marx's theory is unfinished, that it leaves many problems that are by no means fully explained. Koskai does not think of refuting this. Marx's theory is not the last word in science, he says. History brings new facts and new methods of investigation that require the further development of the theory. If Bernstein had made an attempt to utilize new facts and new methods of inquiry for the further development of the theory, everybody would have been grateful to him. But Bernstein does not dream of doing that. He confines himself to cheap attacks on Marx's disciples and to extremely vague, purely eclectic remarks, such as, the Gauss-Jevons-Bohm theory of marginal utility is no less just than Marx's theory of labor value. Both theories retain their significance for different purposes, says Bernstein, because Bohm-Bawerk has as much right, a prior, to abstract from the property of commodities that they are produced by labor, as Marx has to abstract from the property that they are use values. Koskai points out that it is utterly absurd to regard two opposite, mutually exclusive theories suitable for different purposes. It is by no means a question as to which property of commodities we are, a priori, entitled to abstract from. The question is how to explain the principal phenomena of present-day society, based on the exchange of products, how to explain the value of commodities, the function of money, etc. Even if Marx's theory may leave a number of still unexplained problems, Bernstein's theory of value is a totally unexplained problem. Bernstein further quotes Book, who constructed the concept of the maximum density of labor, but Bernstein does not give a complete exposition of Book's views or make a definite statement of his own opinion on that question. Book, it seems, gets entangled in contradictions by making value depend on wages and wages depend on value. Bernstein senses the eclecticism of his statements on value and tries to defend eclecticism in general. He calls it the revolt of the sober intellect against the tendency inherent in every dogma to constrict thought within narrow confines. If Bernstein were to recall the history of thought, retorts Koskai, he would see that the great rebels against the constriction of thought within narrow confines were never eclectics, that what has always characterized them has been the striving for the unity, for the integrity of ideas. The eclectic is too timid to dare revolt. If, indeed, I click my heels politely to Marx and at the same time click my heels politely to Bohm-Bawerk, that is still a long way from revolt. Let anyone name even one eclectic in the Republic of Thought, says Koskai, who has proved worthy of the name of rebel. Passing from the method to the results of its application, Koskai deals with the so-called Zusammenbruchstheorie, the theory of collapse, of the sudden crash of West European capitalism, a crash that Marx allegedly believed to be inevitable and connected with a gigantic economic crisis. Koski says and proves that Marx and Engels never propounded a special Zusammenbruch theory, that they did not connect a Zusammenbruch necessarily with an economic crisis. This is a distortion chargeable to their opponents who expound Marx's theory one-sidedly, tearing out of context odd passages from different writings in order thus triumphantly to refute the one-sidedness and crudeness of the theory. Actually, Marx and Engels considered the transformation of West European economic relations to be dependent on the maturity and strength of the classes brought to the fore by modern European history. Bernstein tries to assert that this is not the theory of Marx, but Koski's interpretation and extension of it. Koski, however, with precise quotations from Marx's writings of the 40s and 60s, as well as by means of an analysis of the basic ideas of Marxism, has completely refuted this truly pettifogging trickery of the Bernstein who so blatantly accused Marx's disciples of apologetics and pettifoggery. This part of Koski's book is particularly interesting, the more so, since some Russian writers have been in a hurry to repeat the distortion of Marx's theory which Bernstein offered in the guise of criticism. Koski analyses the basic tendencies of contemporary economic development in particularly great detail in order to refute Bernstein's opinion that this development is not proceeding in the direction indicated by Marx. It stands to reason that we cannot present here a detailed exposition of the chapter Large and Small-Scale Production and of other chapters of Koski's book which are devoted to a political economic analysis and contain extensive numerical data, but shall have to confine ourselves to a brief mention of their contents. Koski emphasizes the point that the question is one of the direction, by and large, of development and by no means of particularities and superficial manifestations, which no theory can take into account in all their great variety. By a detailed analysis of the data provided by the German industrial censuses of 1882 and 1895, Koski shows that they are a brilliant confirmation of Marx's theory and have placed beyond all doubt the process of the concentration of capital and the elimination of small-scale production. In 1896 Bernstein most emphatically recognized this fact, but now he is excessive in his exaggeration of the strength and importance of small-scale production. Thus, Bernstein estimates the number of enterprises employing fewer than 20 workers at several hundred thousand, apparently adding in his pessimistic zeal an extra naught to the figure, since there are only 49,000 such enterprises in Germany. Further, whom do the statistics not place among the petty entrepreneurs, cabmen, messengers, gravediggers, fruit hawkers, seamstresses, etc., etc.? Here let us note a remark of Koski's that is particularly important from the theoretical standpoint, that petty commercial and industrial enterprises in capitalist society are often merely one of the forms of relative overpopulation. Ruined petty producers, workers unable to find employment turn into petty traders and hawkers, or rent out rooms or beds, etc. The fact that these employments are overcrowded does not by any means indicate the viability of petty production, but rather the growth of poverty in capitalist society. Bernstein, however, emphasizes and exaggerates the importance of the petty industrial producers when to do so seems to him to serve his advantage, but keeps silent about them when he finds it to his disadvantage. Bernstein repeats the argument, long known to the Russian public as well, that joint stock companies permit the fragmentation of capital and make unnecessary its concentration, and he cites some figures on the number of small shares. Koski replies that these figures prove exactly nothing, since small shares in any companies might belong to big capitalists. Bernstein does not adduce any evidence, nor can he, to prove that joint stock companies increase the number of property owners, for the joint stock companies actually serve to expropriate the gullible men of small means for the benefit of big capitalists and speculators. The growth in the number of shares merely shows that wealth has a tendency to take on the form of shares, but this growth tells us nothing about the distribution of wealth. In general, Bernstein's attitude to the question of an increase in the number of wealthy people, the number of property owners, is an astonishingly thoughtless one, which has not prevented his bourgeois followers from praising precisely this part of his book and announcing that it is based on a tremendous amount of numerical data. And Bernstein proved himself skillful enough, says Koski ironically, to compress this tremendous amount of data into 2 pages. He confuses property owners with capitalists, although no one has denied an increase in the number of the latter. In analyzing income tax data, he ignores their fiscal character, and their confusion of income from property with income in the form of salary, etc. He compares data for different times that have been collected by different methods and are, therefore, not comparable. He even goes so far as to borrow data on the growth of property owners in England from an article in some sensational newspaper that was singing the praises of Queen Victoria's Jubilee and whose handling of statistics was the NEC plus ultra of light-mindedness. The source of this information is unknown and, indeed, such information cannot be obtained on the basis of data on the English income tax, since these do not permit one to determine the number of taxpayers and the total income of each taxpayer. Koski adduces data from Kolb's book on the English income tax from 1812 to 1847 and shows that they, in exactly the same way as Bernstein's newspaper data, indicate an increase in the number of property owners and that, in a period of the most terrible increase in the most horrible poverty of the people in England. A detailed analysis of Bernstein's data led Koski to the conclusion that Bernstein had not quoted a single figure that actually proved a growth in the number of property owners. Bernstein tried to give this phenomenon a theoretical grounding. The capitalists, he said, cannot themselves consume the entire surplus value that increases to such a colossal extent. This means that the number of property owners that consume it must grow. It is not very difficult for Koski to refute this grotesque argument that totally ignores Marx's theory of realization. It is particularly interesting that for his refutation Koski does not employ theoretical arguments alone, but offers concrete data attesting to the growth of luxury and lavish spending in the West European countries, to the influence of rapidly changing fashions, which greatly intensify this process, to mass unemployment, to the tremendous increase in the productive consumption of surplus value, i.e., the investment of capital in new enterprises, especially the investment of European capital in the railways and other enterprises of Russia, Asia, and Africa. Bernstein declares that everyone has abandoned Marx's theory of misery or theory of impoverishment. Koski demonstrates that this is again a distorted exaggeration on the part of the opponents of Marx, since Marx propounded no such theory. He spoke of the growth of poverty, degradation, etc., indicating at the same time the counteracting tendency and the real social forces that alone could give rise to this tendency. Marx's words on the growth of poverty are fully justified by reality. First, we actually see that capitalism has a tendency to engender and increase poverty, which acquires tremendous proportions when the above-mentioned counteracting tendency is absent. Secondly, poverty grows, not in the physical but in the social sense, i.e., in the sense of the disparity between the increasing level of consumption by the bourgeoisie and consumption by society as a whole, and the level of the living standards of the working people. Bernstein waxes ironical over such a conception of poverty, saying that this is a Pickwickian conception. In reply Koski shows that people like Lassalle, Rodbertus, and Engels have made very definite statements to the effect that poverty must be understood in its social, as well as in its physical, sense. As you see, he parries Bernstein's irony. It is not such a bad company that gathers at the Pickwick Club. Thirdly and lastly, the passage on increasing impoverishment remains perfectly true in respect of the border regions of capitalism, the border regions being understood both in the geographical sense and in the political economic sense. The chapter on the new middle estate is likewise extremely interesting and, for us Russians, particularly instructive. If Bernstein had merely wanted to say that in place of the declining petty producers a new middle estate, the intelligentsia, is appearing, he would be perfectly correct, says Koski, pointing out that he himself noted the importance of this phenomenon several years before. In all spheres of people's labor, capitalism increases the number of office and professional workers with particular rapidity and makes a growing demand for intellectuals. The latter occupy a special position among the other classes, attaching themselves partly to the bourgeoisie by their connections, their outlooks, etc., and partly to the wage workers as capitalism increasingly deprives the intellectual of his independent position, converts him into a hired worker and threatens to lower his living standard. The transitory, unstable, contradictory position of that stratum of society now under discussion is reflected in the particularly widespread diffusion in its midst of hybrid, eclectic views, a farrago of contrasting principles and ideas, an urge to rise verbally to the higher spheres and to conceal the conflicts between the historical groups of the population with phrases all of which Marx lashed with his sarcasm half a century ago. In the chapter on the theory of crises, Koski shows that Marx did not at all postulate a theory of the T-year cycle of industrial crises, but merely stated a fact. The change in this cycle in recent times has been noted by Engels himself. It is said that cartels of industrialists can counteract crises by limiting and regulating production. But America is a land of cartels, yet instead of a limitation we see there a tremendous growth of production. Further, the cartels limit production for the home market but expand it for the foreign market, selling their goods abroad at a loss and extracting monopoly prices from consumers in their own country. This system is inevitable under protectionism, and there are no grounds for anticipating a change from protectionism to free trade. The cartels close small factories, concentrate and monopolize production, introduce improvements, and in this way greatly worsen the condition of the producers. Bernstein is of the opinion that the speculation which gives rise to crises weakens as the conditions on the world market change from unforeseeable to foreseeable and known conditions, but he forgets that it is the unforeseeable conditions in the new countries that give a tremendous impetus to speculation in the old countries. Using statistical data, Koski shows the growth of speculation in precisely the last few years, as well as the growth in the symptoms indicating a crisis in the not very distant future. With regard to the remaining part of Koski's book, we must mention his analysis of the muddle people get into through confusing the economic strength of certain groups with their economic organizations. We must mention Koski's statement to the effect that Bernstein ascribes to purely temporary conditions of a given historical situation the dignity of a general law, his refutation of Bernstein's incorrect views on the essence of democracy, and his explanation of Bernstein's statistical error, in comparing the number of industrial workers in Germany with the number of voters and overlooking the mere trifle that not all the workers in Germany enjoy the franchise and that not all participate in the elections. We can only strongly recommend to the reader who is interested in the question of the significance of Bernstein's book and in the polemic around it to turn to the German literature and under no circumstances to believe the biased and one-sided reviews by the proponents of eclecticism that dominate in Russian literature. We have heard that part of Koski's book here under review will probably be translated into Russian. This is very desirable, but is no substitute for an acquaintanceship with the original. Written at the end 1899. First published in 1928. In Lenin Miscellany 7. Published according to the manuscript. ________________________________________________________________________ Articles for Rabochaya Gazeta 80. Written in the second half of 1899. First published in 1925. In Lenin Miscellany 3. Published according to manuscripts copied by an unknown hand. Letter to the editorial group. Dear comrades, in response to your request I am sending 3 articles for the newspaper and deem it essential to say a few words about my collaboration in general and the relations between us in particular. From your previous communication I gathered that you wanted to found a publishing firm and give me a series of social democratic pamphlets to edit. Now I see that matters are different, that you have set up your editorial board, which is beginning the publication of a newspaper and invites me to collaborate. Needless to say, I agree willingly to this proposal as well, but I must state, in doing so, that I consider successful collaboration possible only on the following terms: 1. Regular relations between the editors and the collaborator, who shall be informed of decisions on all manuscripts and of all publications of your firm. 2. My articles to be signed with a special pseudonym. 3. agreement between the editors and the collaborator on fundamental views concerning theoretical questions, concerning immediate practical tasks, and concerning the desired character of the newspaper. I hope the editors will agree to these terms and, in order to effect the earliest possible agreement between us, I will deal in brief with the questions arising out of the third condition. I am informed that you find that the old current is strong and that there is no particular need for a polemic against Bernsteinism and its Russian echoers. I consider this view to be too optimistic. Bernstein's public announcement that the majority of the Russian Social Democrats agree with him 81, the split between the young Russian Social Democrats abroad and the emancipation of Labor Group 82, which is the founder, the representative, and the most faithful custodian of the old current, the vain efforts of Rabochea MYSL to say some new word, to revolt against the extensive political tasks, to raise petty matters and amateurish work to the heights of apotheosis, to wax vulgarly iron Eichel over revolutionary theories, lastly, complete disorder in the legal Marxist literature and the frantic efforts on the part of the majority of its representatives to seize upon Bernsteinism, the criticism a la mode. All this, in my opinion, serves to show clearly that the re-establishment of the old current and its energetic defense is a matter of real urgency. You will see from the articles what my views on the tasks of the paper and the plan of its publication are, and I should very much like to know the extent of our solidarity on this question. I think it is necessary to launch a direct polemic against Rabochea MYSL, but for this purpose I should like to receive NOS 1 to 2, 6, and those following 7, also Proletarskia Borba. 83. I need the last named pamphlet also in order to review it in the paper. As to length, you write that I am to impose no constraint on myself. I think that as long as there is a newspaper I shall give preference to newspaper articles and deal in them even with pamphlet themes, reserving for myself the right to work the articles up into pamphlets at a later date. The subjects with which I propose to deal in the immediate future are, 1. The draft program 84, 2. Questions of tactics and organization that are to be discussed at the next Congress of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party 85, 3. A pamphlet on rules of conduct for workers and socialists at liberty, in prison, and in exile modeled after the Polish pamphlet, 4. Strikes, 5. The pamphlet, Woman and the Working Class Cause, and others. I should like to know approximately what material the editorial board has in hand, so as to avoid repetition and the tackling of questions that have already been exhausted. I shall await an answer from the editorial board through the same channels. FP.86 _____________________________________________________________________________________________________________________് Our program, International Social Democracy, is at present in a state of ideological wavering. Hitherto the doctrines of Marx and Engels were considered to be the firm foundation of revolutionary theory, but voices are now being raised everywhere to proclaim these doctrines inadequate and obsolete. Whoever declares himself to be a social democrat and intends to publish a social democratic organ must define precisely his attitude to a question that is preoccupying the attention of the German social democrats and not of them alone. We take our stand entirely on the Marxist theoretical position. Marxism was the first to transform socialism from a utopia into a science, to lay a firm foundation for this science, and to indicate the path that must be followed in further developing and elaborating it in all its parts. It disclosed the nature of modern capitalist economy by explaining how the hire of the laborer, the purchase of labor power, conceals the enslavement of millions of propertyless people by a handful of capitalists, the owners of the land, factories, mines, and so forth. It showed that all modern capitalist development displays the tendency of large-scale production to eliminate petty production and creates conditions that make a socialist system of society possible and necessary. It taught us how to discern, beneath the pall of rooted customs, political intrigues, abstruse laws, and intricate doctrines, the class struggle, the struggle between the propertied classes in all their variety and the propertyless mass, the proletariat, which is at the head of all the propertyless. It made clear the real task of a revolutionary socialist party, not to draw up plans for refashioning society, not to preach to the capitalists and their hangers-on about improving the lot of the workers, not to hatch conspiracies, but to organize the class struggle of the proletariat and to lead this struggle, the ultimate aim of which is the conquest of political power by the proletariat and the organization of a socialist society. And we now ask, has anything new been introduced into this theory by its loud-voiced renovators who are raising so much noise in our day and have grouped themselves around the German socialist Bernstein? Absolutely nothing. Not by a single step have they advanced the science which Marx and Engels enjoined us to develop. They have not taught the proletariat any new methods of struggle, they have only retreated, borrowing fragments of backward theories and preaching to the proletariat, not the theory of struggle, but the theory of concession to the most vicious enemies of the proletariat, the governments and bourgeois parties who never tire of seeking new means of baiting the socialists. Plekhanov, one of the founders and leaders of Russian social democracy, was entirely right in ruthlessly criticizing Bernstein's latest Critique 87. The views of Bernstein have now been rejected by the representatives of the German workers as well. 88. We anticipate a flood of accusations for these words. The shouts will rise that we want to convert the Socialist Party into an order of true believers that persecutes heretics for deviations from dogma, for every independent opinion, and so forth. We know about all these fashionable and trenchant phrases. Only there is not a grain of truth or sense in them. There can be no strong socialist party without a revolutionary theory which unites all socialists, from which they draw all their convictions, and which they apply in their methods of struggle and means of action. To defend such a theory, which to the best of your knowledge you consider to be true, against unfounded attacks and attempts to corrupt it is not to imply that you are an enemy of all criticism. We do not regard Marx's theory as something completed and inviolable, on the contrary, we are convinced that it has only laid the foundation stone of the science which socialists must develop in all directions if they wish to keep pace with life. We think that an independent elaboration of Marx's theory is especially essential for Russian socialists, for this theory provides only general guiding principles, which, in particular, are applied in England differently than in France differently than in Germany, and in Germany differently than in Russia. We shall therefore gladly afford space in our paper for articles on theoretical questions, and we invite all comrades openly to discuss controversial points. What are the main questions that arise in the application to Russia of the program common to all social democrats? We have stated that the essence of this program is to organize the class struggle of the proletariat, and to lead this struggle, the ultimate aim of which is the conquest of political power by the proletariat and the establishment of a socialist society. The class struggle of the proletariat comprises the economic struggle and the political struggle. Some Russian social democrats. But in order to win these rights it is necessary to wage a political struggle. In Russia, not only the workers, but all citizens are deprived of political rights. Russia is an absolute and unlimited monarchy. The Tsar alone promulgates laws, appoints officials, and controls them. For this reason, it seems as though in Russia the Tsar and the Tsarist government are independent of all classes and accord equal treatment to all. But in reality all officials are chosen exclusively from the propertied class and all are subject to the influence of the big capitalists, who make the ministers dance to their tune and who achieve whatever they want. The Russian working class is burdened by a double yoke. It is robbed and plundered by the capitalists and the landlords, and to prevent it from fighting them, the police bind it hand and foot, gag it, and every attempt to defend the rights of the people is persecuted. Every strike against a capitalist results in the military and police being let loose on the workers. Every economic struggle necessarily becomes a political struggle, and social democracy must indissolubly combine the one with the other into a single class struggle of the proletariat. The first and chief aim of such a struggle must be the conquest of political rights, the conquest of political liberty. If the workers of St. Petersburg alone, with a little help from the socialists, have rapidly succeeded in wringing a concession from the government, the adoption of the law on the reduction of the working day 89, then the Russian working class as a whole, led by a single Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, will be able, in persistent struggle, to win incomparably more important concessions. The Russian working class is able to wage its economic and political struggle alone, even if no other class comes to its aid. But in the political struggle the workers do not stand alone. The people's complete lack of rights and the savage lawlessness of the Bolshevik officials rouse the indignation of all honest educated people who cannot reconcile themselves to the persecution of free thought and free speech. They rouse the indignation of the persecuted Poles, Finns, Jews, and Russian religious sects. They rouse the indignation of the small merchants, manufacturers, and peasants, who can nowhere find protection from the persecution of officials and police. All these groups of the population are incapable, separately, of carrying on a persistent political struggle. But when the working class raises the banner of this struggle, it will receive support from all sides. Russian social democracy will place itself at the head of all fighters for the rights of the people, of all fighters for democracy, and it will prove invincible. These are our fundamental views, and we shall develop them systematically and from every aspect in our paper. We are convinced that in this way we shall tread the path which has been indicated by the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party in its published manifesto. Our immediate task. The Russian working class movement is today going through a period of transition. The splendid beginning achieved by the Social Democratic workers' organizations in the Western area, St. Petersburg, Moscow, Kiev, and other cities was consummated by the formation of the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party. Russian social democracy seems to have exhausted, for the time being, all its strength in making this tremendous step forward and has gone back to the former isolated functioning of separate local organizations. The party has not ceased to exist, it has only withdrawn into itself in order to gather strength and put the unification of all Russian Social Democrats on a sound footing. To effect this unification, to evolve a suitable form for it and to get rid completely of narrow local isolation such is the immediate and most urgent task of the Russian Social Democrats. We are all agreed that our task is that of the organization of the proletarian class struggle. But what is this class struggle? When the workers of a single factory or of a single branch of industry engage in struggle against their employer or employers, is this class struggle? No, this is only a weak embryo of it. The struggle of the workers becomes a class struggle only when all the foremost representatives of the entire working class of the whole country are conscious of themselves as a single working class and launch a struggle that is directed, not against individual employers, but against the entire class of capitalists and against the government that supports that class. Only when the individual worker realizes that he is a member of the entire working class, only when he recognizes the fact that his petty day-to-day struggle against individual employers and individual government officials is a struggle against the entire bourgeoisie and the entire government, does his struggle become a class struggle. Every class struggle is a political struggle. 90 These famous words of Marx are not to be understood to mean that any struggle of workers against employers must always be a political struggle. They must be understood to mean that the struggle of the workers against the capitalists inevitably becomes a political struggle insofar as it becomes a class struggle. It is the task of the Social Democrats, by organizing the workers, by conducting propaganda and agitation among them, to turn their spontaneous struggle against their oppressors into the struggle of the whole class, into the struggle of a definite political party for definite political and socialist ideals. This is something that cannot be achieved by local activity alone. Local social democratic activity has attained a fairly high level in our country. The seeds of social democratic ideas have been broadcast throughout Russia. Workers' leaflets, the earliest form of social democratic literature, are known to all Russian workers from St. Petersburg to Krasnoyarsk, from the Caucasus to the Urals. All that is now lacking is the unification of all this local work into the work of a single party. Our chief drawback, to the overcoming of which we must devote all our energy, is the narrow amateurish character of local work. Because of this amateurish character, many manifestations of the working class movement in Russia remain purely local events and lose a great deal of their significance as examples for the whole of Russian social democracy, as a stage of the whole Russian working class movement. Because of this amateurishness, the consciousness of their community of interests throughout Russia is insufficiently inculcated in the workers, they do not link up their struggle sufficiently with the idea of Russian socialism and Russian democracy. Because of this amateurishness, the comrades' varying views on theoretical and practical problems are not openly discussed in a central newspaper, they do not serve the purpose of elaborating a common program and devising common tactics for the party, they are lost in narrow study circle life, or they lead to the inordinate exaggeration of local and chance peculiarities. Enough of our amateurishness. We have attained sufficient maturity to go over to common action, to the elaboration of a common party program, to the joint discussion of our party tactics and organization. Russian social democracy has done a great deal in criticizing old revolutionary and socialist theories. It has not limited itself to criticism and theorizing alone, it has shown that its program is not hanging in the air but is meeting the extensive spontaneous movement among the people, that is, among the factory proletariat. It has now to make the following, very difficult, but very important, step to elaborate an organization of the movement adapted to our conditions. Social democracy is not confined to simple service to the working class movement, it represents the combination of socialism and the working class movement. The task of social democracy is to bring definite socialist ideals to the spontaneous working class movement, to connect this movement with socialist convictions that should attain the level of contemporary science, to connect it with the regular political struggle for democracy as a means of achieving socialism. In a word, to fuse this spontaneous movement into one indestructible whole with the activity of the Revolutionary Party. The history of socialism and democracy in Western Europe, the history of the Russian revolutionary movement, the experience of our working class movement, such is the material we must master to elaborate a purposeful organization and purposeful tactics for our party. The analysis of this material must, however, be done independently, since there are no ready-made models to be found anywhere. On the one hand, the Russian working class movement exists under conditions that are quite different from those of Western Europe. It would be most dangerous to have any illusions on this score. On the other hand, Russian social democracy differs very substantially from former revolutionary parties in Russia, so that the necessity of learning revolutionary technique and secret organization from the old Russian masters does not in any way relieve us of the duty of assessing them critically and elaborating our own organization independently. In the presentation of such a task there are two main questions that come to the fore with particular insistence. 1. How is the need for the complete liberty of local social democratic activity to be combined with the need for establishing a single and, consequently, a centralist party? Social democracy draws its strength from the spontaneous working class movement that manifests itself differently and at different times in the various industrial centers. The activity of the local social democratic organizations is the basis of all party activity. If, however, this is to be the activity of isolated amateurs, then it cannot, strictly speaking, be called social democratic, since it will not be the organization and leadership of the class struggle of the proletariat. 2. How can we combine the striving of social democracy to become a revolutionary party that makes the struggle for political liberty its chief purpose with the determined refusal of social democracy to organize political conspiracies, its emphatic refusal to call the workers to the barricades, or, in general, to impose on the workers this or that plan for an attack on the government, which has been thought up by a company of revolutionaries? Russian social democracy has every right to believe that it has provided the theoretical solution to these questions. To dwell on this would mean to repeat what has been said in the article, Our Program. It is now a matter of the practical solution to these questions. This is not a solution that can be made by a single person or a single group, it can be provided only by the organized activity of social democracy as a whole. We believe that the most urgent task of the moment consists in undertaking the solution of these questions, for which purpose we must have as our immediate aim the founding of a party organ that will appear regularly and be closely connected with all the local groups. We believe that all the activity of the Social Democrats should be directed to this end throughout the whole of the forthcoming period. Without such an organ, local work will remain narrowly amateurish. The formation of the party. If the correct representation of that party in a certain newspaper is not organized, will to a considerable extent remain bare words. An economic struggle that is not united by a central organ cannot become the class struggle of the entire Russian proletariat. It is impossible to conduct a political struggle if the party as a whole fails to make statements on all questions of policy and to give direction to the various manifestations of the struggle. The organization and disciplining of the revolutionary forces and the development of revolutionary technique are impossible without the discussion of all these questions in a central organ, without the collective elaboration of certain forms and rules for the conduct of affairs, without the establishment through the central organ of every party member's responsibility to the entire party. In speaking of the necessity to concentrate all party forces, all literary forces, all organizational abilities, all material resources, etc. on the foundation and correct conduct of the organ of the whole party, we do not for a moment think of pushing other forms of activity into the background, e.g., local agitation, demonstrations, boycott, the persecution of spies, the bitter campaigns against individual representatives of the bourgeoisie and the government, protest strikes, etc., etc. On the contrary, we are convinced that all these forms of activity constitute the basis of the party's activity, but, without their unification through an organ of the whole party, these forms of revolutionary struggle lose 9/10 of their significance. They do not lead to the creation of common party experience, to the creation of party traditions and continuity. The party organ, far from competing with such activity, will exercise tremendous influence on its extension, consolidation, and systematization. The necessity to concentrate all forces on establishing a regularly appearing and regularly delivered organ arises out of the peculiar situation of Russian social democracy as compared with that of social democracy in other European countries and with that of the old Russian revolutionary parties. Apart from newspapers, the workers of Germany, France, etc., have numerous other means for the public manifestation of their activity, for organizing the movement, parliamentary activity, election agitation, public meetings, participation in local public bodies, the open conduct of trade unions, etc., etc. In place of all of that, yes, all of that, we must be served until we have won political liberty by a revolutionary newspaper, without which no broad organization of the entire working class movement is possible. We do not believe in conspiracies, we renounce individual revolutionary ventures to destroy the government. The words of Liebknecht, veteran of German social democracy, serve as the watchword of our activities: studieren, propagandieren, organisieren, learn, propagandize, organize, and the pivot of this activity can and must be only the organ of the party. But is the regular and more or less stable establishment of such an organ possible, and under what circumstances is it possible? We shall deal with this matter next time. An urgent question. In the previous article we said that our immediate task is to establish a party organ, one that appears and can be delivered regularly, and we raised the question of whether and under what circumstances it is possible to achieve this aim. Let us examine the more important aspects of this question. The main objection that may be raised is that the achievement of this purpose first requires the development of local group activity. We consider this fairly widespread opinion to be fallacious. We can and must immediately set about founding the party organ and, it follows, the party itself, and putting them on a sound footing. The conditions essential to such a step already exist. Local party work is being carried on and obviously has struck deep roots, for the destructive police attacks that are growing more frequent lead to only short interruptions. Fresh forces rapidly replace those that have fallen in battle. The party has resources for publishing and literary forces, not only abroad, but in Russia as well. The question, therefore, is whether the work that is already being conducted should be continued in amateur fashion or whether it should be organized into the work of one party and in such a way that it is reflected in its entirety in one common organ. Here we come to the most urgent question of our movement, to its sore point: organization. The improvement of revolutionary organization and discipline, the perfection of our underground technique are an absolute necessity. We must openly admit that in this respect we are lagging behind the old Russian revolutionary parties and must bend all our efforts to overtake and surpass them. Without improved organization there can be no progress of our working class movement in general, and no establishment of an active party with a properly functioning organ, in particular. That is on the one hand. On the other, the existing party organs must pay greater attention to questions of organization and exert an influence in this respect on local groups. Local, amateurish work always leads to a great excess of personal connections, to study circle methods, and we have grown out of the study circle stage which has become too narrow for our present-day work and which leads to an over-expenditure of forces. Only fusion into a single party will enable us strictly to observe the principles of division of labor and economy of forces, which must be achieved in order to reduce the losses and build as reliable a bulwark as possible against the oppression of the autocratic government and against its frantic persecutions. Against us, against the tiny groups of socialists hidden in the expanses of the Russian underground, there stands the huge machine of a most powerful modern state that is exerting all its forces to crush socialism and democracy. We are convinced that we shall, in the end, smash that police state, because all the sound and developing sections of our society are in favor of democracy and socialism, but, in order to conduct a systematic struggle against the government, we must raise revolutionary organization, discipline, and the technique of underground work to the highest degree of perfection. It is essential for individual party members or separate groups of members to specialize in the different aspects of party work, some in the duplication of literature, others in its transport across the frontier, a third category in its distribution inside Russia, a fourth in its distribution in the cities, a fifth in the arrangement of secret meeting places, a sixth in the collection of funds, a seventh in the delivery of correspondence and all information about the movement, an eighth in maintaining relations, etc., etc. We know that this sort of specialization requires much greater self-restraint, much greater ability to concentrate on modest, unseen, everyday work, much greater real heroism than the usual work in study circles. The Russian socialists and the Russian working class, however, have shown their heroic qualities and, in general, it would be a sin to complain of a shortage of people. There is to be observed among the working youth an impassioned, uncontrollable enthusiasm for the ideas of democracy and socialism, and helpers for the workers still continue to arrive from among the intellectuals, despite the fact that the prisons and places of exile are overcrowded. If the idea of the necessity for a stricter organization is made widely known among all these recruits to the revolutionary cause, the plan for the organization of a regularly published and delivered party newspaper will cease to be a dream. Let us take one of the conditions for the success of this plan, that the newspaper be assured a regular supply of correspondence and other material from everywhere. Has not history shown that at all times when there has been a resurgence of our revolutionary movement such a purpose has proved possible of achievement even in respect of papers published abroad? If Social Democrats working in various localities come to regard the party newspaper as their own and consider the maintenance of regular contact with it, the discussion of their problems and the reflection of the whole movement in it to be their main task, it will be quite possible to ensure the supply to the paper of full information about the movement, provided methods of maintaining secrecy, not very complicated ones, are observed. The other aspect of the question, that of delivering the newspaper regularly to all parts of Russia, is much more difficult than the similar task under previous forms of revolutionary movement in Russia, when newspapers were not, to such an extent, intended for the masses of the people. The purpose of social democratic newspapers, however, facilitates their distribution. The chief places to which the newspaper must be delivered regularly and in large numbers are the industrial centers, factory villages and towns, the factory districts of big cities, etc. In such centers the population is almost entirely working class. In actual fact, the worker in such places is master of the situation and has hundreds of ways of outwitting the police. Relations with neighboring factory centers are distinguished by their extraordinary activity. At the time of the exceptional law against the Socialists 91, the German political police did not function worse, but probably better, than the Russian police. Nevertheless, the German workers, thanks to their organization and discipline, were able to ensure the regular transport across the frontiers of a weekly illegal newspaper and to deliver it to the houses of all subscribers, so that even the ministers could not refrain from admiring the Social Democratic Post. We do not, of course, dream of such successes, but we can, if we bend our efforts towards it, ensure that our party newspaper appears no less than 12 times a year and is regularly delivered in all the main centers of the movement to all groups of workers that can be reached by socialism. To return to the question of specialization, we must also point out that its insufficiency is due partially to the dominance of amateur work and partially to the fact that our social democratic newspapers usually devote far too little attention to questions of organization. Only the establishment of a common party organ can give the worker in a given field of revolutionary activity the consciousness that he is marching with the rank and file, the consciousness that his work is directly essential to the party, that he is one of the links in the chain that will form a noose to strangle the most evil enemy of the Russian proletariat and of the whole Russian people, the Russian autocratic government. Only strict adherence to this type of specialization can economize our forces. Not only will every aspect of revolutionary work be carried out by a smaller number of people, but there will be an opportunity to make a number of aspects of present-day activities legal affairs. This legalization of activity, its conduct within the framework of the law, has long been advised for Russian socialists by Vorwärts 92, the chief organ of the German Social Democrats. At first sight one is astonished at such advice, but in actual fact it merits careful attention. Almost everyone who has worked in a local study circle in some city will easily remember that among the numerous and diverse affairs in which the circle engaged, some were, in themselves, legal. Making affairs of this sort the specific function of a special contingent of people would reduce the strength of the revolutionary army in the firing line and increase the strength of the reserve, those who replace the killed and wounded. This will be possible only when both the active members and the reserve see their activities reflected in the common organ of the party and sense their connection with it. Local meetings of workers and local groups will, of course, always be necessary, no matter to what extent we carry out our specialization, but, on the one hand, the number of mass revolutionary meetings will become considerably less and, on the other hand, the selection of various aspects of revolutionary work as special functions will provide greater opportunities to screen such meetings behind legal forms of assembly, entertainments, meetings of societies sanctioned by law, etc. Were not the French workers under Napoleon III and the German workers at the time of the exceptional law against the socialists able to devise all possible ways to cover up their political and socialist meetings? Russian workers will be able to do likewise. Further, only by better organization and the establishment of a common party organ will it be possible to extend and deepen the very content of social democratic propaganda and agitation. We stand in great need of this. Local work must almost inevitably lead to the exaggeration of local particularities, too. This is impossible without a central organ which will, at the same time, be an advanced democratic organ. Only then will our urge to convert social democracy into a leading fighter for democracy become reality. Only then, too, shall we be able to work out definite political tactics. Social democracy has renounced the fallacious theory of the one reactionary mass. It regards utilization of the support of the progressive classes against the reactionary classes to be one of the most important political tasks. As long as the organizations and publications are local in character, this task can hardly be carried out at all. Matters do not go farther than relations with individual liberals and the extraction of various services from them. Only a common party organ, consistently implementing the principles of political struggle and holding high the banner of democracy, will be able to win over to its side all militant democratic elements and use all Russia's progressive forces in the struggle for political freedom. Only then shall we be able to convert the workers' smoldering hatred of the police and the authorities into conscious hatred of the autocratic government and into determination to conduct a desperate struggle for the rights of the working class and of the entire Russian people. In modern Russia, a strictly organized revolutionary party built up on this foundation will prove the greatest political force. Underscore 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 underscore. In subsequent issues we shall publish the draft program of the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party and begin a more detailed discussion of the various organizational questions. A draft program of our party 93. Written at the end 1899. First published in 1924 in the first edition of V. I. Lenin's Collected Works, Volume 1. Published according to the manuscript. The thing to begin with, most likely, is the question of whether there is really a pressing need for a program of the Russian Social Democrats. From comrades active in Russia we have heard the opinion expressed that at this particular moment there is no special need to draw up a program, that the urgent question is one of developing and strengthening local organizations, of placing agitation and the delivery of literature on a more sound footing, that it would be better to postpone the elaboration of a program until such time as when the movement stands on firmer ground, that a program might, at the moment, turn out to be unfounded. We do not share this opinion. It goes without saying that every step of real movement is more important than a dozen programs, 94 as Karl Marx said. But neither Marx nor any other theoretician or practical worker in the social democratic movement has ever denied the tremendous importance of a program for the consolidation and consistent activity of a political party. The Russian Social Democrats have just got over the period of the most bitter polemics with socialists of other trends and with non-socialists who were unwilling to understand Russian social democracy. They have also got over the initial stages of the movement during which the work was carried on piecemeal by small local organizations. The need for unity, for the establishment of common literature, for the appearance of Russian workers' newspapers arises out of the real situation, and the foundation in the spring of 1898 of the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party, which announced its intention of elaborating a party program in the near future, showed clearly that the demand for a program grew out of the needs of the movement itself. At the present time the urgent question of our movement is no longer that of developing the former scattered amateur activities, but of uniting of organization. This is a step for which a program is a necessity. The program must formulate our basic views, precisely establish our immediate political tasks, point out the immediate demands that must show the area of agitational activity, give unity to the agitational work, expand and deepen it, thus raising it from fragmentary partial agitation for petty, isolated demands to the status of agitation for the sum total of social democratic demands. Today, when social democratic activity has aroused a fairly wide circle of socialist intellectuals and class-conscious workers, it is urgently necessary to strengthen connections between them by a program and in this way give all of them a sound basis for further, more extensive, activity. Lastly, a program is urgently necessary because Russian public opinion is very often most profoundly mistaken in respect of the real tasks and methods of action of the Russian Social Democrats. These mistaken views in some cases grow naturally in the morass of political putrefaction that is our real life, in others they are artificially nurtured by the opponents of social democracy. In any case, this is a fact that has to be taken into account. The working class movement, merging with socialism and with the political struggle, must establish a party that will have to dispel all these misunderstandings, if it is to stand at the head of all the democratic elements in Russian society. The objection may be raised, further, that the present moment is inopportune for the elaboration of a program because there are differences of opinion that give rise to polemics among the Social Democrats themselves. I believe the contrary to be true. This is another argument in favor of the necessity for a program. On the one hand, since the polemic has begun, it is to be hoped that in the discussion of the draft program all views and all shades of views will be afforded expression, that the discussion will be comprehensive. The polemic indicates that the Russian Social Democrats are showing a revived interest in extensive questions pertaining to the aims of our movement and to its immediate tasks and tactics. Precisely such a revival is essential to a discussion of the draft program. On the other hand, if the polemic is not to be fruitless, if it is not to degenerate into personal rivalry, if it is not to lead to a confusion of views, to a confounding of enemies and friends, it is absolutely essential that the question of the program be introduced into the polemic. The polemic will be of benefit only if it makes clear in what the differences actually consist, how profound they are, whether they are differences of substance or differences on partial questions, whether or not these differences interfere with common work in the ranks of one and the same party. Only the introduction of the program question into the polemic, only a definite statement by the two polemising parties on their programmatic views, can provide an answer to all these questions, questions that insistently demand an answer. The elaboration of a common program for the party should not, of course, put an end to all polemics. It will firmly establish those basic views on the character, the aims, and the tasks of our movement which must serve as the banner of a fighting party, a party that remains consolidated and united despite partial differences of opinion among its members on partial questions. And now, to the matter. When a program of the Russian Social Democrats is spoken of, all eyes naturally turn towards the members of the Emancipation of Labor group who founded Russian social democracy and have done so much for its theoretical and practical development. Our older comrades were not slow in responding to the demands of the Russian social democratic movement almost at the very same time in the spring of 1898 when preparations were being made for the Congress of Russian Social Democrats which laid the foundations for the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. P.B. Axelrod published his pamphlet, Present Tasks and Tactics of the Russian Social Democrats, and reprinted as an appendix to it a draft program of the Russian Social Democrats. Published by the Emancipation of Labor Group as early as 1885. We shall begin with a discussion of this draft. Despite the fact that it was published almost 15 years ago, it is our opinion that, by and large, it adequately serves its purpose and is on the level of present-day social democratic theory. The draft designates precisely that class which alone, in Russia as in other countries, is capable of being an independent fighter for socialism, the working class, the industrial proletariat. It states the aim which this class must set itself: the conversion of all means and objects of production into social property, the abolition of commodity production and its replacement by a new system of social production, the communist revolution. It indicates the inevitable preliminary condition for the reconstruction of social relations, the seizure of political power by the working class. It affirms the international solidarity of the proletariat and the necessity for an element of variety in the programs of the Social Democrats of different states in accordance with the social conditions in each of them taken separately. It points to the specific feature of Russia where the masses of working people suffer under the double yoke of developing capitalism and moribund patriarchal economy. It shows the connection between the Russian revolutionary movement and the process of the creation of a new class, the industrial proletariat, the most responsive, mobile, and developed. It indicates the necessity for the formation of a revolutionary working class party and specifies its first political task, the overthrow of absolutism. It shows the means of political struggle and formulates its basic demands. All these elements are, in our opinion, absolutely essential to a program of the Social Democratic Working Class Party. They all enunciate theses that have, until now, been again and again confirmed both in the development of socialist theory and in the development of the working class movement of all countries, specifically, in the development of Russian social thought and the Russian working class movement. In view of this, the Russian Social Democrats can and should, in our opinion, make the draft of the Emancipation of Labor Group a draft requiring editorial changes, corrections, and additions only in respect of details, the basis of the program of the Russian Social Democratic Working Class Party. Let us try to note which of these changes of detail we deem advisable and in regard to which it would be desirable to have an exchange of opinions among all Russian Social Democrats and class-conscious workers. In the first place, there must, of course, be some slight changes in the structural character of the program. In 1885 it was the program of a group of revolutionaries abroad who had proved able to define the only path of development for the movement that offered success, but who, at that time, still did not see before them anything like an extensive and independent working class movement in Russia. In 1900 it has become a question of a program for a working class party founded by a large number of Russian social democratic organizations. In addition to the editorial changes that are in consequence essential, this difference makes it necessary to bring into the foreground and emphasize more strongly the process of economic development that is engendering the material and spiritual conditions for the social democratic working class movement, and the class struggle of the proletariat which the Social Democratic Party sets itself the aim of organizing. The cardinal point of the program should be the characterization of the basic features of the present-day economic system of Russia and its development. This should be followed by an outline of the fundamental tendency of capitalism, the splitting of the people into a bourgeoisie and a proletariat, the growth of the mass of misery, oppression, slavery, degradation, exploitation. 95 These famous words of Marx are repeated in the second paragraph of the Erfurt program of the German Social Democratic Party. 96 And the critics that are grouped about Bernstein have recently made particularly violent attacks precisely against this point, repeating the old objections raised by bourgeois liberals and social politicians against the theory of impoverishment. In our opinion, the polemic that has raged round this question has demonstrated the utter groundlessness of such criticism. Bernstein himself admitted that the above words of Marx were true as a characterization of the tendency of capitalism, a tendency that becomes a reality in the absence of the class struggle of the proletariat against it. In the absence of labor protection laws achieved by the working class. It is precisely in Russia today that we see the above tendency manifesting its effect with tremendous force on the peasantry and the workers. Further, Koski has shown that these words on the growth of the mass of misery, etc., are true in the sense, not only of characterizing a tendency, but of indicating the growth of social poverty, i.e., the growth of the disparity between the condition of the proletariat and the living standard of the bourgeoisie, the standard of social consumption that continues to rise parallel with the gigantic growth in the productivity of labor. Lastly, these words are true also in the sense that in the border regions of capitalism the growth of poverty, not only social, but also the most horrible physical poverty, to the extent of starvation and death from starvation, assumes a mass scale. Everybody knows that this is 10 times more applicable to Russia than to any other European country. And so, the words about the growth of the mass of misery, oppression, slavery, degradation, exploitation must, in our opinion, imperatively be included in our program first, because they faithfully describe the basic and essential features of capitalism. They characterize precisely the process that unrolls before our eyes, and that is one of the chief reasons for the emergence of the working class movement and socialism in Russia. Secondly, because these words provide a fund of material for agitation, because they summarize a whole series of phenomena that most oppress the masses of the workers, but, at the same time, most arouse their indignation, and, thirdly, because by this precise characterization of the ruinous effect of capitalism and of the necessary, inevitable indignation of the workers, we draw a line between ourselves and the indecisive elements who sympathize with the proletariat and demand reforms for its benefit. While trying to occupy the golden mean between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, between the autocratic government and the revolutionaries, it is particularly necessary today to dissociate ourselves from such people, if we are to strive for a united and consolidated working class party that conducts a determined and unswerving struggle for political liberty and socialism. Here a few words are in order on our attitude to the Erfurt program. From what has been said above, it is clear to everyone that we consider it necessary to make changes in the draft of the Emancipation of Labor group that will bring the program of the Russian Social Democrats closer to that of the German. We are not in the least afraid to say that we want to imitate the Erfurt program. There is nothing bad in imitating what is good, and precisely today, when we so often hear opportunist and equivocal criticism of that program, we consider it our duty to speak openly in its favor. Imitating, however, must under no circumstances be simply copying. Imitation and borrowing are quite legitimate insofar as in Russia we see the same basic processes of the development of capitalism, the same basic tasks for the socialists and the working class, but they must not, under any circumstances, lead to our forgetting the specific features of Russia which must find full expression in the specific features of our program. Running ahead somewhat, let us say here that among these specific features are, first, our political tasks and means of struggle, and, secondly, our struggle against all remnants of the patriarchal, pre-capitalist regime and the specific posing of the peasant question arising out of that struggle. Having made this necessary reservation, let us continue. The statement on the growth of the mass of misery must be followed by a characterization of the class struggle of the proletariat, a declaration of the aim of this struggle, a declaration of the international character of the working class movement, a declaration of the political character of the class struggle and its immediate objective. It is particularly necessary to recognize the struggle against the autocracy for political liberties as the first political task of the working class party. This task should, in our opinion, be explained by an exposition of the class nature of the present-day Russian autocracy and of the need to overthrow it, not only in the interests of the working class, but also in the interests of social development as a whole. Such a description is essential both in regard to theory, because, from the standpoint of the basic ideas of Marxism, the interests of social development are higher than the interests of the proletariat. The interests of the working class movement as a whole are higher than the interests of a separate section of the workers or of separate phases of the movement, and in regard to practice, the elucidation is essential because of the need to characterize the focal point to which all the variety of social democratic activity, propaganda, agitation, and organization must be directed and round which it must be concentrated. In addition, we think a special paragraph of the program should be devoted to the provision that the Social Democratic Working Class Party set itself the aim of supporting every revolutionary movement against the autocracy and the struggle against all attempts on the part of the autocratic government to corrupt and befog the political consciousness of the people by means of bureaucratic guardianship and sham doles, by means of that demagogic policy which our German comrades have called the Peitzkuende Zuckerbrot policy. The biscuit equals the doles to those who, for the sake of partial and individual improvements in their material conditions, renounce their political demands and remain the humble slaves of police violence. And for workers one has only to recall the proclamations of Minister of Finance Witt at the time of the St. Petersburg strikes in 1896 and 1897-97, or the speeches in defense of the workers delivered by representatives of the Ministry of Internal Affairs at the Commission on the Promulgation of the Law of June 2, 1897. The whip equals the increased persecution of those who, despite the doles, remain fighters for political liberty. The biscuit is to decoy the weak, to bribe and corrupt them. The whip is to overawe and render harmless honest and class-conscious fighters for the working class cause and for the cause of the people. As long as the autocracy exists, we must expect a continued renewal and increase of the government's demagogic measures. Consequently, we must conduct against them a systematic struggle, exposing the falseness of the police benefactors of the people, showing the connection between government reforms and the struggle of the workers, teaching the proletariat to make use of every reform to strengthen its fighting position and extend and deepen the working class movement. The point on the support for all fighters against the autocracy is necessary in the program, because Russian social democracy, indissolubly fused with the advanced elements of the Russian working class, must raise the general democratic banner, in order to group about itself all sections and all elements capable of fighting for political liberty, or at least of supporting that fight in some way or another. Such is our view on the demands that must be met by the section of our program dealing with principles and on the basic postulates that must be expressed in it with the maximum precision and clarity. In our opinion, the following should be deleted from the draft program of the Emancipation of Labor Group: 1. Statements on the form of peasant land tenure; 2. Statements on the causes of instability, etc., of the intelligentsia; 3. The point on the abolition of the present system of political representation and its replacement by direct people's legislation; 4. The point on the means of political struggle. True, we do not see anything obsolete or erroneous in the last point, but, on the contrary, believe that the means of struggle should be precisely those indicated by the Emancipation of Labor Group, but we believe that the program of a working-class party is no place for indications of the means of activity that were necessary in the program of a group of revolutionaries abroad in 1885. The program should leave the question of means open, allowing the choice of means to the militant organizations and to party congresses that determine the tactics of the party. Questions of tactics, however, can hardly be introduced into the program. Questions of tactics will be discussed by the party newspaper as they arise and will be eventually decided at party congresses. The same applies, in our opinion, to the question of terror. The Social Democrats must imperatively undertake the discussion of this question, of course, from the standpoint of tactics and not of principle, because the growth of the movement leads of its own accord, spontaneously, to more frequent cases of the killing of spies and to greater, more impassioned indignation in the ranks of the workers and socialists who see ever greater numbers of their comrades being tortured to death in solitary confinement and at places of exile. In order to leave nothing unsaid, we will make the reservation that, in our own personal opinion, terror is not advisable as a means of struggle at the present moment, that the party must renounce it and concentrate all its energy on organization and the regular delivery of literature. This is not the place to speak in greater detail on the question. As far as the issue of direct people's legislation is concerned, it seems to us that at the present moment it should not be included in the program. The victory of socialism must not be connected, in principle, with the substitution of direct people's legislation for parliamentarism. This was proved, in our view, by the discussion on the THIRD program and by Koskai's book on people's legislation. Koskai admits that a certain benefit accrues from people's legislation under the following conditions: 1. The absence of an antithesis between town and village or the preponderance of the towns; 2. The existence of highly developed political parties; 3. The absence of excessively centralist state power, independently opposed to people's legislation. In Russia we see exactly the opposite conditions, and the danger of people's legislation degenerating into an imperialist plebiscite would be particularly great in our country. If Koskai could say, in 1893, speaking of Germany and Austria, that for us, East Europeans, direct people's legislation belongs to the sphere of the state of the future, what is there to be said of Russia? We, therefore, believe that at present, when the autocracy is dominant in Russia, we should limit ourselves to the demand for a democratic constitution and prefer the first 2 points of the practical part of the program of the Emancipation of Labor Group to the first 2 points of the practical part of the THIRD program. Now let us look at the practical part of the program. This part consists, in our opinion, of 3 sections, in substance if not in arrangement: 1. The demands for general democratic reforms; 2. The demands for measures of protection for the workers; and 3. The demands for measures in the interests of the peasants. There is hardly any need to make substantial changes in the draft program of the Emancipation of Labor Group as regards the first section, which demands: 1. Universal franchise; 2. Salaries for deputies; 3. General, secular, free and compulsory education, etc.; 4. Inviolability of the person and domicile of citizens; 5. Uncurtailed freedom of conscience, speech, assembly, etc.; 6. Freedom of movement and occupation; 7. Full equality of all citizens, etc.; 8. Replacement of the permanent army by the general arming of the people; 9. The revision of our entire civil and criminal legislation, the abolition of social estate divisions and of punishments incompatible with the dignity of man. Here it would be well to add, complete equality of rights for men and women. To this section should be added the demand for fiscal reforms formulated in the program of the Emancipation of Labor Group as one of the demands to be put forward by the Working Class Party. Basing itself on these fundamental political rights, the abolition of the present system of taxation and the institution of a progressive income tax. Lastly, there should also be here a demand for the election of civil servants by the people, for every citizen to be granted the right to prosecute in court any government official without first having to make a complaint to superiors. In the second section of the practical demands we find in the program of the Emancipation of Labor Group a general demand for the legislative regulation of relations between workers and employers, and the organization of a relevant inspectorate with workers' representation. We think that the working class party should define the demands made on this point more thoroughly and in greater detail. The party should demand, 1. An 8-hour working day, 2. Prohibition of night work and prohibition of the employment of children under 14 years of age, 3. Uninterrupted rest periods, for every worker, of no less than 36 hours a week, 4. Extension of factory legislation and the factory inspectorate to all branches of industry and agriculture, to government factories, to artisan establishments, and to handicraftsmen working at home, election, by the workers, of assistant inspectors having the same rights as the inspectors, 5. Establishment of factory and rural courts for all branches of industry and agriculture, with judges elected from the employers and the workers in equal numbers, 6. Unconditional prohibition everywhere of payment in kind, 7. Legislation fixing the responsibility of factory owners for all accidents and maiming of workers, both industrial and agricultural, 8. Legislation fixing payment of wages at least once a week in all cases of the hire of workers of all kinds, 9. Repeal of all laws violating the equality of employers and employees. This section of the program must provide the basic, guiding principles for agitation, without in any way, of course, hindering agitators in this or that locality, branch of production, factory, etc., from putting forward demands in a somewhat modified form, demands that are more concrete or more specific. In drawing up this section of the program, we should strive, therefore, to avoid two extremes. On the one hand, we must not omit any one of the main, basic demands that hold great significance for the entire working class. On the other, we must not go into minute particulars with which it would hardly be rational to load the program. The demand for state assistance for producers' associations in the program of the Emancipation of Labor Group should, in our opinion, be completely eliminated. The experience of other countries, as well as theoretical considerations, and the specific features of Russian life, all this should counsel against our putting forward this demand. There remains the third and last section of the practical part of the program, the demands related to the peasant question. In the program of the Emancipation of Labor Group we find only one demand pertaining to this question, the demand for a radical revision of our agrarian relations, i.e., a revision of the conditions of land redemption and the allotment of the land to the village communes, the granting of the right to refuse an allotment and to leave the village commune to those peasants who find it convenient to do so, etc. It seems to me that the basic idea here expressed is perfectly correct, and that the Social Democratic Working Class Party should, in point of fact, include a relevant demand in its program. I understand this problem in the following way. The peasant question in Russia differs substantially from the peasant question in the West, the sole difference being that in the West the question is almost exclusively one of a peasant in a capitalist, bourgeois society, whereas in Russia it is one of a peasant who suffers no less from pre-capitalist institutions and relations, from the survivals of serfdom. The role of the peasantry as a class that provides fighters against the autocracy and against the survivals of serfdom is by now played out in the West, but not yet in Russia. In the West the industrial proletariat has long since become completely alienated from the countryside. This alienation has been made final by relevant legal institutions. In Russia the industrial proletariat, both by its composition and by the conditions of its existence, is to a very great extent still connected with the countryside. True enough, the differentiation of the peasantry into a petty bourgeoisie and into wage workers is proceeding with great power and astounding rapidity in Russia, but it is a process that has not yet come to an end, and what is most important, this process is still evolving within the framework of the old institutions of serfdom that fetter all the peasants with the heavy chains of collective liability and the tax-assessed community. The Russian Social Democrat, therefore, even if he belongs to the determined opponents of the protection or support of small proprietorship or small agricultural economy in capitalist society, i.e., even if, on the agrarian question, he is on the side of those Marxists whom the bourgeois and opportunists of all stripes love to deride as dogmatists and orthodox. The Russian Social Democrat can and must, without betraying his convictions in the slightest, but, rather, because of those convictions, insist that the working class party should inscribe on its banner support for the peasantry, insofar as the peasantry is capable of a revolutionary struggle against the survivals of serfdom in general and against the autocracy in particular. Do not all of us Social Democrats declare that we are ready to support even the big bourgeoisie insofar as it is capable of a revolutionary struggle against the above manifestations? How then can we refuse to support the petty bourgeois class, many millions strong, that is gradually, step by step, merging with the proletariat? If support for the liberal demands of the big bourgeoisie does not mean support of the big bourgeoisie, then support for the democratic demands of the petty bourgeoisie certainly does not mean support of the petty bourgeoisie. On the contrary, it is precisely this development which political liberty will make possible in Russia that will, with particular force, lead to the destruction of small economy under the blows of capital. I do not think there will be any arguments among the Social Democrats on this point. The question, therefore, is, 1. How to elaborate demands in such a way that they do not degenerate into support of small property owners in a capitalist society? And 2. Is our peasantry capable, at least in part, of a revolutionary struggle against the remnants of serfdom and against absolutism? Let us begin with the second question. It is doubtful whether anyone will deny the existence of revolutionary elements among the Russian peasantry. In the post-reform period, too, we know, there have been peasant revolts against the landlords, their stewards, and the government officials who support them. Well known are the agrarian killings, revolts, etc. Well known is the growing indignation of the peasantry against the savage lawlessness of the gang of aristocratic wastrels that has been let loose against the peasantry under the title of rural superintendents. 99 Well known is the fact that famines of growing frequency involve millions of people who cannot remain passive spectators of such food difficulties. Well known is the fact of the growth of religious sects and rationalism among the peasantry. Political protests in religious guise are common to all nations at a certain stage of their development, and not to Russia alone. The existence of revolutionary elements among the peasantry, therefore, is not open to the slightest doubt. We do not in the least exaggerate the strength of these elements, we do not forget the political backwardness and ignorance of the peasants, nor in the least wipe out the difference between the Russian revolt, senseless and ruthless, and the revolutionary struggle. We do not in the least forget the endless means which the government has at its disposal for the political deception and demoralization of the peasantry. But from all this there follows only one thing, that it would be senseless to make the peasantry the vehicle of the revolutionary movement, that a party would be insane to condition the revolutionary character of its movement upon the revolutionary mood of the peasantry. There can be no thought of proposing anything of the sort to the Russian Social Democrats. We say only that a working-class party cannot, without violating the basic tenets of Marxism and without committing a tremendous political mistake, overlook the revolutionary elements that exist among the peasantry and not afford those elements support. Whether or not the revolutionary elements among the Russian peasantry will be able to behave at least in the way the West European peasants behaved at the time of the overthrow of the autocracy is a question to which history has not yet provided an answer. If they prove themselves incapable, the Social Democrats will have lost nothing as far as their good name or their movement is concerned, since it will not be their fault if the peasantry does not respond to their revolutionary appeal. The working class movement is going its own way and will continue to do so, despite all the betrayals of the big bourgeoisie or the petty bourgeoisie. If the peasantry should prove itself capable, then that social democracy which did not afford it support under these circumstances would forever lose its good name and the right to be regarded as the leading fighter for democracy. Returning to the first question presented above, we must say that the demand for a radical revision of agrarian relations seems unclear to us. It may have been sufficient 15 years ago, but we can hardly be satisfied with it today when we must provide guidance for agitation and, at the same time, guard ourselves against the defenders of small economy, all too numerous in present-day Russian society, who have such influential supporters as Messrs. Pobdanos Saif, Witt, and very many officials in the Ministry of Internal Affairs. We take the liberty of offering our comrades for discussion the following approximate formulation of the third section of the practical part of our program. The Russian Social Democratic Working Class Party, giving its support to every revolutionary movement against the present state and social system, declares that it will support the peasantry, insofar as it is capable of revolutionary struggle against the autocracy, as the class that suffers most from the Russian people's lack of rights and from the survivals of serfdom in Russian society. Proceeding from this principle, the Russian Social Democratic Working Class Party demands 1. The abrogation of land redemption 100 and quit rent payments and of all duties at present obligatory for the peasantry as a tax-paying social estate. 2. The return to the people of the sums of which the government and the landed proprietors have robbed the peasants in the form of redemption payments. 3. The abolition of collective liability and of all laws that hamper the peasant in disposing of his land. 4. The abolition of all remnants of the peasant's feudal dependence on the landlord, whether they are due to special laws and institutions or to the fact that the land of the peasants and the landlords has not yet been demarcated 101 or to the fact that the cutting off of the peasant land by the landlords has left the peasants in what is in actual fact the hopeless position of former corvée peasants. 5. That peasants be granted the right to demand, in court, the reduction of excessively high rents and to prosecute for usury landlords and, in general, all persons who take advantage of the necessitous condition of the peasants to conclude with them shackling agreements. We shall have to deal in particular detail with the motives for such a proposal, not because this is the most important part of the program, but because it is the most disputed and has a more remote connection with the generally established truths that are accepted by all social democrats. The introductory proposition on support for the peasantry seems to us to be necessary, because the proletariat cannot and must not, in general, take upon itself the defense of the interests of a class of small property owners. It can support it only to the extent to which that class is revolutionary. And since it is the autocracy that is today the embodiment of all that is backward in Russia, all the survivals of serfdom, lack of rights, and patriarchal oppression, it is essential to point out that the working class party supports the peasantry only to the extent that the latter is capable of revolutionary struggle against the autocracy. Such a proposition is apparently excluded by the following proposition in the draft of the Emancipation of Labor Group: the main bulwark of the autocracy resides precisely in the political apathy and intellectual backwardness of the peasantry. But this is not a contradiction of theory alone, it is a contradiction of reality, because the peasantry is distinguished by the duality of its character. We do not wish to repeat well-known political economic arguments showing the internal contradictions of the condition of the peasantry, but we shall call to mind the following characterization by Marx of the French peasantry of the early 50s. The Bonaparte dynasty represents not the revolutionary, but the conservative peasant, not the peasant that strikes out beyond the condition of his social existence, the small holding, but rather the peasant who wants to consolidate this holding, not the country folk who, linked up with the towns, want to overthrow the old order through their own energies, but on the contrary those who, in stupefied seclusion within this old order, want to see themselves and their small holdings saved and favored by the ghost of the empire. It represents not the enlightenment, but the superstition of the peasant, not his judgment, but his prejudice, not his future, but his past, not his modern svens, but his modern vendi. The working class party needs precisely to support the peasantry which is striving to overthrow the old order, i.e., in Russia, first and foremost the autocracy. The Russian Social Democrats have always recognized the necessity to extract and absorb the revolutionary side of the Narodnik doctrine and trend. In the program of the Emancipation of Labor Group this is expressed not only in the above-quoted demand for a radical revision, etc., but also in the following words: it goes without saying, incidentally, that even today, people who are in direct contact with the peasantry could, by their activities among them, render important service to the socialist movement in Russia. Far from repelling such people, the Social Democrats will make every effort to come to an agreement with them on the basic principles and methods of their work. 15 years ago, when the traditions of revolutionary neurotism were still alive, such a declaration was sufficient, but today we must ourselves begin to discuss basic principles of work among the peasantry if we want the Social Democratic Working Class Party to become a vanguard fighter for democracy. But do not the demands we propose lead to the support, not of the peasants themselves, but of their property, to the consolidation of small economy, and do they correspond to the entire course of capitalist development? Let us examine these questions that are of the highest importance to the Marxist. There can scarcely be any differences of opinion among Social Democrats with regard to the substance of the first and third demands. The second demand, by its essence, will probably give rise to differences of opinion. The following considerations, to our view, speak in its favor. 1. It is a fact that the redemption payments represented direct plunder of the peasants on the part of the landlords, that the payments were not only for peasant land but for serf-holding rights, and that the government gathered more from the peasants than it paid to the landlords. 2. We have no grounds for regarding this fact as something ended and filed away in the archives of history, for the aristocratic exploiters themselves do not so regard the peasant reform when they lament over the sacrifices they made at the time. 3. Precisely today, when the starvation of millions of peasants is becoming chronic, when the government that wastes millions on gifts to the landlords and capitalists, and on an adventurous foreign policy, is haggling for pennies off the grants to the starving, precisely today it is appropriate and essential to recall what the rule of the autocratic government that serves the interests of the privileged classes has cost the people. 4. The Social Democrats cannot remain indifferent spectators of peasant hunger and the death of peasants from starvation. There have never been two opinions among Russian Social Democrats as to the need for the most extensive help to the starving, and hardly anyone will claim that serious help is possible without revolutionary measures. 5. The expropriation of the royal domain 103 and greater mobilization of lands belonging to the aristocracy, i.e., that which would result from the implementation of the proposed demand, would bring only benefit to the entire social development of Russia. Against the proposed demand we shall probably be told, mostly, that it is impracticable. If such an objection is supported only by phrases against revolutionism and utopianism, we can say in advance that such opportunist phrases do not frighten us in the least and that we do not attach any significance to them. If, however, the objection is supported by an analysis of the economic and political conditions of our movement, we fully admit the necessity for a more detailed discussion of the question and the benefit accruing from a polemic in regard to it. We would only mention that this demand does not stand alone but forms part of the demand to support the peasantry to the extent that the latter is revolutionary. History will decide precisely how and with what strength these elements in the peasantry will manifest themselves. If we understand by the practicability of a demand its general correspondence, not to the interests of social development, but to a specific state of economic and political conditions, it will be a totally fallacious criterion, as Koskai showed convincingly in his polemic with Rosa Luxemburg when the latter spoke of the impracticability of the demand for Polish independence. Koskai, at that time, pointed out as an example the demand made by the Erfurt program on the election of civil servants by the people. The practicability of this demand is more than doubtful in present-day Germany, but none of the Social Democrats proposed limiting the demands to the narrow bounds of what is possible at a given moment or under given conditions. Further, as far as the fourth point is concerned, probably no one will object, in principle, to the necessity for Social Democrats to advance the demand for the abolition of all remnants of feudal dependence. What will need clarification will probably be only the formulation of that demand, as well as its extent, i.e., whether it should include, for example, measures for abolishing the factual corvée dependence of the peasants that was created by the cutting off of peasant lands in 1861.104. In our opinion, this question should be decided in the affirmative. The tremendous significance of the actual survival of corvée economy has been fully established in literature, as has also the tremendous retardation of social development caused by this survival. The development of capitalism, of course, is leading up to, and will in the end result in, the elimination of these survivals of their own accord, in a natural way. But, first, these survivals are extraordinarily tenacious, so that their rapid elimination is not to be expected. Secondly and mainly, the natural way means nothing other than the dying out of the peasants who, in point of fact, are tied to the soil and enslaved by the landlords. It stands to reason that under these circumstances the Social Democrats cannot allow their program to be silent on this question. It may be asked, how could this demand be implemented? We think it unnecessary to deal with this in the program. The implementation of this demand will, of course, necessitate a detailed examination of local conditions by local, elective, peasant committees as a counterweight to the committees of nobles 105 that accomplished their legal plunder in the 60s. The democratic demands of the program adequately define the democratic institutions required for this purpose. This would be precisely the radical revision of agrarian relations of which the program of the Emancipation of Labor Group speaks. As we said above, we agree in principle with this point of the Emancipation of Labor Group's draft and would only, 1. Specify the conditions under which the proletariat can struggle for the class interests of the peasantry. 2. Define the character of the revision, the abolition of the remnants of feudal dependence. 3. Express the demands more precisely. We foresee another objection, a re-examination of the question of cut-off lands, etc., should lead to the return of those lands to the peasantry. This is obvious. But will this not strengthen small property, small holdings? Can the Social Democrats desire the replacement of the big capitalist economy, which is perhaps being conducted on the lands plundered from the peasantry, by small economy? This would, indeed, be a reactionary measure. We answer, undoubtedly the substitution of small-scale for large-scale economy is reactionary, and we must not favor it. But the demand we are discussing is conditioned by the aim of abolishing the remnants of feudal dependence. Consequently, it cannot lead to the fragmentation of big holdings. It applies only to old holdings that are, in essence, based purely on the corvée system. In relation to them, a peasant holding, free of all medieval impediments, is progressive, not reactionary. It is, of course, not easy to draw a line of demarcation here, but we do not believe that any one demand in our program can be easily realized. Our role is to outline the basic principles and basic tasks. Those who will be called upon to decide these problems in practice will know how to consider the details. The purpose of last point is identical with that of the preceding, the struggle against all remnants of the pre-capitalist mode of production. It will be remembered that the renting of land by peasants in Russia very often serves to conceal survivals of corvée relations. The idea for this last point was borrowed from Koskai, who pointed out that, in relation to Ireland, even Gladstone's Liberal administration had enacted a law in 1881 granting the courts the right to reduce excessively high rents, and included in the number of desirable demands, the reduction of exorbitant rents by courts especially set up for this purpose. This would be particularly useful in Russia in the sense that it would eliminate corvée relations. We think that to this we could also add the demand for the extension of the laws on usury to cover enslaving agreements. In the Russian village, bondage is so widespread, so heavily oppressive to the peasant in his capacity as a worker, so exceedingly obstructive to social progress, that the struggle against it is particularly necessary. And it would not be more difficult for a court to establish the enslaving, usurious character of an agreement, than to establish the excessive nature of rent. In general, the demands we propose reduce themselves, in our opinion, to two main objectives: 1. To abolish all pre-capitalist, feudal institutions and relations in the countryside; 2. To give the class struggle in the countryside a more open and conscious character. We believe that precisely these principles should serve as a guide for the social democratic agrarian program in Russia. It is necessary to dissociate ourselves resolutely from the attempts, so numerous in Russia, to smooth down the class struggle in the countryside. The dominant liberal Narodnik tendency is distinguished precisely by this feature, but, in resolutely rejecting it, we should not forget that we must take particular note of the revolutionary content of Narodism. to the extent that Narodism was revolutionary, i.e., came out against the socialist state, bureaucratic rule and against the barbarous forms of exploitation and oppression of the people which the state supported, to that extent Narodism had to be included, with relevant amendments, as a component part of the program of Russian social democracy. Two basic forms of the class struggle are today intertwined in the Russian countryside: 1. The struggle of the peasantry against the privileged landed proprietors and against the remnants of serfdom; 2. The struggle of the emergent rural proletariat against the rural bourgeoisie. For Social Democrats the second struggle, of course, is of greater importance, but they must also indispensably support the first struggle to the extent that it does not contradict the interests of social development. It is no accident that the peasant question has always occupied and continues to occupy such a prominent place in Russian society and in the Russian revolutionary movement. This fact is a reflection of the great significance still retained by the first of the two forms of struggle. In conclusion, there is one possible misunderstanding against which we should be on guard. We spoke of social democracy's revolutionary appeal to the peasants. Does this not mean diffusion? Is it not harmful to the essential concentration of forces for work among the industrial proletariat? Not in the least. The necessity for such a concentration is recognized by all Russian Social Democrats. It figures in the draft of the Emancipation of Labor Group and again in the pamphlet, The Tasks of the Russian Social Democrats. Consequently, there are absolutely no grounds at all to fear that the Social Democrats will split their forces. A program is not an instruction, a program must embrace the whole movement, and in practice, of course, first one and then another aspect of the movement has to be brought into the foreground. No one will dispute the necessity to speak in the program of rural, as well as industrial, workers, although in the present situation there is not a single Russian Social Democrat who would think of calling upon the comrades to go to the village. The working class movement, however, even apart from our efforts, will inevitably lead to the spread of democratic ideas in the countryside. Agitation based on economic interests will inevitably lead social democratic circles directly up against facts that show clearly the closest solidarity of interests between our industrial proletariat and the peasant masses. For this reason an agrar program is an absolute necessity for Russian Social Democrats. In our propaganda and agitation we constantly come upon peasant workers, that is, factory workers who retain their connections with the village, who have relatives or a family in the village and who travel back and forth. Questions of land redemption payments, collective liability, and rent are of vital interest even to large numbers of metropolitan workers. We should be remiss in performing our duty, if we did not take care to give precise guidance to Social Democrats and class-conscious workers who go to the village. Nor should we forget the rural intelligentsia, elementary school teachers, for instance. The latter are so humiliated, materially and spiritually, they observe so closely and know from their own experience the lack of rights and the oppression of the people, that there can be no doubt at all of the sympathetic reception among them of social democratic ideas. These then, in our opinion, should be the component parts of a program of the Russian Social Democratic Working Class Party. 1. A statement on the basic character of the economic development of Russia. 2. A statement on the inevitable result of capitalism, the growth of poverty and the increasing indignation of the workers. 3. A statement on the class struggle of the proletariat as the basis of our movement. 4. A statement on the final aims of the social democratic working class movement on its striving to win political power for the accomplishment of these aims and on the international character of the movement. 5. A statement on the essentially political nature of the class struggle. 6. A statement to the effect that the Russian absolutism, which conditions the lack of rights and the oppression of the people and patronizes the exploiters, is the chief hindrance to the working class movement, and that the winning of political liberty, essential in the interests of the entire social development, is therefore the most urgent political task of the party. 7. A statement to the effect that the party will support all parties and sections of the population that struggle against the autocracy and will combat the demagogic intrigues of our government. 8. The enumeration of the basic democratic demands. Then, 9. demands for the benefit of the working class, and 10, demands for the benefit of the peasantry, with an explanation of the general character of these demands. We are fully conscious of the difficulty of providing a completely satisfactory formulation of the program without a number of conferences with comrades, but we consider it essential to set about this task, believing that postponement is impermissible. We hope to receive the aid of all the theoreticians of the party, as well as of all socialists doing practical work in Russia, and the aid of all class-conscious workers. A retrograde trend in Russian social democracy. The editorial board of Rabochaya MYSL has published a separate supplement to Rabochaya MYSL, for the purpose of dispelling the mass of misunderstanding and indefiniteness that exists with regard to the trend of Rabochaya MYSL. We are very glad that Rabochaya MYSL is at last raising programmatic questions which, until now, it sought to ignore, but we emphatically protest against the statement that the trend of Rabochaya MYSL is that of progressive Russian workers. In fact, if the editorial board of Rabochaya MYSL wants to follow the path indicated in that publication, this means that it has falsely understood the program elaborated by the founders of Russian social democracy, a program that has to date had the adherence of all Russian social democrats working in Russia. It means that it is taking a step backwards with respect to the level of theoretical and practical development already attained by Russian social democracy. The Rabochaya MYSL trend is expounded in the leading article of the separate supplement entitled Our Reality, which article we must now analyze in the greatest detail. From the very beginning of the article we see that RM gives a false description of our reality in general, and of our working class movement in particular, that he reveals an extremely narrow conception of the working class movement and a desire to close his eyes to the higher forms of that movement which have evolved under the leadership of the Russian Social Democrats. Our working class movement, says RM, indeed, at the outset of the article, contains the germs of the most diverse forms of organization ranging from strike associations to legal societies. And is that all? Asks the reader, in perplexity. Surely RM must have noticed some higher, more advanced forms of organization in the working class movement in Russia. Apparently he is unwilling to notice them because, on the next page, he repeats his assertion in a still more emphatic manner: the tasks of the movement at the present moment, the real working class cause of the Russian workers, he says, reduce themselves to the workers' amelioration of their condition by all possible means, and yet the only means enumerated are strike organizations and legal societies. Thus, the Russian working class movement reduces itself, it would seem, to strikes and legal societies. But this is an absolute untruth. As far back as 20 years ago, the Russian working class movement founded a much broader organization, put forward much more extensive aims. The Russian working class movement founded such organizations as the St. Petersburg 106 and Kiev 107 Leagues of Struggle, the Jewish Workers' League 108 and others. RM does indeed say that the Jewish working class movement has a specific political character and is an exception. But this, again, is an untruth, for if the Jewish Workers' League were something specific, it would not have amalgamated with a number of Russian organizations to form the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. The foundation of this party is the biggest step taken by the Russian working class movement in its fusion with the Russian revolutionary movement. This step shows clearly that the Russian working class movement does not reduce itself to strikes and legal societies. How could it have happened that the Russian socialists writing in Rabochaya MYSL are unwilling to recognize this step and to grasp its significance? It happened because RM does not understand the relation of the Russian working class movement to socialism and to the revolutionary movement in Russia, because he does not understand the political aims of the Russian working class. The most characteristic index of the trend of our movement, writes RM, is, of course, the demands put forward by the workers. We ask, why are the demands of the Social Democrats and social democratic organizations not included among the indices of our movement? On what grounds does RM separate the demands of the workers from the demands of the Russian Social Democrats? RM makes this division throughout his article in the same way as the editors of Rabocea MYSL make it, in general, in every issue of their paper. In order to explain this error of Rabocea MYSL, we must clarify the general question of the relation of socialism to the working class movement. At first, socialism and the working class movement existed separately in all the European countries. The workers struggled against the capitalists, they organized strikes and unions, while the socialists stood aside from the working class movement, formulated doctrines criticizing the contemporary capitalist, bourgeois system of society and demanding its replacement by another system, the higher, socialist system. The separation of the working class movement and socialism gave rise to weakness and underdevelopment in each. The theories of the socialists, unfused with the workers' struggle, remained nothing more than utopias, good wishes that had no effect on real life. The working class movement remained petty, fragmented, and did not acquire political significance, was not enlightened by the advanced science of its time. For this reason we see in all European countries a constantly growing urge to fuse socialism with the working class movement in a single social democratic movement. When this fusion takes place, the class struggle of the workers becomes the conscious struggle of the proletariat to emancipate itself from exploitation by the propertied classes. It is evolved into a higher form of the socialist workers' movement, the independent working class Social Democratic Party. By directing socialism towards a fusion with the working class movement, Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels did their greatest service. They created a revolutionary theory that explained the necessity for this fusion and gave socialists the task of organizing the class struggle of the proletariat. Precisely this is what happened in Russia. In Russia, too, socialism has been in existence for a long time, for many decades, standing aside from the struggle of the workers against the capitalists, aside from the workers' strikes, etc. On the one hand, the socialists did not understand Marx's theory, they thought it inapplicable to Russia. On the other, the Russian working class movement remained in a purely embryonic form. When the South Russian Workers' Union was founded in 1875 and the North Russian Workers' Union in 1878, those workers' organizations did not take the road chosen by the Russian socialists. They demanded political rights for the people, they wanted to wage a struggle for those rights. But at that time the Russian socialists mistakenly considered the political struggle a deviation from socialism. However, the Russian socialists did not hold to their undeveloped, fallacious theory. They went forward, accepted Marx's teaching, and evolved a theory of workers' socialism applicable to Russia, the theory of the Russian Social Democrats. The foundation of Russian social democracy was the great service rendered by the emancipation of labor group, Plekhanov, Axelrod, and their friends. Since the foundation of Russian social democracy, the Russian working class movement in each of its broader manifestations has been drawing closer to the Russian Social Democrats in an effort to merge with them. The founding of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party marked the biggest step forward towards this fusion. At the present time, the principal task for all Russian socialists and all class-conscious Russian workers is to strengthen this fusion, consolidate and organize the Social Democratic Labor Party. He who does not wish to recognize this fusion, he who tries to draw some sort of artificial line of demarcation between the working class movement and social democracy in Russia renders no service but does harm to workers' socialism and the working class movement in Russia. To continue. As far as extensive demands, political demands, are concerned, writes R.M., it is only in those of the St. Petersburg weavers, in 1897 that we see the first and still weakly conscious case of our workers putting forward such broad political demands. We must again say that this is beyond all doubt untrue. In publishing such utterances, editorial board of Rabocea MYSL displays, first, a forgetfulness of the history of the Russian revolutionary and working class movement that is unpardonable in a social democrat, and, secondly, an unpardonably narrow conception of the workers' cause. The Russian workers put forward extensive political demands in the May 1898 leaflet of the St. Petersburg League of Struggle and in the newspapers S. Peterburgsky Raboki Listok and Rabocea Gazeta, the latter having been recognized, in 1898, by leading Russian social democratic organizations as the official organ of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. Rabochaya MYSL, by ignoring these facts, is moving backwards and fully justifies the opinion that it is not representative of advanced workers, but of the lower, undeveloped strata of the proletariat. The lower strata of the proletariat do not know the history of the Russian revolutionary movement, nor does RM know it. The lower strata of the proletariat do not understand the relationship between the working class movement and social democracy, nor does RM understand that relationship. Why was it that in the 90s the Russian workers did not form their special organizations separate and apart from the socialists as they had done in the 70s? Why did they not put forward their own political demands separate and apart from the socialists? RM apparently understands this to mean that the Russian workers are still little prepared for this, but this explanation is only further proof that he has the right to speak only on behalf of the lower strata of the proletariat. The lower strata of the workers, during the movement of the 90s, were not conscious of its political character. Nevertheless, everyone knows that the working class movement of the 90s acquired an extensive political significance. This was due to the fact that the advanced workers, as always and everywhere, determined the character of the movement, and they were followed by the working masses because they showed their readiness and their ability to serve the cause of the working class, because they proved able to win the full confidence of the masses. Those advanced workers were social democrats. Many of them even took a personal part in the disputes between the Narodnaya Volya adherents and the Social Democrats that typified the transition of the Russian revolutionary movement from peasant and conspiratorial socialism to working-class socialism. It can, therefore, be understood why these advanced workers have not alienated themselves from the socialists and revolutionaries in a separate organization. Such an alienation had a meaning and was necessary at the time when socialism alienated itself from the working class movement. Such alienation would have been impossible and meaningless once the advanced workers had seen before them working class socialism and the social democratic organizations. The fusion of the advanced workers and the social democratic organizations was altogether natural and inevitable. It was the result of the great historical fact that in the 90s two profound social movements converged in Russia: 1, a spontaneous movement, a popular movement within the working class; the other, the movement of social thought in the direction of the theory of Marx and Engels, towards the theory of social democracy. From the following it can be seen how extremely narrow is Rabochaya MYSL's conception of the political struggle. Speaking of the breadth of political demands, RM states, for the workers to conduct such a political struggle consciously and independently, it is essential that it be waged by the working class organizations themselves, that the workers' political demands should find support in the workers' consciousness of their common political requirements and the interests of the moment, that they should be the demands of the workers' organizations themselves, that they should really be drawn up by them jointly and also put forward jointly by those working class organizations on their own initiative. It is further explained that the immediate common political demands of the workers are, for the time being, still the 10-hour working day and the restoration of holidays abolished by the law of June 2, 1897. And after this the editors of Rabochaya MYSL are still surprised that they are accused of renouncing politics. Indeed, is not this reduction of politics to the struggle of craft unions for individual reforms the renunciation of politics? Is this not the rejection of the basic tenet of world social democracy that the social democrats must strive to organize the class struggle of the proletariat into independent political working class parties that fight for democracy as a means for the proletariat to win political power and organize a socialist society? With a strangely unbounded thoughtlessness our latest distorters of social democracy cast overboard everything dear to the social democrats, everything that gives us the right to regard the working class movement as a world historical movement. It matters little to them that the long experience of European socialism and European democracy teaches the lesson that it is essential to strive for the formation of independent working class political parties. It matters little to them that in the course of a long and arduous historical path the Russian revolutionary movement has evolved the union of socialism and the working class movement, the union of the great social and political ideals and the class struggle of the proletariat. It matters little to them that the advanced Russian workers have laid the foundation of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. Down with all that. Let us liberate ourselves from a too extensive ideological equipment and from a too difficult and exacting historical experience, and let there remain for the time being only craft unions. Let these craft unions, on their own initiative, elaborate demands, the demands of the moment, demands for tiny, petty reforms. What is this, if not the preachment of a retrograde trend? What, indeed, if not propaganda for the destruction of socialism? And please note that Rabochea MYSL does not merely outline the idea that local organizations should elaborate their own local forms of struggle and specific motives for agitation, methods of agitation, etc. Nobody would object to this idea. Russian Social Democrats have never laid claim to anything hampering the independence of the workers in this respect. But Rabochea MYSL wants to push aside the great political aims of the Russian proletariat altogether and for the time being confine itself exclusively to the interests of the moment. Until now the Russian Social Democrats have always wanted to make use of every demand of the moment and, by agitating for that demand, to organize the proletariat for the struggle against the autocracy as the immediate objective. Now Rabochea MYSL wants to limit the struggle of the proletariat to a petty struggle for petty demands. RM, knowing very well that he is retreating from the views of the entire Russian social democracy, makes the following reply to those who accuse Rabochea MYSL. It is said that the overthrow of Tsarism is the immediate objective of the Russian working class movement. But of which working class movement, asks RM, the strike movement, the mutual benefit societies, the workers' circles. To this we reply, speak for yourself alone, for your group, for the lower strata of the proletariat of a given locality which it represents, but do not presume to speak on behalf of the advanced Russian workers. The representatives of the lower strata of the proletariat often do not realize that the struggle for the overthrow of the autocracy can only be conducted by a revolutionary party. Nor does RM know this. The advanced workers, however, do. The less advanced representatives of the proletariat often do not know that the Russian working class movement is not limited to the strike struggle, to mutual benefit societies and workers' circles, that the Russian working class movement has long been striving to organize itself into a revolutionary party and has demonstrated this striving by action. RM does not know this, either. But the advanced Russian workers know it. RM tries to represent his complete misunderstanding of social democracy as a sort of specific understanding of our reality. Let us look more closely at his ideas on this subject. As far as the concept of the autocracy itself is concerned, writes RM, we shall not deal with that at length, assuming that all to whom we speak have the most precise and clear conception of such things. We shall soon see that RM himself has an extremely imprecise and unclear conception of such things, but first let us mention one other circumstance. Are there workers among those to whom RM is speaking? Of course, there are. And if so, where are they to get a precise and clear conception of the autocracy? Obviously this requires the broadest and most systematic propaganda of the ideas of political liberty in general. Agitation is required to connect every individual manifestation of police violence and of oppression by officialdom with a precise conception of the autocracy. This, it would seem, is elementary. But if it is, then can purely local propaganda and agitation against the autocracy be successful? Is it not absolutely essential to organize such propaganda and agitation throughout Russia into a single planned activity, i.e., into the activity of a single party? Why then does RM not indicate that the task of organizing systematic propaganda and agitation against the autocracy is one of the immediate objectives of the Russian working class movement? Only because he has the most imprecise and unclear conception of the tasks of the Russian working class movement and of Russian social democracy. RM proceeds to explain that the autocracy is a tremendous personal power and a tremendous economic power. We shall not dwell on the imprecise aspects of his explanation, but shall pass over directly to the main point. And so, RM asks of Russian social democracy, is it not the overthrow of this personal power and the seizure of this economic power that the Russian workers are at this very moment advised to project as the first and immediate task of their present organizations? In amazement we rub our eyes and read this monstrous passage over 2 or 3 times. Surely we must be mistaken. But no, we are not. RM actually does not know what is meant by the overthrow of the autocracy. Hard to believe as this is, it is a fact. But after the confusion of ideas that RM has displayed, is it hard to believe after all? RM confuses the seizure of power by revolutionaries with the overthrow of the autocracy by revolutionaries. Old Russian revolutionaries strove for the seizure of power by a revolutionary party. They thought that by the seizure of power the party would overthrow the personal power of the autocracy, i.e., appoint its agents in place of the government officials, seize economic power, i.e., all the financial means of the state, and carry out the social revolution. The Narodnaya Volya members actually did strive to overthrow the personal power and seize the economic power of the autocracy, to employ RM's clumsy expression. The Russian Social Democrats have decidedly set themselves against this revolutionary theory. Plekhanov subjected it to trenchant criticism in his essays, Socialism and the Political Struggle and Our Differences, pointing out the task of the Russian revolutionaries, the foundation of a revolutionary working-class party whose immediate aim should be the overthrow of the autocracy. What is meant by the overthrow of the autocracy? To explain this to RM we must answer the question, what is the autocracy? The autocracy is a form of rule under which all supreme power is wielded wholly and indivisibly by an absolute monarch, the Tsar. The Tsar issues laws, appoints officials, collects and disperses the national revenues without any participation by the people in legislation or in control over the administration. The autocracy, therefore, means the absolute power of government officials and the police and the absence of rights for the people. The entire people suffers from this absence of rights, but the propertied classes exercise a powerful influence over the bureaucracy. The working class suffers doubly, both from the lack of rights to which the entire Russian people is subjected and from the oppression of the workers by the capitalists, who compel the government to serve their interests. What is meant by the overthrow of the autocracy? It implies the Tsar's renunciation of absolute power, the granting to the people of the right to elect their own representatives for legislation, for supervision over the actions of the government officials, for supervision over the collection and disbursement of state revenues. This type of government in which the people participate in legislation and administration is called the constitutional form of government. Thus, the overthrow of the autocracy means the replacement of the autocratic form of government by the constitutional form of government. For the overthrow of the autocracy, therefore, no overthrow of personal power or seizure of economic power is necessary, but it is necessary to compel the Tsarist government to renounce its unlimited power and convene a Zemsky Sobor of representatives of the people for the elaboration of a constitution. Why must the overthrow of the autocracy be the first task of the Russian working class? Because under the autocracy the working class is not able to develop its struggle extensively, to gain for itself any stable positions in either the economic or political fields, to establish sound mass organizations and unfurl the banner of the social revolution before the masses of the working people and teach them to struggle for it. The decisive struggle of the entire working class against the bourgeois class is possible only under conditions of political liberty, and the final aim of that struggle is for the proletariat to win political power and organize a socialist society. The conquest of political power by an organized proletariat that has gone through a lengthy schooling in struggle will really be the overthrow of the personal power and the seizure of the economic power of the bourgeois government, but the Russian Social Democrats have never put forward the seizure of power as the immediate task of the Russian workers. Russian Social Democrats have always maintained that only under conditions of political liberty, when there is an extensive mass struggle, can the Russian working class develop organizations for the final victory of socialism. But how can the Russian working class overthrow the autocracy? The editors of Rabochaya MYSL make mock even of the Emancipation of Labor group, which founded Russian social democracy and stated in its program that the struggle against the autocracy is obligatory even for those workers' circles that now constitute the germs of the future Russian working class party. It seems ridiculous to Rabochaya MYSL, the overthrow of the autocracy by workers' circles. In reply, we say to the editors of Rabochaya MYSL, whom are you mocking? It is yourselves you are mocking. The editors of Rabochaya MYSL complain that the Russian Social Democrats are not comradely in their polemic with them. Let the readers judge on whose side the polemic is uncomradely, on the side of the old Russian Social Democrats who have set forth their views clearly and who say outright which views of the young they consider mistaken and why, or on the side of the young who do not name their opponents but jab from behind cover, first at the author of a German book on Chernyshevsky, then at the Emancipation of Labor group, siding with distortions passages from its program without putting forward anything like a definite program of their own. Yes, we recognize the duty of comradeship, the duty to support all comrades, the duty to tolerate the opinions of comrades, but as far as we are concerned, the duty of comradeship derives from our duty to Russian and international social democracy, and not vice versa. We recognize our comradely obligations to Rabochaya MYSL, not because its editors are our comrades. We consider the editors of Rabochaya MYSL our comrades only because and to the extent that they work in the ranks of Russian social democracy. Therefore, if we are certain that the comrades are moving backwards, away from the social democratic program, that the comrades are hemming in and distorting the aims of the working class movement, we consider it our duty to give expression to our convictions with a complete certainty that leaves nothing unsaid. We have just stated that the editors of Rabochaya MYSL distort the views of the Emancipation of Labor group. Let the reader judge for himself. We are prepared not to understand those of our comrades, writes R.M., who consider their program for the emancipation of labor a simple answer to the question, where are we to get the forces for the struggle against the autocracy? Open the draft program of the Russian Social Democrats published by the Emancipation of Labor group in 1885 and reprinted by P.B. Axelrod in his booklet, Present Tasks and Tactics of Russian Social Democracy, and you will see that the program is based on the emancipation of labor from the oppression of capital, the transfer of all means of production to social ownership, the seizure of political power by the working class, and the founding of a revolutionary working class party. It is clear that R.M. distorts that program and is unwilling to understand it. He has seized upon P.B. Axelrod's words at the beginning of his booklet, wherein it is stated that the program of the Emancipation of Labor group was an answer to the question, where are we to get the forces for the struggle against absolutism? It is, however, an historical fact that the program of the Emancipation of Labor group was the answer to the question posed by the Russian revolutionaries and by the Russian revolutionary movement as a whole. However, because the program answered that question, does it mean that the working class movement was only the means to an end for the Emancipation of Labor group? Such a misunderstanding on the part of R.M. merely shows that he is unacquainted with the generally known facts of the activities of the Emancipation of Labor group. To continue. How can the overthrow of the autocracy be a task for workers' circles? R.M. does not understand. Open the program of the Emancipation of Labor group. Russian Social Democrats consider that for the workers' circles the chief means of political struggle against the autocracy, we read, is agitation amongst the working class and the further spreading of socialist ideas and revolutionary organizations amongst the workers. These organizations, closely bound together in an integral whole and not content with individual clashes with the government, will lose no time in going over, at a suitable moment, to a general, decisive offensive against the government. These were precisely the tactics followed by the Russian organizations that established the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party in the spring of 1898. And they proved that such organizations are a powerful political force in Russia. If these organizations form one single party and carry on widespread agitation against the autocratic government, using for this purpose all elements of the liberal opposition, the objective of winning political liberty will undoubtedly be one that can be attained by such a party. If the editors of Rabochea MYSL are prepared not to understand this, we are prepared to advise them, learn, gentlemen, for these things are not in themselves very difficult to understand. Let us, however, get back to RM, whom we left arguing about the struggle against the autocracy. RM's own views on this subject illustrate still more clearly the new, retrograde, trend of Rabochea MYSL. The end of the autocracy is clear, writes RM. The struggle against the autocracy is one of the conditions for the sound development of all vital social elements. From this the reader will probably think that the struggle against the autocracy is essential to the working class. But wait. RM has his own logic and his own terminology. By the word struggle, through the addition of the word social, he understands something very specific. RM describes the legal opposition of many sections of the Russian population to the government, and he draws the conclusion, indeed, the struggles for zemstvo and urban public self-government, for public schools, and for public aid to the starving population, etc., constitute a struggle against the autocracy. The necessity to wage a social struggle against the bureaucratic autocracy is obvious to all class-conscious, progressive sections and groups of the population. More than this, social struggle, which through some strange misunderstanding has not attracted the favorable attention of many Russian revolutionary writers, is, as we have seen, being conducted by Russian society, nor did it begin yesterday. The real question is how these separate social strata are to conduct the struggle against the autocracy with the maximum success. The main question for us is to know how our workers should conduct this social struggle against the autocracy. These arguments of RM are again cluttered with an unbelievable amount of confusion and errors. First, RM confuses legal opposition with the struggle against the autocracy, with the struggle to overthrow the autocracy. This confusion, unpardonable in a socialist, results from his employing the expression struggle against the autocracy without an explanation. This expression may mean struggle against the autocracy, but also struggle against individual measures of the autocracy within the framework of that same autocratic system. Secondly, by regarding legal opposition as the social struggle against the autocracy and affirming that our workers should wage this social struggle, RM virtually says that our workers should carry on legal opposition, not a revolutionary struggle, against the autocracy. In other words, he sinks into a hideous debasement of social democracy, which he confuses with the most commonplace and beggarly Russian liberalism. Thirdly, RM declares a flagrant untruth regarding Russian social democratic writers, when he states that they do not pay attention to legal opposition. On the contrary, the Emancipation of Labor Group, and P.B. Axelrod in particular, as well as the manifesto of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party and the pamphlet, The Tasks of the Russian Social Democrats all, not only paid attention to legal opposition, but even elucidated with precision its relation to social democracy. Let us clarify the issue. What sort of struggle against the autocracy is being conducted by our zemstvos, by our liberal societies in general, and by the liberal press? Are they carrying on a struggle against the autocracy, for the overthrow of the autocracy? No, they never have engaged and still do not engage in such a struggle. This is a struggle that is waged only by the revolutionaries, who frequently come from the liberal society and rely on its sympathy. But waging a revolutionary struggle is in no sense the same thing as sympathizing with the revolutionaries and supporting them. The struggle against the autocracy is in no sense the same thing as legal opposition to the autocracy. The Russian liberals express their dissatisfaction with the autocracy only in the form sanctioned by the autocracy itself, i.e., the form that the autocracy does not consider dangerous to the autocracy. The grandest showing of liberal opposition has been nothing more than the petitions of the liberals to the Tsarist government to draw the people into the administration. And each time the liberals patiently accepted the brutal police rejections of their petitions, they put up with the lawless and savage repressions with which the government of gendarmes repaid even legal attempts to make known their opinion. Simply to present the liberal opposition as a social struggle against the autocracy is a pure distortion of the issue, because the Russian liberals have never organized a revolutionary party to struggle for the overthrow of the autocracy, although they could have found and can still find for this purpose both the material means and representatives of Russian liberalism abroad. RM not only distorts the issue, but he drags in the name of the great Russian socialist N.G. Chernyshevsky. The workers' allies in this struggle, says RM, are all the advanced strata of Russian society, who are defending their social interests and institutions, who have a clear conception of the common good, who never forget that there is a great difference as to whether changes are brought about by an independent decision of the government or by the formal demand of society. If this comment is applied to all representatives of the social struggle in the way RM understands it, i.e., to all Russian liberals, then it is a falsification pure and simple. The Russian liberals have never presented any formal demands to the government, and precisely for this reason the Russian liberals have never played and now certainly cannot play an independent revolutionary role. Not all the advanced strata of society can be allies of the working class and social democracy, but only revolutionary parties founded by members of that society. In general, the liberals can and should serve merely as one of the sources of additional forces and means for the revolutionary working class party. N.G. Chernyshevsky ridiculed the progressive strata of Russian society for the very fact that they did not understand the necessity for formal demands to the government and indifferently watched revolutionaries from their own midst perish under the blows of the autocratic government. In this case RM's quotations from Chernyshevsky are as senseless as his quotations from the same author, torn piecemeal out of context, in the second article of the separate supplement, which are meant to show that Chernyshevsky was not a utopian and that Russian Social Democrats do not appreciate the full significance of the great Russian socialist. In his book on Chernyshevsky, Plekhanov fully appreciated the significance of Chernyshevsky and explained his attitude to the theory of Marx and Engels. The editors of Rabochaya MYSL have merely revealed their own inability to give anything like a connected and comprehensive assessment of Chernyshevsky, of his strong and weak sides. The real question for Russian social democracy is by no means that of determining how the liberals are to conduct the social struggle, but how to organize a revolutionary working class party devoted to the struggle for the overthrow of the autocracy, a party that could gain the backing of all opposition elements in Russia, a party that could utilize all manifestations of opposition in its revolutionary struggle. It is precisely a revolutionary working class party that is needed for this purpose, because in Russia only the working class can be a determined and consistent fighter for democracy, because without the vigorous influence of such a party the liberal elements could remain a sluggish, inactive, dormant force. In saying that our more advanced strata are conducting a real social struggle against the autocracy, that the main question for us is how our workers should conduct this social struggle against the autocracy. In saying such things, RM is, in fact, retreating completely from social democracy. We can only offer serious advice to the editors of Rabochaya MYSL to ponder well the question of where they want to go and where their real place is, among the revolutionaries, who carry the banner of the social revolution to the working classes and want to organize them into a political revolutionary party, or among the liberals, who are conducting their own social struggle. There is nothing at all socialist in the theory of the independent social activity of the workers, in the theory of social mutual aid and of the craft unions that so far confine themselves to the 10-hour working day, in the theory of the social struggle of the Zemstvos, liberal societies, and others against the autocracy. There is nothing in this theory that the liberals would not accept. Indeed, the entire program of Rabochaya MYSL tends, in essence, to leave the Russian workers undeveloped and split, and to make them the tail end of the liberals. Some of our MS phrases are particularly strange. The whole trouble is merely that our revolutionary intelligentsia, he proclaims, mercilessly persecuted by the political police, mistake the struggle against the political police for the political struggle against the autocracy. What sense can there be in such a statement? The political police are called political because they persecute enemies of the autocracy and those who struggle against the autocracy. For this reason, Rabochaya MYSL, so long as its metamorphosis into a liberal is not completed, fights against the political police as do all Russian revolutionaries and socialists and all class-conscious workers. From the fact that the political police mercilessly persecute socialists and workers, that the autocracy maintains a well-ordered organization, competent and resourceful statesmen, only two conclusions are to be drawn. The cowardly and wretched liberal will pass judgment that our people in general and our workers in particular are still ill-prepared for the struggle, and that all hopes must be placed in the struggle of the Zemstvos, the liberal press, etc., since this is the real struggle against the autocracy and not only a struggle against the political police. The socialist and every class-conscious worker will conclude that the working class party must bend all its efforts to the formation of a well-ordered organization, to the training of competent and resourceful revolutionaries from among the advanced workers and socialists, people who will raise the working class party to the high level of the loading fighter for democracy and who will be able to win over to its side all opposition elements. The editors of Rabochaya MYSL do not realize that they are standing on an inclined plane down which they will roll to the first of these two conclusions. Or, again, what amazes us further in these programs, writes R.M., is that they incessantly give first place to the advantages of workers' activities in a parliament, while completely ignoring the importance of workers' participation in the employers' legislative assemblies, on factory boards, and in municipal self-government. If the advantages of parliament are not brought into the forefront, how will the workers learn about political rights and political liberty? If we keep silent on these questions as does Rabochaya MYSL, does this not mean perpetuating the political ignorance of the lower strata of the workers? As to workers' participation in municipal self-government, no social democrat has ever denied anywhere the advantages and the importance of the activities of socialist workers in municipal self-government, but it is ridiculous to speak of this in Russia, where no open manifestation of socialism is possible and where firing the workers with enthusiasm for municipal self-government would actually mean distracting advanced workers from the socialist working class cause towards liberalism. The attitude of the advanced strata of the workers towards this government, says R.M., is as understandable as their attitude towards the factory owners. The common sense view of this, therefore, is that the advanced strata of the workers are no less class-conscious social democrats than the socialists from among the intelligentsia, so that Rabochaya MYSL's attempt to separate the one from the other is absurd and harmful. The Russian working class, accordingly, has produced the elements necessary for the formation of an independent working class political party. But the editors of Rabochaya MYSL draw from the fact of the political consciousness of the advanced strata of the workers the conclusion, that it is necessary to hold these advanced elements back, so as to keep them marking time. Which struggle is it most desirable for the workers to wage, asks R.M., and he answers, desirable is the struggle that is possible, and possible is the struggle which the workers are waging at the given moment. It would be difficult to express more glaringly the senseless and unprincipled opportunism with which the editors of Rabochaya MYSL, allured by fashionable Bernsteinism, have become infected. What is possible is desirable, and what we have at the given moment is possible. It is as though a man setting out on a long and difficult road on which numerous obstacles and numerous enemies await him were told in answer to his question, "Where shall I go?" It is desirable to go where it is possible to go, and it is possible to go where you are going at the given moment. This is the sheerest nihilism, not revolutionary, however, but opportunist nihilism, manifested either by anarchists or bourgeois liberals. By calling upon the Russian workers to engage in a partial and political struggle, R.M. is actually calling upon the Russian working class movement and Russian social democracy to take a step backward. He is actually calling upon the workers to separate from the social democrats and thus throw overboard everything that has been acquired by European and Russian experience. The workers have no need for socialists in their struggle to improve their condition, if that is their only struggle. In all countries there are workers who wage the struggle for the improvement of their condition, but know nothing of socialism or are even hostile to it. In conclusion, writes R.M., a few words on our conception of working-class socialism. After what has been said above, the reader will have no difficulty in imagining the sort of conception it is. It is simply a copy of Bernstein's fashionable book. Our young social democrats substitute the independent social and political activity of the workers for the class struggle of the proletariat. If we recall how RM understands social struggle and politics, it will be clear that this is a direct return to the formula of certain Russian legal writers. Instead of indicating precisely the aim of socialism, the transfer of the land, factories, etc., in general, of all the means of production, to the ownership of the whole of society and the replacement of the capitalist mode of production by production according to a common plan in the interests of all members of society. Instead of all this, RM indicates first of all the development of craft unions and consumers' cooperatives, and says only in passing that socialism leads to the complete socialization of all the means of production. On the other hand, he prints in the heaviest type, socialism is merely a further and higher development of the modern community, a phrase borrowed from Bernstein, which not only does not explain but even obscures the significance and substance of socialism. All the liberals and the entire bourgeoisie undoubtedly favor the development of the modern community, so that they will all rejoice at RMS declaration. Nevertheless, the bourgeois are the enemies of socialism. The point is that the modern community has many varied aspects, and of those who employ this general expression, some have one aspect in view, others another. And so, instead of explaining the concept of the class struggle and socialism to the workers, RM offers them only nebulous and misleading phrases. Lastly, instead of indicating the means modern socialism advances for the achievement of socialism, the winning of political power by the organized proletariat, instead of this, RM speaks only of placing production under their social management or under the management of democratized social power, democratized by their active participation on boards examining all kinds of factory affairs, in courts of arbitration, in all possible assemblies, commissions, and conferences for the elaboration of labor laws, by the workers' participation in public self-government, and, lastly, in the country's general representative institution. In this way the editors of Ravochaya MYSL include in working-class socialism only that which is to be obtained along the peaceful path and exclude the revolutionary path. This narrowing down of socialism and its reduction to common bourgeois liberalism represents again a tremendous step backwards as compared with the views of all Russian social democrats and of the overwhelming majority of European social democrats. The working class would, of course, prefer to take power peacefully, but to renounce the revolutionary seizure of power would be madness on the part of the proletariat, both from the theoretical and the practical political points of view. It would mean nothing but a disgraceful retreat in face of the bourgeoisie and all other propertied classes. It is very probable, even most probable, that the bourgeoisie will not make peaceful concessions to the proletariat and at the decisive moment will resort to violence for the defense of its privileges. In that case, no other way will be left to the proletariat for the achievement of its aim but that of revolution. This is the reason the program of working-class socialism speaks of the winning of political power in general without defining the method, for the choice of method depends on a future which we cannot precisely determine. But, we repeat, to limit the activities of the proletariat under any circumstances to peaceful democratization alone is arbitrarily to narrow and vulgarize the concept of working-class socialism. We shall not analyze the other articles in the separate supplement in such great detail. We have spoken of the article on the 10th anniversary of Chernyshevsky's death. As to the pro-Bernsteinian propaganda of the Ravochaya MYSL editorial board, which the enemies of socialism throughout the world, especially the bourgeois liberals, have seized on, and against which the vast majority of the German social democrats and class-conscious German workers spoke out so decisively as to Bernsteinism, this is not the place to speak of it in detail. We are interested in our Russian Bernsteinism, and we have shown the limitless confusion of ideas, the absence of anything like independent views, the tremendous step backwards as compared with the views of Russian social democracy which our Bernsteinism represents. As far as German Bernsteinism is concerned, we would rather leave it to the Germans themselves to handle. We would remark only that Russian Bernsteinism is infinitely lower than the German. Bernstein, despite his errors, despite his obvious striving to retrogress both theoretically and politically, still has sufficient intelligence and sufficient conscientiousness not to propose changes in the program of German social democracy without himself having arrived at any new theory or program. In the final and decisive moment, he declared his acceptance of Babel's resolution, a resolution that announced solemnly to the world that German social democracy would stand by its old program and its old tactics. And our Russian Bernsteinians, without having done 1/100th of what Bernstein has done, they even go so far as to refuse to recognize the fact that all Russian social democratic organizations laid the foundations of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party in 1898, published its manifesto, and announced Raybochaya Gazeta to be its official organ, and that these publications stand by the old program of the Russian Social Democrats in its entirety. Our Bernsteinians do not seem to be aware of the fact that, if they have rejected the old views and adopted new ones, it is their moral duty to Russian social democracy and to the Russian socialists and workers who devoted all their efforts to the preparations for, and the founding of, the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, and who in their majority now all Russian prisons, that it is the duty of those who profess the new views, not to confine themselves to jabbing from holes and corners at our revolutionaries in general, but to announce directly and publicly with whom and with what they are in disagreement, what new views and what new program they advance in place of the old. There is still one other question left for us to examine, probably the most important one, namely, how such a retrograde trend in Russian social democracy is to be explained. In our opinion, it is not to be explained solely by the personal qualities of the Raybochaya MYSL editors or by the influence of the fashionable Bernsteinism alone. We hold that it is to be explained mainly by the peculiarities in the historical development of Russian social democracy, which gave rise to and had temporarily to give rise to a narrow understanding of working-class socialism. In the 80s and at the beginning of the 90s, when Social Democrats initiated their practical work in Russia, they were confronted firstly with the Narodnaya Volya, which charged them with departing from the political struggle that had been inherited from the Russian revolutionary movement, and with which the Social Democrats carried on a persistent polemic. Secondly, they were confronted with the Russian liberal circles, which were also dissatisfied with the turn taken by the revolutionary movement from the Narodnaya Volya trend to social democracy. The twofold polemic centered round the question of politics. In their struggle against the narrow conceptions of the Narodnaya Volya adherents, who reduced politics to conspiracy making, the Social Democrats could be led to, and did at times, declare themselves against politics in general. On the other hand, the Social Democrats often heard, in the liberal and radical salons of bourgeois society, regrets that the revolutionaries had abandoned terror, people who were mortally afraid for their own skins and at a decisive moment failed to give support to the heroes who struck blows at the autocracy. These people hypocritically accused the Social Democrats of political indifferentism and yearned for the rebirth of a party that would pull the chestnuts out of the fire for them. Naturally, the Social Democrats conceived a hatred for such people and their phrases, and they turned to the more mundane but more serious work of propaganda among the factory proletariat. At first it was inevitable that this work should have a narrow character and should be embodied in the narrow declarations of some Social Democrats. This narrowness, however, did not frighten those Social Democrats who had not in the least forgotten the broad historical aims of the Russian working class movement. What matters it if the words of the Social Democrats sometimes have a narrow meaning when their deeds cover a broad field? They do not give themselves up to useless conspiracies, they do not hobnob with the Balalikins 111 of bourgeois liberalism, but they go to that class which alone is the real revolutionary class and assist in the development of its forces. They believed that this narrowness would disappear of its own accord with each step that broadened social democratic propaganda. And this, to a considerable degree, is what has happened. From propaganda they began to go over to widespread agitation. Widespread agitation, naturally, brought to the forefront a growing number of class-conscious advanced workers. Revolutionary organizations began to take form. These organizations naturally tended to merge and, eventually, they succeeded, they united and laid the foundations of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. It would seem that the old narrowness would then have been left without any basis and that it would be completely cast aside. But things turned out differently. The spread of their agitation brought the Social Democrats into contact with the lower, less developed strata of the proletariat. To attract these strata, it was necessary for the agitator to be able to adapt himself to the lowest level of understanding. He was taught to put the demands and interests of the given moment in the foreground and to push back the broad ideals of socialism and the political struggle. The fragmentary, amateur nature of social democratic work, the extremely weak connections between the study circles in the different cities, between the Russian Social Democrats and their comrades abroad who possessed a profounder knowledge and a richer revolutionary experience, as well as a wider political horizon, naturally led to a gross exaggeration of this aspect of social democratic activity, which could bring some individuals to lose sight of the other aspects, especially since with every reverse the most developed workers and intellectuals were wrenched from the ranks of the struggling army, so that sound revolutionary traditions and continuity could not as yet be evolved. It is in this extreme exaggeration of one aspect of social democratic work that we see the chief cause of the sad retreat from the ideals of Russian social democracy. Add to this enthusiasm over a fashionable book, ignorance of the history of the Russian revolutionary movement, and a childish claim to originality, and you have all the elements that go to make up the retrograde trend in Russian social democracy. We shall, therefore, have to deal in greater detail with the question of the relation of the advanced strata of the proletariat to the less advanced, and the significance of social democratic work among these two sections. The history of the working class movement in all countries shows that the better situated strata of the working class respond to the ideas of socialism more rapidly and more easily. From among these come, in the main, the advanced workers that every working class movement brings to the fore, those who can win the confidence of the laboring masses, who devote themselves entirely to the education and organization of the proletariat, who accept socialism consciously, and who even elaborate independent socialist theories. Every viable working class movement has brought to the fore such working class leaders, its own Proudhons, Vaillants, Weitlings, and Babels. And our Russian working class movement promises not to lag behind the European movement in this respect. At a time when educated society is losing interest in honest, illegal literature, an impassioned desire for knowledge and for socialism is growing among the workers, real heroes are coming to the fore from amongst the workers, who, despite their wretched living conditions, despite the stultifying penal servitude of factory labor, possess so much character and willpower that they study, and turn themselves into conscious social democrats, the working class intelligentsia. This working class intelligentsia already exists in Russia, and we must make every effort to ensure that its ranks are regularly reinforced, that its lofty mental requirements are met, and that leaders of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party come from its ranks. The newspaper that wants to become the organ of all Russian social democrats must, therefore, be at the level of the advanced workers. Not only must it not lower its level artificially, but, on the contrary, it must raise it constantly. It must follow up all the tactical, political, and theoretical problems of world social democracy. Only then will the demands of the working class intelligentsia be met, and it itself will take the cause of the Russian workers and, consequently, the cause of the Russian Revolution, into its own hands. After the numerically small stratum of advanced workers comes the broad stratum of average workers. These workers, too, strive ardently for socialism, participate in workers' study circles, read socialist newspapers and books, participate in agitation, and differ from the preceding stratum only in that they cannot become fully independent leaders of the social democratic working class movement. The average worker will not understand some of the articles in a newspaper that aims to be the organ of the party. He will not be able to get a full grasp of an intricate theoretical or practical problem. This does not at all mean that the newspaper must lower itself to the level of the mass of its readers. The newspaper, on the contrary, must raise their level and help promote advanced workers from the middle stratum of workers. Such workers, absorbed by local practical work and interested mainly in the events of the working class movement and the immediate problems of agitation, should connect their every act with thoughts of the entire Russian working class movement, its historical task, and the ultimate goal of socialism, so that the newspaper, the mass of whose readers are average workers, must connect socialism and the political struggle with every local and narrow question. Lastly, behind the stratum of average workers comes the mass that constitutes the lower strata of the proletariat. It is quite possible that a socialist newspaper will be completely or well-nigh incomprehensible to them, but it would be absurd to conclude from this that the newspaper of the Social Democrats should adapt itself to the lowest possible level of the workers. The only thing that follows from this is that different forms of agitation and propaganda must be brought to bear on these strata: pamphlets written in more popular language, oral agitation, and chiefly leaflets on local events. The Social Democrats should not confine themselves even to this. It is quite possible that the first steps towards arousing the consciousness of the lower strata of the workers will have to take the form of legal educational activities. It is very important for the party to make use of this activity, guide it in the direction in which it is most needed, send out legal workers to plow up virgin fields that can later be planted by social democratic agitators. Agitation among the lower strata of the workers should, of course, provide the widest field for the personal qualities of the agitator and the peculiarities of the locality, the trade concerned, etc. Tactics and agitation must not be confused, says Koski in his book Against Bernstein. Agitational methods must be adapted to individual and local conditions. Every agitator must be allowed to select those methods of agitation that he has at his disposal. One agitator may create the greatest impression by his enthusiasm, another by his biting sarcasm, a third by his ability to adduce a large number of instances, etc. While being adapted to the agitator, agitation must also be adapted to the public. The agitator must speak so that he will be understood, he must take as a starting point something well known to his listeners. All this is self-evident and is not merely applicable to agitation conducted among the peasantry. One has to talk to cabmen differently than to sailors, and to sailors differently than to printers. Agitation must be individualist, but our tactics, our political activity must be uniform. These words from a leading representative of social democratic theory contain a superb assessment of agitation as part of the general activity of the party. These words show how unfounded are the fears of those who think that the formation of a revolutionary party conducting a political struggle will interfere with agitation, will push it into the background and curtail the freedom of the agitators. On the contrary, only an organized party can carry out widespread agitation, provide the necessary guidance for agitators on all economic and political questions, make use of every local agitational success for the instruction of all Russian workers, and send agitators to those places and into that milieu where they can work with the greatest success. It is only in an organized party that people possessing the capacities for work as agitators will be able to dedicate themselves wholly to this task, to the advantage both of agitation and of the other aspects of social democratic work. From this it can be seen that whoever forgets political agitation and propaganda on account of the economic struggle, whoever forgets the necessity of organizing the working class movement into the struggle of a political party, will, aside from everything else, deprive himself of even an opportunity of successfully and steadily attracting the lower strata of the proletariat to the working class cause. However, such an exaggeration of one side of our activities to the detriment of the others, even the urge to throw overboard the other aspects, is fraught with still graver consequences for the Russian working class movement. The lower strata of the proletariat may even become demoralized by such calumnies as that the founders of Russian social democracy only want to use the workers to overthrow the autocracy, by invitations to confine themselves to the restoration of holidays and to craft unions, with no concern for the final aims of socialism and the immediate tasks of the political struggle. Such workers may always be ensnared by the bait of any sops offered by the government or the bourgeoisie. The lower strata of the proletariat, the very undeveloped workers, might, under the influence of the preaching of Rabotchaya Mysl, fall victim to the bourgeois and profoundly reactionary idea that the worker cannot and should not interest himself in anything but increased wages and the restoration of holidays, that the working people can and should conduct the workers' struggle by their own efforts alone, by their own private initiative, and not attempt to combine it with socialism, that they should not strive to turn the working class movement into the essential, advanced cause of all mankind. We repeat, the most undeveloped workers might be demoralized by such an idea, but we are confident that the advanced Russian workers, those who guide the workers' study circles and all social democratic activity, those who today fill our prisons and places of exile from Archangel Gubernia to eastern Siberia, that those workers will reject such a theory with indignation. To reduce the entire movement to the interests of the moment means to speculate on the backward condition of the workers, means to cater to their worst inclinations. It means artificially to break the link between the working class movement and socialism, between the fully defined political strivings of the advanced workers and the spontaneous manifestations of protest on the part of the masses. Hence, the attempt of Rabochaya MYSL to introduce a special trend merits particular attention and calls for a vigorous protest. As long as Rabochaya MYSL, adapting itself, apparently, to the lower strata of the proletariat, assiduously avoided the question of the ultimate goal of socialism and the political struggle, with no declaration of its special trend, many social democrats only shook their heads, hoping that with the development and extension of their work the members of the Rabochaya MYSL group would come to rid themselves of their narrowness. However, when people who, until now, have performed the useful work of a preparatory class clutch at fashionable opportunist theories and begin to deafen the ears of Europe with announcements about intending to put the whole of Russian social democracy into the preparatory class for many years, when, in other words, people who have, until now, been laboring usefully over a barrel of honey begin in full view of the public to pour ladles of tar into it, then it is time for us to set ourselves decisively against this retrograde trend. Russian social democracy, both through its founders, the members of the Emancipation of Labor Group, and through the Russian social democratic organizations that founded the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, has always recognized the following two principles. 1. The essence of social democracy is the organization of the class struggle of the proletariat for the purpose of winning political power, of transferring all means of production to society as a whole, and of replacing capitalist by socialist economy. 2. The task of Russian social democracy is to organize the Russian Revolutionary Working Class Party, which has as its immediate aim the overthrow of the autocracy and the winning of political liberty. Whoever departs from these basic principles departs from social democracy. Written at the end of 1899. First published in 1924. In the magazine Proletarskia. Revolutsiya. Number 89. Published according to a manuscript copied by an unknown hand and looked over by Lenin. Apropos of the profession de foi. Although the profession de foi, composed by the Kiev Committee, is only a rough draft, for the elaboration and polishing of which, according to the committee, there was an insufficiency of time, it nevertheless allows one to obtain quite a clear idea of the views of the Kiev Committee. These views must certainly call forth an emphatic protest from those Russian social democrats who abide by the viewpoint of the old principles of social democracy proclaimed in Russia by the Emancipation of Labor Group, enunciated repeatedly in the publications of the RSDLP and reaffirmed in its manifesto. There is no doubt that the views of the Kiev Committee reflect the very considerable influence of the new trend of the young Russian social democrats, which, when developed to the extreme, has merged with Bernsteinism and yielded such products as the famous separate supplement to Rabochaya MYSL and the no less famous Credo. It cannot be said that the profession de foi has gone all the way towards this opportunist and reactionary trend, but it has taken such serious steps in that direction and denotes such confusion in the basic ideas of social democracy, such a vacillation in revolutionary thinking, that we consider it our duty to give warning to the comrades in Kiev and to analyze in detail their deviation from principles long established both in international and in Russian social democracy. The very first sentence of the profession de foi gives rise to the most serious bewilderment. While admitting that the struggle for the political rights of the proletariat is the immediate general task of the working class movement in Russia, The Kiev Committee nevertheless does not believe it possible at the present time to turn to the mass of the workers and call on them to take political action. In other words, it does not believe it possible to carry on political agitation, because the Russian workers have not, in the mass, attained the maturity for political struggle. We shall not discuss the formulation of this passage. Of importance to us only are the ideas contained in it and reiterated in many other places in the Profession de Foi, ideas of such a nature that they simply leave us wondering, can those who wrote this really be social democrats? The Russian workers have not, in the mass, attained the maturity for political struggle. If this is true, it is tantamount to a death sentence for social democracy as a whole, for it means that the Russian workers have not, in the mass, reached the maturity necessary for social democracy. In actual fact, there is not and never has been a social democracy anywhere in the world that is not inseparably and indivisibly bound up with the political struggle. Social democracy without the political struggle is a river without water, it is a howling contradiction, it is either something in the nature of a return to the utopian socialism of our forefathers who despised politics, or to anarchism, or to trade unionism. The first Profession de Foi of world socialism, the Communist Manifesto, established a truth that has since become an elementary verity that every class struggle is a political struggle, that the working class movement only then grows out of its embryonic state, its infancy, and becomes a class movement when it makes the transition to the political struggle. The first Profession de Foi of Russian socialism, Plekhanov's booklet, Socialism and the Political Struggle, which appeared in 1883, reaffirmed this elementary truth in its application to Russia and showed precisely how and why the Russian revolutionary movement must bring about a fusion of socialism and the political struggle, a fusion of the spontaneous movement of the masses of workers and the revolutionary movement, a fusion of the class struggle and the political struggle. By adopting the standpoint of socialism and the class struggle and simultaneously rejecting the possibility of calling at the present moment on the masses to take political action, the Kiev Committee is, in essence, departing completely from the principles of social democracy, and the desire to remain true to these principles has led the committee into a number of glaring contradictions. Indeed, how can one speak of the political education of the workers, if one does not recognize the possibility of conducting political agitation and political struggle? Surely there is no need to prove to social democrats that there can be no political education except through political struggle and political action. Surely it cannot be imagined that any sort of study circles or books, etc., can politically educate the masses of workers if they are kept away from political activity and political struggle. Surely Russian social democracy does not have to go back to the viewpoint of the serf owners who declared that it was first necessary to educate the peasants and then to emancipate them, or to the viewpoint of those ink-slingers who grovel before the government and say that the people must first be educated and then granted political rights. How can one undertake to bring the workers to recognition of the need to struggle for political rights and at the same time not believe in the possibility of calling on them to take political action, in the possibility of conducting political agitation? Arouse the consciousness of the need for political struggle and at the same time not call for political struggle. What falderal is this? What does it mean? This kind of tangle is not the result of something left unsaid or of the unfinished nature of a rough draft, it is the natural, inevitable result of the dualism and equivocation that permeate all the views of the Kiev Committee. The committee wants, on the one hand, to remain true to the basic principles long established in international and Russian social democracy and, on the other, is infatuated with the fashionable Bernsteinian catchwords, necessity, gradualness, the directly economic character of the movement, the impossibility of political agitation and struggle, the necessity of adhering to the solid ground of real demands and needs. In a word, it is infatuated with the fashionable catchwords out of which such writings a la mode as the Credo and the separate supplement to Rabochea Mysl are spun. Let us examine in its essence the thesis in which all the weak aspects of the Profession de Foi now under discussion are focused, the thesis that it is impossible at the present time to turn to the mass of the workers with the call to take political action, that it is impossible, in other words, to conduct political agitation, because the Russian workers have not yet attained the maturity for political struggle. This last assertion is, fortunately, untrue. The Russian workers have, in the mass, not only attained maturity for political struggle, but they have on many occasions demonstrated it by engaging in acts of political struggle, often even spontaneously. Is not the mass distribution of manifestos in which the government is condemned and castigated really an act of political struggle? Have not the Russian workers in the mass used their own means to deal with the police and the soldiery when these became excessively arrogant? Have they not liberated arrested comrades by force? Have they not in many places fought in real street battles against troops and police? Have not the Russian workers in the mass, for more than 20 years, sent the best, most developed, most honest, and most courageous of their comrades into the revolutionary circles and organizations? But for the sake of a fashionable doctrine of bourgeois vulgarization we, representatives of the Revolutionary Social Democratic Party, are supposed to forget all that and admit the impossibility of calling on the working masses to take political action. The objection will probably be raised that the cited instances are more often spontaneous outbursts rather than political struggles. To which we answer, were not our strikes mere spontaneous outbursts until the revolutionary circles of socialists undertook extensive agitation and summoned the working masses to the class struggle, to the conscious struggle against their oppressors? Call one find in history a single case of a popular movement, of a class movement, that did not begin with spontaneous, unorganized outbursts, that would have assumed an organized form and created political parties without the conscious intervention of enlightened representatives of the given class. If the working class urge, spontaneous and indomitable, to engage in political struggle has so far taken mainly the form of unorganized outbursts, only Moskovsky Vedomosti 112 and Grajdanin 113 can draw from this the conclusion that the Russian workers have not yet, in the mass, attained the maturity for political agitation. A socialist, on the contrary, will draw from it the conclusion that the time has long been ripe for political agitation, for the broadest possible appeal to the working masses to engage in political action and political struggle. If we do not make this appeal, we fail in our duty and, in actual fact, cease to be social democrats, since economic and trade union organizations without political struggle have always and everywhere been advocated by zealous champions of the bourgeoisie. For this reason the persistent ignoring of the political struggle and the political tasks of the Russian working class, such as we see, for instance, in Rabochaya MYSL, cannot be called anything but criminal and disgraceful. This hushing up is tantamount to demoralizing the political consciousness of the workers, who see and feel political oppression, who revolt spontaneously against it, but who meet with indifference on the part of their socialist leaders or even with polemics against the ideas of political struggle. When we are told that the ideas of political liberty must be brought gradually to the masses, what can we call this but indifference and extreme narrowness? One might think that hitherto we have been too hasty in bringing these ideas to the masses, so that we need to curb and moderate ourselves. Or, when we are told that a political clarification of the condition of the working class is necessary only to the extent that there is reason for it in each individual case, as though reasons for political agitation are not furnished by a multitude of the most widespread, day-to-day facts of working class life. The effort to limit political agitation to the existence of reasons in each individual case is either senseless or it reflects a desire to take a step backwards in the direction of Credo and Rabochaya MYSL, a desire to narrow the scope of our already far too narrow propaganda and agitation. The objection will also probably be raised that the working class masses are not yet able to understand the idea of the political struggle, an idea that is comprehensible only to certain, more developed workers. To this objection, which we hear so frequently from young Russian social democrats, our answer is that, firstly, social democracy has everywhere and always been, and cannot but be the representative of the class conscious, and not of the non-class conscious, workers, and that there cannot be anything more dangerous and more criminal than the demagogic speculation on the underdevelopment of the workers. If the criterion of activity were that which is immediately, directly, and to the greatest degree accessible to the broadest masses, we should have to preach anti-Semitism or to agitate, let us say, on the basis of an appeal to Father Johann of Kronstadt. 114.